Your Highness, the person I found is on his way, but he's actually a local. His name is Rafferty Wright, Morley said. Rafferty? Why does that name sound familiar? Aldous asked, puzzled. Your Highness, do you remember when William accused Kurt? At that time, there was a scapegoat. Morley reminded him. Aldous recalled. Back then, Kurt had pinned all the blame on a man named Rafferty, clearly using him as a fall guy. Kurt had even said that the Wright family would handle the matter themselves. Ah, yes, I remember now. That's the same Rafferty. After Kurt returned, he punished Rafferty under family law for the crime of hiding plowing oxen. Rafferty was given 100 heavy lashes until he passed out. Then, Kurt ordered his servants to tie stones to Rafferty's hands and feet and throw him into the Tuo River. However, he was lucky. The servants were lazy and didn't tie the stones tightly. When he hit the water, he woke up, broke free from the stones, and floated downstream. I happened to be inspecting farming matters by the river that day and fished him out. At the time, he was barely alive. Aldous was skeptical. Kurt is indeed ruthless, but what does Rafferty have to do with the secret guards? Your Highness, since ancient times, people who have been pushed to the brink are the best candidates for secret guards, Morley explained slowly. Aldous pondered this. Morley's words made sense. Rafferty had already died once and must harbor deep hatred for the Wright family. And since the Wright family was a target Aldous planned to dismantle eventually, this could work in his favor. Aldous smiled. Morley, your foresight is truly impressive. I am humbled. The two were used to exchanging compliments, and Morley simply chuckled. He said, It seems your Highness has figured it out. But how can Rafferty serve by your Highness's side without being recognized by the Wright family? That is indeed a problem, but it's not insurmountable. I'll have the machinery department craft a special mask for him. What do you think? Aldous suggested. Good idea. Rafferty, as a secret guard, should live behind a mask. I'll speak with Rafferty again. If his resolve is firm, I'll bring him to meet you tomorrow, Morley said. Aldous nodded. He had been so busy building the industrial foundation that he had neglected the essential matters of a feudal lord's survival. The military was one priority. He was about to equip his army with plate armor, but that would take time. The second priority was the secret guards, or the intelligence system. In any era, being uninformed was extremely dangerous. For example, Aldous had no idea what his neighbor, the Prince of Hardy, was up to, while the Prince of Hardy likely knew everything about Aldous's activities. This was a pitiful situation. After finalizing the plan to establish the secret guards, Morley returned to his residence. His home was a traditional courtyard house just a street away from the Aldous's residence. When he arrived, his wife, Madame Sun, was playing with their 5-year-old daughter. Madame Sun was an ordinary-looking woman. Seeing Morley return, she said, Husband, dinner is ready. We can eat now. Morley played with his daughter for a while and then said, Call Rafferty over. Madame Sun nodded. Rafferty over, Madame Sun nodded. Rafferty had been staying with them for over a month, and his health had mostly recovered. She went to the side room and called for him. A pale young man in scholar's attire, with a black mole between his eyebrows, emerged. Cough, cough. Minister Paxton, Rafferty said weakly, still recovering. Morley helped Rafferty into the main hall, and the two sat down at the dining table. Madame Sun took their daughter to play elsewhere. In the great Gabriel Empire, men and women did not dine together, so Madame Sun would eat after the men had finished. Rafferty, I've spoken to His Highness about your situation. If you want to live, your only path now is to serve His Highness. Kurt has eyes and ears everywhere in Qingzhou. If you leave, you won't make it out of the city alive, Morley said. Kurt had 2 brothers, and Rafferty was the illegitimate 3rd son of Norton Wright, Kurt's second brother. Rafferty's mother was a mere servant in the Wright household, and Rafferty was the result of Norton's drunken indiscretion. In the great Gabriel Empire, from the royal family down to commoners, a child's status depended on their mother's standing. Since Rafferty's mother was a lowly servant, he had never been treated well in the Wright family. He had been bullied by the Wright family's legitimate children since childhood, and had now become a scapegoat. Minister Paxton, you saved my life. I'm nothing but a worthless wretch now, and I care about nothing except seeing Kurt brought to justice, Rafferty said with hatred. Morley nodded inwardly. In that case, I will introduce you to His Highness tomorrow. From now on, Rafferty is dead. You will be His Highness's shadow. I will follow your orders, Minister Paxton, Rafferty said with determination. He hated Kurt and the Wright family. His mother had been driven out of the Wright household the day after he was born, accused of seducing Norton, and sold to slave traders. To this day, he didn't even know what his mother looked like. For 19 years, he had lived in the Wright household, treated worse than a servant. Good, that puts my mind at ease, Morley said with relief. The horse smuggling case had revealed more than just Hunter's corruption. Morley had uncovered something even more significant. The Prince of Hardy, known for his timidity, had smuggled 3,000 high-quality war horses from the grasslands over the past 5 years. This could only mean one thing. The struggle for the throne in the Great Gabriel Empire was no longer just a conflict among the princes. It now involved the 6 non-royal princes. When the 6 non-royal princes had helped Emperor Stafford Anton establish the Great Gabriel Empire, they had been promised a share of the kingdom. Over the past century, their territories had become like independent states within the empire. However, as the imperial family's territories were increasingly encroached upon by northern barbarians, the emperor's authority had waned, and the 6 princes had grown increasingly disdainful of the royal family. The deep camaraderie between Emperor Stafford Anton and the 6 princes had faded with the passing of that generation. The current generation of princes had little affection for the royal family. If the struggle for the throne went wrong, the consequences would be severe. The Prince of Hardy, though timid, was highly intelligent. He was likely preparing for the worst, though it was unclear whether this was his own initiative or the result of someone else's influence. This was why Morley had urged Aldous to establish a secret guard system and gather intelligence on the Empire's internal affairs. Otherwise, Aldous might find himself caught off guard. However, Morley believed that as long as Emperor Keir remained alive, the princes wouldn't dare act too recklessly. After all, Emperor Keir was a ruler who had emerged from bloodshed and chaos, and the princes were still under his control. A cold iron mask was slowly fitted onto Rafferty's face, and Morley smiled. The next day, Aldous met the Rafferty that Morley had spoken of, a pale, even malnourished young man. Could someone like this really handle the dark and dangerous work of a secret guard? The heart is what matters most. That was Morley's explanation to Aldous. Seeing the determination in Rafferty's eyes, Aldous chose to believe in him. After all, he currently had no better candidates, and Rafferty, alone and desperate, seemed like a suitable choice. "Do you know the skills required for a secret guard?" Aldous asked. Rafferty shook his head but replied, "If I don't succeed, I'd rather die." Aldous nodded slowly. This was a man consumed by hatred, with enough drive to carry out this task. He said, "From now on, you will live behind this iron mask. Starting today, you are my left guard. I will also introduce you to a colleague." As soon as he finished speaking, Elian stepped out from behind a screen in the main hall. Rafferty glanced at Elian. His expression was unreadable behind the iron mask, but he said coldly, "Your Highness, the position of chief will undoubtedly be mine." Elian smirked. Last night, when Aldous had approached him about the secret guards, he had been shocked, but realizing that he could go from being a mere servant in the prince's residence to becoming one of Aldous's secret guards overnight, the shrewd Elian knew exactly how to choose. "Anyone can talk big. I, Elian, am no pushover," Elian said. Morley, observing this, understood Aldous's intentions. The secret guards were a matter of life and death for Aldous, so he naturally couldn't entrust them entirely to Rafferty, whom Morley had recommended. Elian was a counterbalance to Rafferty. However, Morley wasn't angry. Instead, he felt reassured. This showed that Aldous had developed the qualities of a feudal lord, caution and prudence. To Aldous, Rafferty gave off an air of someone who would stop at nothing. Such a person could be terrifyingly effective in carrying out tasks. However, when it came to establishing the secret guards, both Rafferty and Elian were starting from zero in terms of knowledge. They would need to be trained. After delivering Rafferty, Morley returned to the military headquarters to attend to his administrative duties. Aldous temporarily placed Rafferty in Broad Learning Academy. Over the next period, both Rafferty and Elian would undergo comprehensive training in espionage. While Aldous was methodically building his fiefdom, the influence of his innovations was spreading throughout the Great Gabriel Empire, carried by merchants. New products, in particular, quickly reached the prosperous regions of the empire. With the mass production of soap in Qingzhou, a steady stream of soap flooded into Nightblumen, becoming a daily necessity that the wealthy and powerful eagerly purchased. Now, not only were the imperial concubines using it, but even commoners considered owning a bar of soap a mark of prestige. The introduction of perfume to Nightblumen's east and west markets after the soap caused an even greater sensation. Aldous' decision to produce perfume first wasn't without basis. Historical records show that when perfume first appeared in Nightblumen during the Tang dynasty, it had caused a sensation among women. This precedence convinced him that perfume would have a market in the Great Gabriel Empire, and reality proved him right. At a poetry gathering in Nightblumen, a young lady from a prominent family flaunted her strong perfume scent as she walked through the crowd. The overpowering fragrance made the other young ladies cover their noses in envy. Perfume was in such high demand that this young lady's extravagance was the subject of much admiration. At the same gathering, behind a screen, several scholars gathered around a particularly fragrant scholar. "Brother Wright, you smell as sweet as a flower." "We're all envious," one scholar said. "But isn't perfume for women?" Brother Wright rolled his eyes. "What do you know? This is the latest men's cologne from the Aldous' residence. It's said that women can't resist getting close to you when they smell it." "Really?" The other scholars grew even more envious. Brother Wright smugly continued. "This cologne was just released a couple of days ago. I bought it as soon as it hit the East Market. On my way here, countless young ladies turned their heads to look at me. This poetry gathering is said to have many noble ladies attending. You know what that means." One scholar immediately said, "Brother Wright, I must excuse myself. I need to use the restroom." In a flash, only Brother Wright remained. But soon the other scholars returned, each smelling even more fragrant than the last. At the Wright family's shop in the East Market, Wilfred was apologizing profusely as he escorted out the son of an official. The men's perfume had sold out. He couldn't help but admire Aldous. Before leaving for Nightblumen, he had visited the Aldous' residence to pay his respects, as was customary. Phylan also made it a point to visit Aldous before traveling to Nightblumen, asking if there was anything Aldous needed so he could purchase it in the capital. Before Wilfred left, Aldous had shared this idea with him, and even made a bet. In truth, there was no such thing as men's perfume. Aldous had simply created a justification for men to use perfume. Sure enough, once the idea spread, many young noblemen rushed to buy the perfume. However, Wilfred wasn't happy about it. He had lost the bet, and losing meant another 10,000 taels of silver gone. In his eyes, the Aldous was becoming increasingly greedy, finding every possible way to squeeze money out of them. Of course, these new products had earned them a considerable profit, but compared to the silver the Aldous was making, it was nothing. During this visit, Aldous had not only shared this idea, but also asked Wilfred to deliver some items to the palace. Wilfred figured they should have arrived by now. As he expected, the imperial concubines were currently vying for their share of the unique perfumes. Surprisingly, Emperor Keir had also come to the rear palace. "Your Majesty, this is the perfume specially made for you by Aldous. It's said to refresh the mind and relieve fatigue," Empress Lark said as she handed a bottle of perfume to Emperor Keir. When this batch of perfumes arrived, Empress Lark was surprised to find that there was a special perfume for the emperor. After reading the accompanying letter, she understood and immediately sent a palace maid to inform the emperor. To her surprise, Emperor Keir showed interest in the perfume and came to see it. "Your Majesty, besides the perfume, there's also this special soap." According to Aldous' letter, both the soap and perfume contain medicinal ingredients that are good for the body, Fiora added, presenting a bar of soap. Although Aldous is known for his lack of discipline, the things he's come up with this time are quite interesting. "Nowadays, I use soap every day to bathe, and it leaves me feeling refreshed," Keir said. Now, if he didn't use soap, he felt uncomfortable, as if he hadn't washed properly. "Your Majesty, indeed. We now use soap every day to wash our hands and bathe, and with the perfume we feel so much more comfortable," one of the concubines chimed in. Keir chuckled and gently stroked the concubine's cheek. "My dear consort, your skin feels so much smoother today." "Ha ha, Your Majesty." The concubine seized the opportunity to act coy. Empress Lark's face flushed slightly. Keir had always been fond of women, but lately he had become even more unrestrained. He didn't hold back even in front of so many concubines. However, she didn't dare to say anything. These days, it was rare to see Kier in such a good mood. Holding the perfume in his left hand and the soap in his right, Kier thought to himself that these two items would certainly enhance his intimate moments with his concubines. Feeling pleased, he said, "The Aldous has finally done something to make me happy. I think I'll have the remaining 800,000 taels of silver sent to him soon. Your servant thanks your majesty on behalf of the Aldous." Fiora was overjoyed. Kier looked at Fiora and nodded with satisfaction. "I've heard that the mung bean cakes here at Fioler's palace are quite delicious. I'd like to try them and see what they taste like." Empress Lark's expression shifted. She wasn't sure whether to feel happy or not. In the past, Kier had doted on Fiola above all others. However, after Aldous repeatedly caused trouble in Nightblumen, Kier had grown distant from Fiola out of frustration with Aldous. Now, whether intentionally or not, the Aldous seemed to have genuinely pleased Kier. She was happy because the Aldous was regaining favor. If he could support the Crown Prince, that would be good. On the other hand, as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. The concubines tactfully excused themselves, each leaving behind a stack of silver notes. Kier remarked, "This Aldous has even brought his business into the palace." Fiora explained, "Your Majesty, the Aldous had no choice. Now that he has turned over a new leaf and is diligently managing his fiefdom, he lacks both funds and talent. He had to resort to such measures." Kier frowned. Nowadays, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Third Prince, and the Fourth Prince, and the Fourth Prince are locked in a life and death struggle in Nightblumen, undermining each other in court. It truly infuriates me. None of these unfilial sons can comfort me like the Aldous. "Ah," Fiola said. "Your Majesty, the princes are just brothers squabbling. It's normal for them to argue. Your Majesty must take care of your health." Kier sighed. "It's only here with you that I feel at ease. Unlike Carly, every time I visit her, she either asks for official positions or pleads for the Fourth Prince. You, on the other hand, didn't say a word when I sent the Aldous to Qingzhou. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs day and night. How could I dare to speak out of turn? Your Majesty must have had your reasons for granting Qingzhou to the Aldous." Fiora replied. Kier nodded slightly. Although Fiora wasn't from a noble family, she was well educated and deeply understood his heart. He said, "The Aldous may be a scoundrel and lack discipline, but he is still my son, a member of the royal family. I sent him to Qingzhou because he had no means to protect himself in the struggle for the throne. With the Prince of Hardy nearby to look after him, he can live out his life as a prince." Kier furrowed his brow and continued, "But now the Aldous seems to be making progress. This pleases me. If he can manage his fiefdom well, he can help hold back the barbarians' southern advance and serve as a royal prince that the non-royal princes will fear. Emperor Gosu once said that it's better to have many royal princes, even if they cause chaos, because the empire will still belong to the Stafford family. If the non-royal princes gain the upper hand, that would be a disgrace to the Stafford family." Emperor Gaozu was indeed wise and mighty. It's precisely because of this that the non-royal princes and the royal princes are wary of each other, Fiora said. "Exactly. That's why I've turned a blind eye to the Prince of Hardy smuggling horses and have secretly supported him," Kier said. "However, if the Aldous can maintain his progress, I will also support him. But it depends on his performance. After all, the entire court is watching. It's clear which princes have achievements and which do not. If he can make contributions, I will have a legitimate reason to reward him." Fiora smiled, feeling reassured. Her greatest worry had been the strained relationship between Aldous and Kier. Now, it seemed that Aldous had acknowledged his mistakes and was reforming, while Kier still remembered their past affection. She said, "Your Majesty, Aldouser has recently accomplished something noteworthy." "Oh?" Kier picked up a mung bean cake brought by a palace maid and asked, "Tell me about it." Fiora smiled and brought over a blueprint. "Your Majesty, this was sent along with a perfume and soap by the Aldous." Kier unfolded the blueprint. It depicted an ox turning a wooden rod with the words "ox-powered water wheel" written beside it. "Your Majesty, in his letter, the Aldous said that this ox-powered water wheel can draw water more than 10 times faster than the water wheels currently used in the Great Gabriel Empire. If it is implemented across the empire, it will greatly boost agricultural productivity," Fiora explained. "Is that so?" Kier said. "Your Majesty, the Aldous said that the water wheel will be delivered soon. Once it arrives, your majesty will see for yourself, Fiora said. Kier nodded. Interesting, interesting. I'd like to see what else the Aldous has come up with. 3 days later, a ship from the Huxley family arrived in Nightblumen carrying the components of the ox-powered water wheel, along with craftsmen to assemble it. The components only needed to be put together in Nightblumen to form a complete water wheel. When Kier learned of this, he took his court officials to the imperial estate outside Nightblumen, where the ox-powered water wheel had been delivered. After witnessing the water wheel's ability to draw water, the officials were utterly amazed. Your Majesty, this ox-powered water wheel is truly a marvel of engineering. I wonder which craftsman came up with it. Minister of Works Hayes praised. The other ministers also smiled approvingly. The third prince quickly said, Father, if this ox-powered water wheel is promoted across the Great Gabriel Empire, it will greatly benefit agriculture. Standing beside the third prince was a man in his 30s, dressed in a yellow brocade robe. He had intended to speak but was a step too slow. This was the Crown Prince, Kirk Stafford. The fourth prince sneered at the Crown Prince and said, Father, the craftsman who invented this should be heavily rewarded. Kier laughed heartily. This was not invented by some craftsman, but by your seventh brother, the Aldous. The expressions of the third and fourth princes immediately stiffened. The Crown Prince said, Father, in that case, the Aldous should be richly rewarded. Kier nodded. The ox-powered water wheel had seemed impressive on paper, but seeing it in person, he could truly appreciate its ingenuity. A gentle spring rain marked the end of the long, harsh winter. Spring had arrived once again, and the February breeze felt like a pair of scissors, cutting through the remnants of the cold. The arrival of spring was good news for Aldous, but it wasn't the only good news. The praise for the ox-powered water wheel from the entire court had also reached Qingzhou, carried by the spring breeze. Following this, 800,000 taels of silver arrived in Qingzhou. However, this was just the appetizer. Along with it came a massive order from the imperial court. Your Highness, this plan is truly brilliant. Now that the ox-powered water wheel has gained the Emperor's approval, it is required to be used in all imperial estates and government-owned fields across the Great Gabriel Empire. Even the feudal lords have been stirred and have sent officials to place orders. Currently, the orders for the water wheel's rollers have reached 30,000 sets, amounting to 9 million taels of silver. After deducting costs, we stand to make a profit of 6 million taels. Casper was ecstatic. The Qingzhou Trading Company was now the sole official trading company in Qingzhou, responsible for distributing all goods produced in the industrial district to every corner of the empire. At the same time, the Qingzhou Trading Company also handled external communications, such as securing orders. This time, in addition to the orders from Nightblumen, there were also numerous orders from various feudal lords. However, fulfilling these orders would take time. The silver wouldn't flow into Aldous's hands immediately. Still, he was satisfied with the current situation. Perfume, soap, and drunken Qingzhou were highly popular across the Great Gabriel Empire, bringing in a steady stream of silver. Just from these 3 products alone, the prince's residence was now earning 3 million taels of silver each month. However, while this amount seemed substantial, when spread across the various construction projects in Qingzhou, Aldous was left with little surplus each month. The only consolation was that the silver spent was finally showing some results. Cade had successfully established limestone, coal, iron, and graphite mines. Each mine employed 1,000 slave laborers, essentially meeting the production needs of the industrial district. The transportation of these minerals had also forced Cade to form a transportation team. This team used horse-drawn flatbed carts with 300 carts in total, effectively solving the transportation issues within the territory. As for the Salt Transport Bureau that Aldous had initially proposed, it was officially established under Morley's urging. Taking advantage of Qingzhou's coastal location, the Bureau had set up numerous salt fields in the Dengzhou area. Now, the fiefdom no longer needed to purchase salt from outside to meet its needs. The most significant progress, of course, was in the machinery department. While Nightblumen was marveling at the ox-powered water wheel, the machinery department had birthed another groundbreaking invention, one that would revolutionize the long, stagnant forging industry. After a month of wet forgens, equal, exact, wasakt Proust by the lathes, the hydraulic forging press was finally completed. To this end, Aldous decisively reorganized the machinery department. establishing the first specialized steel workshop in the industrial district. The craftsmen in this workshop would focus solely on steel production and forging. Various water-powered lathes and manual lathes were grouped into the lathe workshop, while other workshops were established for cement, bricks, alcohol, and perfume. All workshops were placed under the unified management of the machinery department. After muttering to himself, Aldous felt a slight sense of satisfaction when he thought about his achievements over the past 4 or 5 months. Seeing Caspar grinning from ear to ear, he said, "Don't celebrate too soon. These orders are just trial purchases. Your tasks ahead are still heavy." Over the past month, while assisting Henry in producing the hydraulic forging press, Aldous had also been busy with Broad Learning Academy. He had called all his key personnel to the academy for training. For Caspar, he taught modern business knowledge. "Your Highness, don't worry. To take, one must first give. Tomorrow, I will visit the fiefdoms of the various feudal lords to persuade them to encourage their local wealthy families to purchase the ox-powered water wheel," Caspar said. Aldous nodded. This was a business tactic he had taught Caspar: public relations. "Remember, a truly excellent merchant can sell a comb to a monk," Aldous said. "Product sales depend on promotion," Caspar replied smoothly. Aldous nodded. Caspar had quickly grasped the basics of business knowledge, but there was still much Aldous hadn't taught him, things that weren't immediately necessary. When the time came, it would be Aldous' turn to shear the wool from everyone. For Aldous, human history was not only a history of war but also a history of economics. War was fought for economic gain, and economics was pursued to fund war. Understanding this is good. Spending silver doesn't matter. Your task now is promotion. Promote until noble ladies feel ashamed to go out without using soap or perfume. Promote until the elite feel embarrassed to serve any wine other than drunken Qingzhou. Aldous said emphatically. If the merchants of the Great Gabriel Empire thought he only had products to offer, they were sorely mistaken. His plans were just beginning, and his methods of amassing wealth were only starting to unfold. While sending Caspar to promote Qingzhou's goods across the empire, Aldous also allocated 1,000,000 taels of silver for public relations. These funds were, of course, meant to grease the palms of local officials. After all, the Great Gabriel Empire was still an official-centric society. By winning over the officials, his goods could flow unimpeded, and the officials would assist in promoting them. After discussing some details with Caspar, the latter left with great enthusiasm. Aldous sat at the desk in the main hall and began drafting a series of business strategies. According to his plan, once soap became ubiquitous among the elite and known throughout the empire, it would be time to categorize perfume, soap, and drunken Qingzhou into different grades. At that point, slightly lower quality soap would enter the lives of commoners. Since this was business, every consumer class had to be considered. Aldous' principle was always to take things to the extreme. After finalizing the sales strategy for Qingzhou's products, Aldous left the main hall and looked out at the bright sunlight. Bathed in the golden light, Aldous seemed to be enveloped in a faint, radiant glow. The planting season was approaching. Agriculture was the foundation of the fiefdom, as the amount of grain produced would determine how many people he could support and how large an army he could raise. As he pondered this, Morley approached with a young scholar. This was the candidate Morley had recommended for the position of Shangzhou's governor. Once this person was in place, Aldous could finally deal with the current governor, Hunter. "Your humble servant, Wallace Nightbloom, pays his respects to your highness." The young scholar bowed deeply. "At ease," Aldous said, gesturing for him to rise. Morley then said, "Your highness, regardless of who bribed Hunter, the evidence of his involvement in smuggling war horses is irrefutable. According to the law, he should be executed." Aldous' gaze grew distant. It was time to gradually take control of his fiefdom. The ravages of the barbarian invasion 3 years ago had left this city scarred and struggling to recover. The once thriving Changzhou now had a population of only 30,000. The city was a shadow of its former self, with a dwindling population and abandoned industries. However, since the government issued the farmland reclamation order during the winter, some residents had gradually returned to cultivate the land. Despite the sparse population, the city was bustling with merchants. Some carried official permits, but many more were smugglers without proper documentation. The Great Gabriel Empire had always strictly controlled trade with the barbarians. However, under pressure from the barbarians, the empire had no choice but to open its borders to trade. Yet certain types of trade were strictly prohibited. The first was coal and iron, and the second was horses. Generally, any trade involving war materials was banned unless accompanied by official documentation. When the Wright family had previously discussed trade with the barbarians with Aldous, they had been terrified because they were secretly involved in the coal and iron trade. The cavalry wore barbarian-style armor, and their horses were as robust as those of the barbarians. At first glance, it seemed as if barbarian cavalry had entered the city. It wasn't until they saw the Qingzhou military flag that the residents felt somewhat reassured. Acting on Aldous's orders, Orpheus had led the elite cavalry of Qingzhou, traveling day and night to reach Changzhou in just 2 days and 1 night. His mission was to arrest Changzhou's governor, Hunter, and Changzhou's military commander, Nathaniel Kimball, and bring them to Qingzhou. If they resisted, they were to be executed on the spot. Upon entering Changzhou, Orpheus and his 30 cavalrymen headed straight for the Changzhou government office. Hunter and Nathaniel, one was the son-in-law of the Huxley family, and the other was a member of the Hardy family. In Orpheus's eyes, neither of them was any good, and the 4 great families deserved to be torn to pieces. 3 years ago, when the barbarians invaded, their iron hooves trampled the lands of the 6 prefectures, and the people wailed in agony under their oppression. Meanwhile, the local powerful families hid in their fortified manors, gathering their private armies for self-defense, and refusing to come out. At that time, there were only about 2,000 barbarian cavalry in the 6 prefectures, while the private armies of the 4 families numbered nearly 10,000. Yet, these families were unwilling to risk their forces in battle. It wasn't until Orpheus led 3,000 soldiers in a bloody battle in Changzhou and defeated the barbarian vanguard that the private armies of the 4 families finally arrived. Hunter and Nathaniel, seeing the barbarians retreat, joined in the pursuit of the remaining barbarian cavalry. Afterward, they claimed credit for the victory, and the Huxley family sought rewards from the Aldous, who had just returned to Qingzhou from Nibelungen. Still shaken from his expulsion, seeing Changzhou recaptured, the Aldous, overjoyed and without investigating further, appointed Hunter as the governor of Changzhou and Nathaniel as the military commander. For 3 years, the two had controlled Changzhou, one in charge of administration and the other of military affairs. At the time, Orpheus could understand the Aldous' feelings. The limited forces of the fiefdom had suffered heavy losses in the battle against the barbarians, and they had no choice but to rely on the private armies of the local powerful families. This was why, apart from Qingzhou, the other 5 prefectures were controlled by the 4 families. Huh, I never thought you'd have a day like this, Orpheus thought with great satisfaction as he galloped through the city. For 3 years he had been seething with anger, but dared not speak out. How could the blood of thousands of soldiers be exchanged for Changzhou, only to hand it over to such cowards? Now, with Aldous' order, these 2 scoundrels were finally going to be executed. When they reached the Changzhou government office, Orpheus dismounted and entered, his voice booming like thunder. "Governor Fairbanks, where are you? The prince has issued an order. Come and receive it." The office was nearly empty, with only a few clerks present. One of them timidly replied, "Commander Banks, Governor Fairbanks is not here." "Not here? Then where is he?" Orpheus's eyes widened in anger. "Speak quickly. If you delay my mission, I'll skin you alive." The clerk was terrified. He had seen Orpheus during his previous visit to Tongzhou a few days ago, and Orpheus's fearsome reputation from 3 years ago was well known to him. Frightened, he stammered, "The governor and the commander have gone to the Emerald Spring Garden in the city." "Humph! Those 2 scoundrels!" Orpheus stormed out of the office, mounted his horse, and shouted, "Follow me! Surround the Emerald Spring Garden." "Yes, sir." The 30 cavalrymen roared in unison, their hooves thundering as they rode off. The clerk finally caught his breath. Seeing Orpheus's demeanor, he realized something serious was happening. He hurried out of the office and headed for the military headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Emerald Spring Garden, Hunter and Nathaniel were drinking and toasting, each with a beautiful woman in their arms. Across from them sat a richly dressed merchant. "Governor Fairbanks, Commander Hardy, thank you for your help in smoothly transporting 1,000 warhorses out of the city. This is a small gift from the Prince of Hardy. Please accept it." The merchant raised his cup in thanks. Hunter opened the wooden box the merchant had pushed toward him. Inside was a layer of gold ingots. Nathaniel glanced at it, exchanged a look with Hunter, and both nodded slightly. Since the two had taken control of Changzhou, every merchant involved in border trade or smuggling had to pay them tribute to pass through without trouble. In just 3 years, the two had amassed hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. As the three raised their cups, a commotion erupted outside. The sound of shouting and horses neighing filled the air, followed by the screams of women from the first floor of the Emerald Spring Garden. Before they could react, the door to their room was kicked open. Orpheus strode in, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Commander Banks. Hunter and Nathaniel were both startled. Regaining their composure, Nathaniel said, displeased, "Commander Banks, what are you doing here? What is the meaning of this?" Hunter also looked disdainful. The two, stationed far away in Changzhou, were unaware of the changes in Qingzhou. Relying on their status as members of powerful local families, they looked down on Orpheus, a mere brute. Orpheus took in the scene, a table laden with delicacies and beautiful women in their arms. He was already angry at Nathaniel for his half-hearted efforts in building the military farms and delaying the land reclamation. Thinking of his soldiers toiling in the fields, surviving on thin porridge, his anger flared. But then, he suddenly smiled and said, "My apologies, my apologies. A few days ago, I received an order from the Aldous to come to Changzhou. Learning that the two of you were here, I came to deliver the order." Nathaniel, seeing Orpheus's apologetic demeanor, felt smug. No matter how formidable Orpheus was in the military, his humble origins meant he still had to defer to them. He said indifferently, "What instructions does His Highness have?" "Instructions? Not at all. His Highness, recognizing your 3 years of service in guarding Changzhou, has sent me to reward you. Let me read it to you." Orpheus continued to smile. Hunter and Nathaniel exchanged glances and smiled. The merchant sitting across from them couldn't help but sneer. These two had been embezzling in Changzhou, colluding with the Prince of Hardy internally and the barbarians externally. Yet, the Aldous was now rewarding them. How absurd! Truly the most useless of the princes. Orpheus began reading. "Governor Hunter and Commander Nathaniel of Changzhou, hear the order." Hunter and Nathaniel stood up and bowed. "Your servants are here." Hunter and Nathaniel, as governor and commander of Changzhou, have neglected their duties to defend the border. Instead, they have secretly colluded with merchants to smuggle war horses, embezzling funds and undermining the prince's military farm decree. At this point, Hunter and Nathaniel turned pale with shock. Nathaniel immediately reached for the hilt of his sword, but the soldiers behind Orpheus quickly stepped forward and pinned the two to the ground. "From this day forward, you are relieved of your positions as governor and commander. You are to be taken to the Qingzhou prison. Any resistance will be met with immediate execution." "Orpheus, you're lying. I don't believe this is the prince's order. I demand to see the prince." Hunter roared. Nathaniel threatened. "Orpheus, half of Changzhou's garrison is made up of my Huxley family's private army. If you dare harm a single hair on my head, you'll never leave Changzhou alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of horses neighing and soldiers clamoring erupted from downstairs. "Ha ha ha! My men are here! Orpheus, let's see what you can do to me now, ha!" Orpheus remained silent, his right hand suddenly drawing a sword. A flash of silver light followed, and two heads rolled to the feet of the merchant. "Ah! Murder!" The two courtesans screamed in terror and fled the room. The merchant turned pale and began vomiting uncontrollably. Orpheus then shouted, "Hunter and Nathaniel led a mutiny and have been executed by me." Downstairs, the Qingzhou cavalry was surrounded by about 100 men. The two sides were pushing and shoving on the verge of a full-blown fight. Suddenly, two black objects rolled to their feet. When they looked closely, they realized they were the heads of Hunter and Nathaniel. They were horrified. Seeing their commanders dead and knowing Orpheus's formidable reputation in the military, the soldiers dropped their weapons one by one. With a cold snort, Orpheus ordered his men to wrap the heads and set off with his 30 cavalrymen, racing back to Qingzhou overnight. To ensure a swift capture of Hunter, each cavalryman had been provided with 4 horses. By noon the next day, he arrived at the Aldous' residence with the heads of Hunter and Nathaniel. "Killed?" Aldous asked, seeing the blood-soaked cloth. Orpheus nodded and recounted the events. At the same time, Morley arrived at the residence with Wallace. Wallace said, "Your Highness, those two deserve to die." Having only arrived 3 days ago, Aldous didn't know much about Wallace. He asked, Why did they deserve to die? Setting aside their involvement in smuggling war horses, the fact that they mixed the private armies of powerful families into the Changzhou garrison alone is enough to warrant their execution. If this continued, would Changzhou still be Your Highness's Changzhou? If the barbarians attacked again, wouldn't these two abandon the city and flee? Your Highness must not forget that the previous garrison commander also came from a local powerful family, Wallace explained. Aldous nodded, but killing them so abruptly will surely provoke discontent. The Huxley family is still influential. If they secretly oppose me, it's no laughing matter. Your Highness, since you dared to move against these two, you must have been fully prepared. The principle of watching tigers fight from a safe distance is something Your Highness surely understands better than I, Wallace said. Well said, Aldous replied. Wallace had already discerned that Aldous was exploiting the conflicts among the powerful families. He said, Changzhou is a crucial border town and must not be neglected. Once the cases against Hunter and Nathaniel are settled, you can take up your post in Changzhou. Thank you, Your Highness, Wallace said. He was a man of merit but had no connections. After waiting for 3 years without an official position, he had been inspired by Morley's integrity and, upon receiving his letter, decided to move his entire family to Changzhou. Morley then said, Your Highness, with Hunter and Nathaniel dead, the Wright family will surely recommend their own people. I hope Your Highness will not be swayed by their influence. Aldous' face darkened. Morley still didn't fully trust his judgment. He said, My decision is final. I will not appoint anyone else. Morley nodded and left with Wallace. In the main hall, Orpheus remained. Aldous looked at him, speechless. This fierce general was indeed too fierce, killing the two without hesitation. I wanted to interrogate them, but now they're dead and there's no evidence, Aldous said angrily. Orpheus chuckled. Your Highness, that's not necessarily true. I also captured a merchant who was colluding with them. He's in the Qingzhou prison. If Your Highness is concerned, I can help with the interrogation. At least you're not completely reckless. By the way, with Nathaniel dead, the position of Changzhou's military commander is vacant. Select capable individuals from the Qingzhou army to fill the post. We cannot afford to lose control again, Aldous said. Not only Changzhou, but Aldous was also deeply concerned about the other prefectures. Most of their officials were from the 4 great families. By exploiting the conflict between the Wright and Huxley families, he planned to thoroughly cleanse Changzhou. As for the other prefectures, he would use this conflict as a catalyst. As Wallace had pointed out, Aldous intended to watch the tigers fight and reap the benefits, ever instructing Orpheus to send capable individuals to Changzhou. Aldous also ordered him to organize the newly recruited soldiers into a new army, directly under his command, with no interference from the other prefectures' military headquarters. This way, he could use the new army to check the forces of the other prefectures. However, with Qingzhou and Changzhou under control, the other prefectures wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. His only concern was the Huxley family's backlash. Hunter and Nathaniel were core members of the Huxley family. After Orpheus left, as Morley had predicted, the Wright family sent someone to recommend their own candidates for the positions of Changzhou's governor and military commander. Changzhou was a lucrative prize, and everyone knew it. With the Huxley family suffering heavy losses, the Wright family naturally wanted to secure a more advantageous position. However, they no longer had anything to offer that could sway Aldous. He was no longer the prince who could be bribed with a mere 10,000 taels of silver. The Wright family's envoy left empty-handed. Shortly after, Elian entered. How is it? Any movement from the Huxley family? Aldous asked. Elian and Rafferty now served as his left and right secret guards. Aldous had tasked them with setting up a network in Qingzhou, starting with gathering information from the streets and alleys. Secondly, he had slaves assume various ordinary roles in the city to act as his eyes and ears. However, infiltrating the 4 great families directly was still difficult, and they likely couldn't achieve it yet. Your subordinate has been keeping a close watch on the Huxley family. Recently, many branches from various prefectures have been visiting, seemingly discussing something significant, Elian reported. Good, keep watching. If an opportunity arises, try to plant a spy within the Huxley family, Aldous said. Elian acknowledged the order and left. As he exited, Rafferty, who had been waiting outside, entered, his iron mask giving Elian a cold glance. Shivering slightly, Elian smirked. Rafferty was a man of few words, and Elian found it hard to get along with him. Your Highness, Kurt is currently pleased, though he is somewhat annoyed that you rejected his recommended candidates. He has been complaining in his residence, but there's no other movement for now, Rafferty said in his naturally hoarse voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. They're celebrating too early. You said that Right An, the governor of Dengzhou, murdered 72 members of the Olsen family and seized their land. Is this true? Aldous asked. As a former member of the Wright family, Rafferty was well aware of their underhanded dealings. With the Huxley family suffering a loss, they would be eager to retaliate against the Wright family. Having lost a governor and a military commander, the Huxley family would want the Wright family to suffer equivalent losses. Aldous was now gathering evidence for the Huxley family, secretly eroding the power of both families. By the time they realized what was happening, he would already have control over the armies and government offices of the 6 prefectures. Even if they tried to resist, they would be like the Monkey King in the Buddha's palm, unable to escape his grasp. Pass this information to the Huxley family secretly. Remember, make sure they don't suspect that someone deliberately leaked it, Aldous said. Rafferty remained calm as usual. Your Highness, when this incident happened, I was sent to Dengzhou to collect debts. I attended Right An's banquet, where he got drunk and revealed the matter, including where the 72 bodies were buried. This time, I need to dig up the remains and stir up public opinion in Dengzhou. The Huxley family will naturally send someone to investigate, and I will quietly leave evidence behind. Aldous nodded. Rafferty was indeed diligent. Those who had endured hardship had a different kind of spirit. Very good. You're most familiar with the Wright family. I hope you can quickly arrange for spies to infiltrate them, Aldous said, reminding Rafferty just as he had reminded Elian. Your Highness, I have already planted a spy in the Wright family, Rafferty replied, still calm. Aldous was surprised. Impressive. It's been less than a month, and you've already accomplished this. You're much faster than Elian, Rafferty explained. Your Highness, I merely took advantage of an opportunity. There's a servant in the Wright family named Wright Cheng. While I was in the Wright family, I caught him having an affair with one of Kurt's concubines. This time, I simply used that to my advantage. Oh. Aldous drew out the word. Kurt, that old man, had at least 20 or 30 concubines in his household. It was impossible for him to satisfy all of them, so it was normal for a few to seek pleasure elsewhere. Although he had given these families considerable benefits, these were only meant to temporarily deceive them. He had to have a backup plan. If they realized that this was merely a delaying tactic and that his true goal was to eliminate them, his fiefdom would likely face a baptism of fire and blood. However, Aldous did not want such an outcome, as it would severely hinder the development of his fiefdom. He only hoped to use a slow, gradual approach, allowing the local powerful families to quietly fade into history. At this moment, William was furious. Hunter was the son-in-law of his second daughter, and Nathaniel was the husband of his youngest daughter and the third son of Osric. Overnight, Hunter and Nathaniel had been killed, leaving his 2 daughters widowed. In a fit of rage, Osric had come to him, demanding that they gather their private armies to kill Orpheus and avenge his son. But after calming down, William realized that the real culprit behind this was not the Aldous. Brother Huxley, why are you still hesitating? Orpheus has gone too far. Although the Aldous wanted to punish my Nathaniel, he didn't order his immediate execution. I've long been dissatisfied with Orpheus. All we need to do is go see His Highness and demand that Orpheus pay with his life, Osric said, furious. William was equally, Wuji, Kri, Kralv, Drixech, A. But he said, Orpheus is certainly at fault. But the Wright family is the real instigator. They are the ones who caused the deaths of Nathaniel and Hunter. Orpheus has always been reckless, and with the Huxley family's private army arriving at the time, it's no surprise that he carried out His Highness's order to execute them on the spot. Even if we go to His Highness, he will protect Orpheus. Moreover, if His Highness investigates the Huxley family's placement of private soldiers in the Chengzhou garrison, both our families will suffer. Kurt, you're too ruthless. Osric slammed the table, spilling tea everywhere. Are we just going to swallow this injustice? Of course not. Orpheus may have done the killing, but the Wright family is the root cause. They've caused us heavy losses, and we must repay them in kind, William said. Osric, in his impulsive anger, had directed his resentment toward Aldous, but upon reflection, he began to understand. Ah, Brother Huxley, you're right. What I fear most now is that the Wright family will join forces with His Highness to attack us. If that happens, we'll be doomed. You finally understand. Right now, His Highness has both silver and a new army, and he has regained the Emperor's trust. The Prince of Hardy in the south will have to show some respect to the Emperor by looking after the Aldous. The Aldous is no longer the same as before. This matter is ultimately a capital offense, and in His Highness's eyes, it cannot be tolerated. If we go and make a scene now, how will His Highness view our families? As rebels? Hearing this, Osric broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. I was too rash. But Nathaniel was my son. I can't just let this go. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The Wright family is targeting us like this because they want to compete for profits in the Merchant Guild. Right now, the most important thing is silver. With silver, we can buy more land and strengthen our private armies. So, our target now is the Wright family, not the Aldous, William said. Not only should we not pressure His Highness to kill Orpheus over this, but we should also go and apologize. Osric nodded. Fine, I'll go with you to the Aldous' residence. With that, the two set off for the Aldous' residence. Meanwhile, Elian, who had been keeping an eye on the Huxley family, quickly relayed this news to Aldous. Upon hearing this, Aldous, who had been worried about a backlash from the Huxley family, felt a weight lift off his chest. He wasn't afraid of the scheming William, but he was wary of the impulsive Osric. Impulsive people only saw the surface and would inevitably cause a scene over this matter, while William, being more calculating, could see the deeper implications. This way, Aldous could redirect the conflict toward the Wright family, letting the two families tear each other apart instead of putting pressure on him. Although he had recruited new soldiers, these soldiers were busy with both farming and training. The most critical issue was that they lacked weapons and equipment. If it came to a fight, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. A direct confrontation would result in heavy losses on both sides. However, once the plate armor and other equipment were ready and the soldiers had a few more months of training, he would no longer fear the private armies of the local powerful families. William and Osric soon arrived at the Aldous' residence. William naturally expressed remorse, condemning Hunter and Nathaniel while distancing the Huxley and Hardy families from their actions, claiming it was their own doing. Please rise. Since this matter has nothing to do with the Huxley and Hardy families, let bygones be bygones. I will not pursue this further. I hope your families will remain law-abiding, Aldous said, his final words carrying a warning. William and Osric replied in unison, We will heed your Highness's teachings. You may leave, Aldous said, relieved. The first step had been successfully completed. Now, it was time for Rafferty to take action. The two acknowledged his words and left the Aldous' residence together. Watching their retreating figures, Aldous frowned. The Huxley family's placement of private soldiers in the Changzhou garrison made him uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far more complex than just the actions of Hunter and Nathaniel. Thinking this, he had Myrel prepare a horse. The hydraulic forging press had just been completed, and the craftsmen were still getting used to this new machinery. He needed to personally oversee the steel workshop to ensure that plate armor production could soon be streamlined. Both commerce and military affairs needed to be handled with equal importance and strength. North of Qingzhou City. Upon arriving at the steel workshop, Aldous gathered the craftsmen to teach them the effective use of the hydraulic forging press. The steel workshop was entirely constructed from blue bricks. On one hand, this structure effectively prevented fires, and on the other, it was sturdy enough. These blue bricks came from the brick kiln in the industrial district. Initially, Aldous had aimed for red bricks, but he gradually realized that using red bricks in this era was somewhat wasteful, as blue bricks were sufficient. This also helped reduce costs. The material used for constructing various workshops was, of course, cement. Since the limestone quarry provided an ample supply of limestone, Aldous began producing cement for the construction of the industrial district. Moreover, within the industrial district, several main roads were paved with cement, making the area clean and facilitating transportation. The emergence of these two building materials had long caught the attention of Qingzhou's merchants. However, Aldous had no intention of making these technologies publicly available. Cement, however, was different. First, there was the need for limestone, and second, the specific firing process. Without either of these, cement could not be produced. Although merchants discussed these materials, they showed little interest. In their eyes, these materials held little value compared to products like perfume and soap, which could bring them tangible profits. The concept of real estate development was non-existent here. The assembly line means that each person is responsible for producing only their assigned component. These components are then assembled at the end. Therefore, each production team will have access to the hydraulic forging press. All this explained to the craftsmen in the steel workshop. Traditionally, craftsmen were responsible for crafting an entire set of armor themselves. However, this method would be phased out in favor of industrialized production. Henry and Halvar nodded in understanding. They had never considered such a production method before, but as soon as Aldous proposed it, they immediately recognized its advantages. By having each group of craftsmen focus on their specific component, they could quickly become proficient in their tasks. Through repetition, their speed and efficiency would greatly improve. After explaining the concept of the assembly line in the workshop, Aldous called Henry Potter over and said, "You're familiar with the craftsmen. Now that the forging press is ready, organize the craftsmen into groups today." Henry didn't understand what had spurred Aldous's sudden enthusiasm. After neglecting the workshop for some time, Aldous now seemed reinvigorated, personally overseeing every detail. However, upon reflection, Henry realized that he himself knew very little. He often admired Aldous, as it seemed like Aldous had an endless stream of ideas. With Aldous supervising on site, Henry didn't dare to be careless. He divided the craftsmen in the steel workshop into 10 groups based on their expertise, with each group responsible for a specific part of the production process. Most of the craftsmen in the steel workshop were slaves, and each group was led by a skilled craftsman. Skilled workers were now a problem for Aldous, as this wasn't something that could be solved simply by imparting knowledge. Although the machinery department had been training these craftsmen, most were still at the apprentice level. "Ah, troublesome. Where can we find more skilled craftsmen?" Aldous muttered to himself. "Ah, troublesome. Where can we find more skilled craftsmen?" Aldous muttered to himself. Halvar then said, "Your Highness, the fastest way to acquire craftsmen is through war. In the past, the barbarians plundered countless skilled craftsmen from our great Gabriel. Now, not only do their armor and weapons rival ours, but they've even started using fire tubes in sieges. The barbarians learn quickly. Fire tubes have only been around in the great Gabriel for a few decades, yet the barbarians have already adopted them," Aldous said with concern. In this era, which corresponded to the 17th century, the great Gabriel's firearms were still in their infancy. The fire tubes were the most primitive, firing stone projectiles with a range of only about 100 meters. Even so, these fire tubes had a significant psychological impact during sieges. Halvar also frowned. The northern barbarians are growing stronger by the day, and their national power is gradually matching that of the Great Gabriel. Even Goryeo, which once submitted to the Great Gabriel, now pays tribute to the barbarians. Goryeo, Aldous sneered. This stick country had always been opportunistic. Even in modern times, they couldn't change their nature. Aldous recalled that according to the Great Gabriel's historical records, when the empire was first established, Goryeo had sent envoys to offer congratulations. Now they had switched allegiances. Leaving Goryeo aside, let's talk about Japan. When the Great Gabriel was strong, Japan paid tribute to us every year, exchanging trivial gifts for vast amounts of gold and silver. But now, seeing the Great Gabriel repeatedly humiliated by the barbarians, Japan not only disregards our past relations, but also shows disrespect, frequently raiding our coastal areas. Sigh. In every era, there are patriots who lament the fate of their nation. Although Halvar was a man of few words, he was deeply concerned about his country. Having witnessed the suffering of the Great Gabriel's people at the hands of foreign invaders, he felt indignant. Yet, the Great Gabriel remained intoxicated in the dream of being the celestial empire, while the prosperity of the South lured officials into a life of luxury, making them oblivious to the looming crises. Memories flooded Aldous's mind. In his recollection, his knowledge of Goryeo and Japan was limited, but he was certain that these two nations had also undergone changes due to the butterfly effect of history. Historically, Goryeo should have already been called Joseon by this time, as the name was bestowed by Finchi Wanjong upon the Joseon dynasty, which overthrew the Goryeo dynasty with Aldous' support. However, in this world, without the Thompson dynasty or Finchi Wanzong, the Goryeo dynasty, supported by the barbarians, had persisted to this day, retaining its original name. As for Japan's invasion of Goryeo, that had indeed occurred. The Great Gabriel's history seemed to have had little impact on Japan, an isolated island nation. The era of Toyotomi Hideyoshi still saw expansionist policies. However, this time, Japan was defeated by the barbarians, which only deepened their disdain for the Great Gabriel. Now, Japan was in the Tokugawa shogunate era. Historically, barbarians feared strength rather than respected virtue. This was why Japanese pirates and ronin, seeing the Great Gabriel's wealth and military weakness, frequently raided its coasts. Minister Potter, there's no need to sigh. Empty talk is no substitute for action. Self-pity won't change the current situation. When my army is strong and well-equipped, why should I fear the barbarians and savages? Aldous said. Your Highness is right. If I were like that, I'd be no different from those scholars who only talk about saving the nation. Halvar replied. Aldous nodded. This was precisely his point. Truth lies within the range of cannons. That was his philosophy. The assembly line production in the steel workshop was officially implemented, and naturally, the production models of other workshops also needed to change. To this end, Aldous specifically wrote a production organization plan. The knowledge in his mind could not only be transmitted but also presented on paper. This way, others could learn through written materials rather than relying solely on his personal instruction. During this period, Aldous had written several technical books using the vast knowledge from the technology library, combined with his own understanding. These books were strictly safeguarded for reference and study. In addition to the steel workshop, Aldous also visited other workshops to correct mistakes in the production process. This industrial district was Aldous's pilot project. If the industrial district model proved successful, it would be expanded further. After all, despite all his efforts, he only had a handful of workshops, which were far from sufficient to fully tap into the consumption potential of the Great Gabriel Empire. Therefore, Aldous's next plan was to expand and replicate more steel workshops, more wineries, and so on, until the market was saturated. However, expansion required silver and an adequate labor force, which was why Aldous and Halvar lamented the shortage of skilled craftsmen. Nevertheless, this reminded Aldous that he might not need to personally engage in war but could instead buy what he needed. At present, the barbarians were the ones reaping the most benefits from war. Whether through plundering the Great Gabriel, oppressing Goryeo, or fighting the Ottoman Empire in Central Asia, the barbarians captured a large number of slaves every year. In Aldous's view, the barbarians' war tactics were highly sophisticated. After analyzing several of their war campaigns, he noticed that the barbarians often resorted to massacres during sieges, a form of war intimidation similar to the tactics used by the Mongols in contemporary history. After conquering a tribe or nation, the barbarians would organize slave armies, modern-day puppet forces, using them to wear down the enemy's strength before striking the final blow themselves. So far, the barbarians had destroyed 15 tribes and nations across the grasslands in the western regions, until they encountered their formidable foe, the Ottoman Empire. Because the historical divergence in this timeline occurred after the Greenwood dynasty, Europe was not spared from the devastation caused by the westward migration of the Xiongnu. During the Doran dynasty, which preceded the Garfield dynasty, a rising nomadic tribe from the grasslands migrated westward after their wars with the Doran dynasty. Persian merchants from the west described the terrifying second invasion of Central Asia and Europe by nomadic tribes. From Aldous's perspective, this invasion occurred 50 years earlier than the Mongol invasion of Europe in contemporary history. It was precisely because of the butterfly effect caused by the Doran dynasty's nomadic tribe replacing the Mongols that Aldous worried Europe's historical trajectory might not change significantly. However, this was merely his speculation. The emergence of the Ottoman Empire was already enough to indicate certain trends. As for the current barbarians, Aldous believed they were essentially the Dorshan tribe. The wars between the Doran dynasty and the nomadic tribes of the grasslands had caused the original rulers of the grasslands to migrate westward, allowing this tribe to seize control of the northern grasslands. Now, with their semi-agricultural, semi-nomadic lifestyle, this tribe had truly grown powerful. Troubled times indeed, Aldous murmured. Although the barbarians' development trajectory had changed, their inherent nature as invaders remained the same. Perhaps he was facing an enemy even more ruthless and powerful than the Aldous dynasty of contemporary history. This was why he had no interest in playing the game of imperial power struggles with his brothers. Instead, he focused on building up his strength to prepare for the coming storm. After leaving the industrial district, Aldous did not return to the prince's residence, but went to the Shaoqing River, where his farmland was located. At this moment, Orpheus was rolling up his sleeves and working alongside the soldiers to reclaim wasteland, showing no signs of tension after killing 2 scions of powerful families. "Ah, this single-minded fool," Aldous sighed. If Orpheus had acted like this under another prince, his head would have been chopped off countless times by now. "Let's go take a look," Aldous said to Jack and Cody. Spring was approaching, and the land would soon be ready for planting. Aldous was considering what crops to grow. Grain was, of course, the priority, but crops like cotton could also be planted. In early spring, people, like snakes, seemed to awaken from hibernation. Throughout the winter, Aldous had no desire to go anywhere. The roads were blocked by snow, and the cold was bone-chilling. Now he could finally gallop on horseback, letting the cold wind whip against his face. By the Shaoqing River, remnants of snow could still be seen along the banks, but the ice on the river had melted. Occasionally, a few wild ducks could be seen swimming in the water. Before him were 3,000 new soldiers and hundreds of oxen working in the fields. The smell of freshly turned soil carried the scent of nature. The vast expanse of reclaimed farmland was a testament to the efforts of the construction corps. "Your Highness?" Orpheus called out as he saw Aldous approaching. Barefoot, he ran from the muddy field to the ridge. "What do you think, Your Highness?" "Not bad, right? Quite impressive. Has all of my farmland been reclaimed?" "Not yet, but we're close. We'll finish before the spring planting," Orpheus assured. Aldous patted Orpheus on the shoulder. Seeing a soldier nearby driving an ox to plow the field, he suddenly felt inspired and said, "Let me give it a try." The soldier was startled and stood frozen, unsure of what to do, looking to Orpheus for guidance. Orpheus was equally stunned. "Your Highness wants to drive an ox? This is the work of country folk. Your Highness is the Aldous. This is beneath your status." Aldous didn't care about status. Besides, what leader in modern times didn't engage in a bit of showmanship? Although he wasn't putting on a show, he was genuinely curious. This was also an opportunity to bond with the soldiers. Perhaps future history books would even record this as a tale of him sharing hardships with his soldiers. Therefore, in Aldous's view, such activities should be participated in more often. There were also opportunities to build his image within the army. "It's fine," Aldous said as he took the rope from the soldier and skillfully began driving the ox. In his previous life, Aldous had been a child from the southern mountains, where he had often worked with water buffalo. Handling the rope felt familiar, and he quickly got the hang of driving the ox. Orpheus and the soldiers were even more astonished, their jaws dropping as the Aldous once again reshaped their perception of him. Orpheus then shouted to the soldiers working in the fields, "Everyone, put in more effort. His Highness the Aldous has personally come to the fields to work with us. We must finish reclaiming this land before the spring planting." The soldiers farther away didn't know what was happening, but the news quickly spread. They began whispering among themselves, but soon they seemed to find renewed energy, working with even greater vigor. Aldous's once distant and unapproachable image became much more relatable in their eye. Outside the bamboo, a few peach blossoms bloom. The river warms, and ducks are the first to know. Reeds sprout short amidst the lush grass, just as the pufferfish begin to rise. This poem, written by Fallowfield She of the Song Dynasty, perfectly captured the scene before Aldous, evoking a deep sense of resonance. After leading the ox for about an acre's distance, Aldous returned the ox to the soldier. By then, he was drenched in sweat. Primitive agriculture without modern machinery made both spring plowing and autumn harvesting exhausting tasks. Orpheus walked over, laughing heartily. "Your Highness, I thought you were only skilled in archery and horsemanship. I didn't expect you to be so adept at farm work too." Recalling his childhood and his previous life, Aldous felt a pang of sadness. He had never known who his parents were and had grown up with the elderly woman who raised him. Sadly, she passed away a year after he started working. It was perhaps because of this that he had little attachment to his past life and quickly adapted to this new world. Even so, Your Highness is probably the first prince in the great Gabriel Empire to know how to plow a field. Orpheus chuckled, then changed the subject. "Your Highness, the construction corps is doing well with farming during the agricultural season, But we also need to train during the off-season. What about the armor for the Qingzhou army? Orpheus had been hesitant to bring this up earlier, but now he finally did. Aldous replied, I'll keep my promise. By the end of next month, the first batch of plate armor, crossbows, and demon-slaying saber will arrive at the Qingzhou camp. Modal? Crossbows? Why not bows? Orpheus was puzzled. Aldous had promised to equip the Qingzhou army, but the specifics were still unclear to him. It's getting late today. Tomorrow I'll take you to see what a demon-slaying saber is, Aldous said. Orpheus's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Your Highness. The Qingzhou army had been impoverished for so long that the mere mention of weapons and equipment made them as excited as wolves spotting prey. After washing the mud off his legs in the Shaoqing River, Aldous prepared to leave. As he stood up, he caught sight of a large shadow darting through the water. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive carp. Following the carp was a large school of fish. The unpolluted natural environment allowed the fish population to thrive, evoking in Aldous a sense of idyllic tranquility, like the old man in a straw hat fishing alone on a boat. Though he had been busy lately, Aldous realized that some leisure was necessary. He wondered if he should ask Henry to make him a fishing hook. As he walked back to the prince's residence, Aldous pondered the importance of agriculture and animal husbandry. While farming was crucial, animal husbandry was an equally vital part of agriculture that had long been neglected. Some argued that the Song dynasty's lack of war horses was due to the loss of horses' breeding lands, but the chaotic horse administration of the Song dynasty was also to blame. From the recent incident of purchasing oxen, Aldous also recognized the importance of animal husbandry. Therefore, after farming, his next task for the production teams in each prefecture would be animal husbandry: cattle, sheep, mules, horses, chickens, fish, and pigs. None could be neglected. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Aldous had a simple meal and was about to draft a policy on animal husbandry when Myril approached him. Your Highness, while you were away this afternoon, someone from the Prince of Hardy arrived at the residence. They asked me to inform you that the Prince of Hardy will arrive in Qingzhou in 5 days to pay you a visit. The Prince of Hardy is coming to visit me. Aldous felt as if he had just heard the biggest joke of his life. This Uncle Hardy had never provided him with any substantial help since his arrival. Even 3 years ago, he had acted just like the local powerful families, gathering troops to defend his own borders without sending a single soldier to Aldous's fiefdom. Moreover, during the oxen purchase incident, he had played Aldous for a fool, driving up the price and causing him to lose over 100,000 taels of silver. Now, he was actually coming to visit? After some thought, Aldous realized that the Prince of Hardy's visit was likely not as simple as it seemed. The merchant Orpheus had captured in Changzhou was still in the Qingzhou prison. The fact that the Prince of Hardy was arriving so quickly suggested that the merchant had a lot of valuable information. It was necessary to interrogate him. Putting down his brush, Aldous immediately sent someone to fetch Orpheus. They would interrogate the merchant, Ashton Brightwater, that very night. Located on a street adjacent to the Qingzhou Army Barracks, the Qingzhou prison was under the jurisdiction of the Qingzhou Government Office. Usually, criminals caught by the city's constables were held here. Because it was next to the Qingzhou Army's garrison, few ever dared to plot jailbreaks. That was why Orpheus had dared to imprison the merchant here. Your Highness, this is the merchant. The dim lantern light flickered in the damp corridor, filling the air with the stench of rot, spoiled food, and human waste. Ashton was locked in the innermost cell. Unlike the other prisoners' despondent looks, he appeared quite at ease, almost as if he could leave whenever he pleased. Ashton, you're certainly enjoying yourself. Hearing Orpheus's shout, Ashton slowly rose from his reclining position, walked to the cell door, and glanced at both Orpheus and Aldous. He cupped his hands in mock deference. You must be Prince Henry. This humble merchant, Ashton, pays respects to your highness. Aldous studied him with interest. How did you know I was Prince Henry? In Qingzhou City, there's only one person that Captain Banks would follow so obediently. None other than Prince Henry. Aldous's lips curled. You have sharp eyes. Since you're such a clever man, I'll get straight to the point. Are you smuggling war horses under Prince Hardy's orders? What exactly is Prince Hardy's intention behind this operation? Ashton burst into laughter. Your Highness, do you really think I'd risk offending Prince Hardy to tell you anything? And you're not afraid of offending me? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, Your Highness. But do you truly believe in His Majesty's heart? You're more important than Prince Hardy? If the Emperor had to choose between you and Prince Hardy, who do you think he'd let live? The prince with wealth and soldiers, or the prince with a worthless fiefdom? The hidden scorn in Ashton's eyes was unmistakable. His arrogance enraged Orpheus, who lashed out with his whip, striking Ashton across the face. Blood trickled down his cheek. "You dog! How dare you speak to His Highness like that? Even if your Prince Hardy had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'd still cut him down." Orpheus raised his whip for another strike, but Aldous stopped him. Ashton's words were harsh, but not without truth. Here, the Emperor always prioritized profit. If Aldous ever became a liability, his father wouldn't hesitate to abandon him. By mentioning the Emperor, Ashton had already exposed the deeper scheme behind this smuggling ring. "So, this horse smuggling operation is secretly authorized by my father, isn't it? Your Highness is a wise man." Ashton glared at Orpheus with resentment. Aldous nodded and said to Orpheus, "Let's go. There's no need to continue this trial." Ashton sneered at Aldous. "Farewell, Your Highness." Then he turned to Orpheus and said, "Captain Banks, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged. We will meet again someday. Perhaps you won't have that chance." Aldous suddenly turned to Orpheus and declared, "The criminal Ashton is guilty of smuggling war horses and colluding with barbarians. His crimes are heinous and unforgivable. He is sentenced to immediate execution. Prince Henry, how dare you?" Ashton panicked. Aldous slowly turned around. "Do you think I am more important to Prince Hardy? Or are you? You." The cell door was opened by Orpheus, and Ashton's eyes filled with terror. After all, Prince Hardy's fief was only 300 miles away from Qingzhou. If Prince Hardy were to become enraged and send troops, Prince Henry would surely suffer. Skirmishes between the borders of feudal lords' territories were not uncommon, but he never expected that Aldous would act so unpredictably. No matter what he thought now, it was too late. A flash of the blade, and the last thing he saw was the ground rolling away. Orpheus sheathed his sword and clasped his hands. "Thank you, Your Highness." "No need. You are my subordinate. If I allow others to humiliate you in front of me, where would my dignity be? However, my father is becoming more and more confused. Everyone knows that Prince Hardy is the wealthiest in the land. Now, with the Emperor allowing him to recruit soldiers and buy horses, if he remains loyal, all is well. But if he becomes a wolf, I will be the one to suffer. Your Highness speaks wisely, but perhaps the Emperor is using Prince Hardy to keep the other feudal lords in check," Orpheus said. Mentioning this made Aldous even more furious. In Kyr's eyes, it seemed that as long as someone from the Stafford family was on the throne, it didn't matter who it was, as long as it wasn't a king of a different surname. "Forget it. I don't expect much support from my father. In his eyes, it would take me over 20 years to surpass Prince Hardy," Aldous said as he walked out of the prison. Orpheus followed and asked, "But now that Ashton has been killed, how will Your Highness explain this to Prince Hardy?" The disdain in Ashton's eyes had touched a nerve in Aldous. Since arriving here, he, the Aldous, had never been respected by the nobles of the Great Gabriel Empire. He couldn't control how others viewed him, but he refused to bow to Prince Hardy as Ashton had expected. That's why he had killed Ashton. He wanted Prince Hardy to understand that he was not a lump of clay to be molded as he pleased. "Explain? I have nothing to explain. I merely executed a smuggler who was trafficking war horses in Changzhou," Aldous said. Orpheus understood that Aldous was planning to play dumb. Before they could walk far, the prison warden ran up to Aldous and said, "Your Highness, we found this in Ashton's undergarments." "Undergarments?" Aldous frowned. "This in Ashton's undergarments." "Undergarments," Aldous frowned. Undergarments were equivalent to modern-day underwear. It was disgusting that Ashton had hidden a letter there. Disgusted, he tore open the envelope and read it. After a quick glance, his expression changed. "What is it, Your Highness?" Orpheus asked. Aldous handed him the letter. After reading it, Orpheus's face also turned pale. 5 days later, a massive fleet docked at the Tuo River port. The warships were connected by chains, their banners fluttering endlessly. The word Hardy was prominently displayed on the flags. As the fleet stopped, 5,000 soldiers in shining scale armor disembarked, escorting a luxurious purple and gold-edged sedan chair toward Qingzhou City. Inside the sedan chair lay the obese and bulky Prince Hardy, dressed in a green brocade robe. As the third brother of Emperor Kyr of the Great Gabriel Empire, he had sided with Kyr during the struggle for the throne. As a reward, after ascending the throne, Keir had generously compensated him. In just 20 years, Prince Hardy's fief had become one of the wealthiest in the great Gabriel Empire. Lying in the sedan chair, Prince Hardy gazed at Qingzhou City through the curtain's gap. The purpose of his visit was naturally to address the matter of his merchant, Ashton. Since Emperor Keir had tacitly approved his smuggling of warhorses, Ashton had been in charge of the operation. In his secret discussions with Keir, this matter had been strictly confidential to avoid alerting the other feudal lords. But he never expected that Ashton would be captured by his nephew, Aldous, at this time. Originally, he didn't need to come to Qingzhou in person. A letter would have sufficed. However, Ashton had been carrying an important letter. If Aldous had seen it, there would be real trouble. Thinking of this, he lost all interest in the scenery and became deeply worried. By order of Prince Henry, only Prince Hardy and his personal guards are allowed to enter the city. All others are forbidden. At the city gate, the Qingzhou guards were on high alert. Facing Prince Hardy and his 5,000 soldiers, they remained stern. On the city wall, Orpheus's sharp eyes were fixed on the fierce generals beside the sedan chair. "How dare you? This is Prince Hardy's carriage. Who dares to stop us?" From Prince Hardy's entourage, a burly general with a red cape and dual hammers rode forward. Orpheus shouted, "By Prince Henry's military order, who dares to disobey?" The general was furious and was about to charge toward the gate when Prince Hardy's voice came from the sedan chair. "Gabriel Carey, do not be rude. When visiting another feudal lord's territory, it is customary not to bring troops into the city. Bring 4 personal guards and follow me into the city." "Yes!" Gabriel glared at Orpheus on the city wall, selected 4 guards, and followed the sedan chair into Qingzhou City. Once inside the city, Gabriel said to Prince Hardy, "Your Highness, Prince Henry is truly disrespectful. Not only are you his elder, but even as a guest, he should have come out to greet you." Prince Hardy smiled bitterly. It seemed that Aldous had seen the secret letter, which was why he was giving him this cold reception. Aldous now held leverage over him. Arriving at the Prince Henry's residence, Prince Hardy, assisted by maids, stepped out of the sedan chair and walked heavily toward the mansion. There, he saw Aldous and the old steward of the Prince Henry's residence, Cade, standing at the entrance. "Uncle, you've come a long way. My apologies for not greeting you sooner," Aldous said with a smile as he stepped forward. Prince Hardy had brought 5,000 soldiers with him, clearly intending to show off his strength. If Aldous had rushed to the city gate to welcome him, it would have been too humiliating. How would the people of his fief view him? He didn't want to tarnish the glorious image he had built. Moreover, now that he had leverage over Prince Hardy, he was confident that Prince Hardy would not make a fuss over such trivial matters. "Haha, my dear nephew, it's been 5 years. You've grown even more handsome and impressive." Prince Hardy stepped out of the sedan chair and gave Aldous a hug, vigorously patting his back with his right hand. Cough, cough. Aldous nearly coughed up blood from the force of Prince Hardy's pats. The sheer weight and momentum of this 300-pound man were no joke. He quickly escaped Prince Hardy's embrace and smiled. "Uncle, you've certainly grown even more robust over the past 5 years. The capital of Jinling is filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. I don't have many hobbies, but eating is one of them. If you ever visit Jinling, nephew, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to resist either," Prince Hardy said, patting Aldous' shoulder. The two appeared cordial as they walked toward the main hall. Outside, Prince Hardy ordered his personal guards to stay behind, entering the hall alone with Aldous. Once inside, Prince Hardy's expression immediately darkened. As they sat down, the atmosphere grew tense, filled with an unspoken tension. "Nephew, Ashton was my man. The smuggling of warhorses was done under the Emperor's tacit approval. You should release him now." The pleasantries outside were merely for show. When it came to matters of interest, exchanges were often direct. Prince Hardy had no emotional attachment to all this and got straight to the point. "Executed?" Prince Hardy's bulky body nearly leapt from his chair. But then he paused, his eyes narrowing as he slowly sat back down. "Well, what's done is done. After all, ignorance is no crime. But tell me, nephew, did you find a letter on Ashton's person?" Aldous knew the real issue had finally come to light. He replied casually, "Ah, yes, there was a secret letter." Prince Hardy hesitated for a moment before continuing. "So, nephew, you've read the contents of the letter?" "Indeed." Aldous suddenly stood up and began pacing the room, a sly smile on his face. "Uncle, What are you prepared to offer in exchange for this letter? The contents of the letter were extremely sensitive for Prince Hardy, involving matters that could not see the light of day. This was precisely why he had come in person, accompanied by 5,000 soldiers, a clear attempt to intimidate Aldous. Although Aldous was displeased, he understood that if he were to expose this matter, Prince Hardy would be furious, potentially leading to a border conflict that would benefit no one. Moreover, the contents of the letter did not concern the safety of the Great Gabriel Empire, but rather involved Prince Hardy and Prince Madoc. In exchange? Prince Hardy's expression relaxed slightly. Nipyu, you are indeed clever. This matter is merely a private dispute between me and Prince Madoc. Besides, as members of the royal family, we should be working together. While that may be true, Uncle, it's not right for you to bribe the Huyan Tuo tribe to ambush Prince Madoc's merchant caravans in the grasslands. Those caravans carried documents bearing the Emperor's seal. And when did you become so friendly with the Huyan Tuo tribe? 3 years ago, barbarian cavalry ravaged my fief but didn't venture south at all. If this were thoroughly investigated, it would surely give the court officials plenty to write about. Prince Hardy's expression changed dramatically. Aldous's smug grin made him seethe with anger. He hadn't expected Aldous' smug grin made him seethe with anger. He hadn't expected Aldous to be so astute, immediately identifying the true crux of the matter, the relationship with the Huyan Tuo tribe. To purchase horses from the grasslands, Prince Hardy had naturally established connections with the Huyan Tuo tribe, which involved significant bribes. Over time, due to the vast amounts of gold and silver he had provided, the Huyan Tuo tribe had grown close to him. In the letter, he even referred to the tribe's chieftain as a brother, a level of familiarity that far exceeded the boundaries set by Emperor Kier. If this were brought to the attention of the court, officials aligned with Prince Madoc would undoubtedly launch fierce attacks against him, and Emperor Kier would be furious, likely punishing him severely. Although Prince Hardy was confident in the wealth and military strength of his fief, and even unafraid of the Emperor's 500,000 imperial guards, the Great Gabriel Empire was in decline, and Emperor Kier still held significant authority. If the entire empire turned against him, he wouldn't be so confident. Nipyu, let's discuss what you want in exchange. How much silver do you need? How many beauties? Prince Hardy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Aldous knew he had struck a nerve. He had indeed grasped Prince Hardy's weakness. I'm not interested in silver or beauties. I want 100,000 slaves and 2 million bushels of grain. 100,000 slaves. Prince Hardy was taken aback. In his memory, Aldous had only ever been interested in silver and beautiful women. This request surprised him, but after a moment's thought, he understood Aldous's reasoning. With Aldous's trade in soap, perfume, and other novelties, what he needed most was labor. With slaves, Aldous could build more workshops, earn more silver, and with silver, beautiful women would naturally follow. So, Uncle, what do you say? I have no interest in the conflict between you and Prince Madoc. Your close ties with the Huyan Tuo tribe are merely a matter of familiarity, but these are enough for someone to accuse you of colluding with the enemy in court, and the events of 3 years ago are more than enough to fuel speculation. 100,000 slaves might seem like a lot, but Aldous believed it was a manageable demand for Prince Hardy. Given the wealth of Prince Hardy's fief, wealthy households often kept private slaves. Moreover, Prince Hardy's relationship with the Huyan Tuo tribe meant he could easily purchase large numbers of slaves from them. 100,000 was not an unreasonable number. Is that all? Prince Hardy asked hesitantly. That's all, Aldous replied with a smile. He had kept the demand at a level that was both achievable and unlikely to provoke Prince Hardy into a rage. Ha! Well, this trip wasn't in vain. In the future, nephew, if you have any requests, feel free to ask me. After all, we are neighbors. Prince Hardy laughed heartily and extended his hand to Aldous. Aldous then produced the secret letter, but suddenly tore it in half. Uncle, it's not that I don't trust you, but the current situation leaves me no choice. The first half of the letter concerns Prince Madoc, while the second half involves the barbarians. We'll each keep half. Once the 100,000 slaves arrive, I'll return the second half to you. Prince Hardy's expression darkened. Nephew, don't push me too far. This shows you don't trust me. 3 years ago, I trusted you, Uncle. Prince Hardy's face flushed with embarrassment. 3 years ago, he had promised Aldous military support but had delayed sending troops, merely observing from the border. Aldous, What do you mean by this? What if I refuse? Prince Hardy, ever the shrewd man, suddenly threatened, attempting to intimidate Aldous. My Qingzhou army may be weak, but we are ready to fight. How things will end, however, will depend on your capabilities, uncle. After all, my fief is poor. It's already a mess, so what's a little more chaos? Aldous's tone was firm. Prince Hardy's bulging stomach heaved rapidly for a moment before he finally slumped back into his seat. You're ruthless. Your Highness, by offending Prince Hardy this time, aren't you afraid that he will raise an army and attack you if chaos breaks out in the future? At the southern gate of Qingzhou, a group of officials watched as Prince Hardy's sedan chair disappeared into the distance. It was then that Cade posed the question. Good question. If I don't offend Prince Hardy now, does that mean he won't attack me in the future? The world says Prince Hardy is as timid as a mouse. But from this incident, it's clear that my uncle is not only bold, but also extremely shrewd. I'm afraid many have been deceived by him, including my father, Aldous replied. Your Highness, are you suggesting that Prince Hardy has been secretly amassing power, waiting for the right moment? Cade asked. I'm afraid that's exactly the case. Over the years, Prince Hardy has purchased far more war horses than my father allowed him. He has also secretly ambushed merchant caravans from other feudal lords buying horses in the grasslands. His ambitions are not small. Moreover, his close ties with the Huyan Tuo tribe are not just about buying horses. I fear. Aldous frowned. This is just speculation, but never mind. We'll take things one step at a time. The most important thing now is to focus on our own fief. The 4 great families must be neutered, Aldous said resolutely. These slaves were meant to provide manual labor. While 100,000 might not seem like a lot, their combined labor could rival thousands of hydraulic hammers. In an era where machinery was far from widespread, these slaves were crucial for his industrial development. As for why he didn't demand 300,000, 500,000, or even 1,000,000 slaves, the answer was simple. He could demand them, but he couldn't afford to feed them. Even so, he had also demanded 2 million bushels of grain, enough to feed the 100,000 slaves for half a year. As for why he didn't impeach Prince Hardy, the reason was simple. A cornered Prince Hardy would vent his anger on Aldous first. Moreover, even if Prince Hardy were punished and imprisoned, Aldous wouldn't gain any advantage from Hardy's territory. Instead, it would only benefit his brothers. Rather than that, it was better to secure some pure profit. At the Tuo River dock, Prince Hardy boarded his ship surrounded by his personal guards. He glanced back at Qingzhou City and sneered. Aldous, what I can give you, I can also take back. Just wait, I'll make you repay me tenfold. At that moment, a young Atlas robes approached Prince Hardy and respectfully greeted him. Uncle. Seeing the young man, the ferocity on Prince Hardy's face dissipated, replaced by a look of doting affection. Gabrieler, your health is weak. Why have you come out? You should be resting. The young man smiled casually and said, Uncle, if I don't come out for a walk, I'll grow moldy. Since we're in Qingzhou, I thought I'd take a look around the city. You went into Qingzhou City? Prince Hardy asked in surprise. The young man nodded. I also went to the industrial district outside the city, but the security there was tight, and outsiders couldn't enter easily. Gabriel, who was standing nearby, said, Your Highness, that's no problem. With 5,000 armored soldiers, we can easily sweep through Qingzhou City. I'll lead the men and clear the way for you. General Carey, don't be reckless, the young man said sternly. Prince Henry may be weak, but he is still a prince. Even when beating a dog, one must consider its master, let alone a prince. Hearing this, Prince Hardy looked at the young man with sorrow. Gabrieler, in my eyes, Kier has never been the true emperor of the great Gabriel Empire. And those princes are not the true princes. The throne rightfully belonged to your father, and you are the true prince of the great Gabriel Empire. Uncle, the victors write history. This is the nature of the struggle for power. The true enemy of the great Gabriel Empire is the barbarians. They are the most formidable enemy the Greenwood people have faced in thousands of years. If my father were still alive, he wouldn't want to see brothers killing each other, the young Atlas advised. Gabrieler, your thinking is still too naive. From my interactions with the Huyan Tuo tribe, it's clear that the barbarians have become a dynasty no weaker than the great Gabriel Empire. But look at our empire now. Feudal lords fighting among themselves, a scattered mess, with powerful families controlling the court, and local clans dominating the countryside. If the great Gabriel Empire cannot unite, how can we resist the barbarian cavalry? Prince Hardy declared. After a pause, he continued, I've thought it over, and the only way to destroy these powerful families is not through politics, but through war. A complete purge. The young Atlas remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. Uncle, your words are exactly the same as my father's. But let's keep this between us. If others hear it, they will turn against us. My father's fate is a cautionary tale. Prince Hardy gazed at the flowing river, his eyes distant, lost in thought. As if to lighten the mood, the young Atlas suddenly smiled and said, Uncle, this Prince Henry is quite interesting. I saw many intriguing things in Qingzhou City, merchant guilds, a patent office, and armies working the fields. This Prince Henry is truly unusual. Unusual indeed. He just extorted 100,000 slaves and 2 million bushels of grain for me. Although my fief is wealthy, these are not insignificant amounts, Prince Hardy said. The young man's interest grew. I didn't expect Uncle to suffer a loss at his hands. But with this exchange, we don't have to worry about the secret letter being exposed. After all, once the transaction is complete, he becomes an accomplice. Exactly. That's why I agreed. I even tried to intimidate him, but the boy has changed. He actually said that even though the Qingzhou army is weak, they are ready to fight. He's got spirit. I'm starting to like this kid. Prince Hardy laughed heartily. The young Atlas smiled. This Prince Henry seems different from the other princes. Perhaps he can bring us something unexpected. Prince Hardy's laughter gradually faded and his expression turned cold. But no matter what, he is still an obstacle in our path. For now, he is useful to us. But if the day comes when we must face him on the battlefield, we cannot show mercy. The young Atlas nodded. He looked toward Qingzhou City as the massive fleet began to move. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this Prince Henry would become a formidable adversary in the future. On the shore, a cavalryman galloped south, carrying Prince Hardy's order to gather slaves. 100,000 slaves from various cities in Hardy's fief began to converge on Jinling, boarding ships in batches and heading toward Qingzhou. 10 days after Prince Hardy's departure, the first batch of slaves and grain arrived in Qingzhou. 10,000 people and 500,000 bushels of grain. As he watched the massive warships from Prince Hardy's fief, Aldous couldn't help but marvel. Prince Hardy's naval forces were truly impressive. It has long been said that Hardy's territory is prosperous, but now it seems we have severely underestimated Prince Hardy. Morley stood beside Aldous, his eyes reflecting the shadows of the sailing warships, a faint trace of worry in his expression. Not just Prince Hardy. None of the other feudal lords are as destitute as I am. But we shouldn't belittle ourselves. As long as we stay grounded, surpassing them is only a matter of time, Aldous said confidently. 100,000 slaves and 3 million bushels of grain. This was another catalyst for him. Enough to rapidly advance his plans. Morley opened his mouth, wanting to say that what they lacked most was time, but he held back. The future was unpredictable, and who could say what would happen? If heaven favored Prince Henry, the road ahead would be smooth. This time, both Henry and Halvar had come, along with Doran. Doran said, "These warships were all built by the Reeves family shipyard in Jinling City. When my father was still alive, we visited there. It's indeed larger than our shipyard, and they have many skilled craftsmen specializing in warship construction." "Your Highness is right about that," Doran said, still in awe of the warship blueprints Aldous had provided. "With the 10,000 slaves Your Highness has allocated to the shipyard, we'll have enough manpower. I guarantee we can launch 5 galleons this year." Aldous nodded. "That's good." When the shipyard was being restored, Aldous hadn't allocated too many slaves to it. Instead, he had sent most of the slaves to the industrial district. In his view, only by increasing the production capacity of the industrial district could they provide sufficient parts for the shipyard later on. Now that 100,000 slaves had arrived in Qingzhou, Aldous had ample labor. He immediately allocated a portion to the shipyard. During this time, Doran had nearly completed the research and development of the galleon. With the technical backbone in place, the next step was construction. 10,000 people building 5 galleons in a year, with the support of the industrial district, was entirely feasible. After receiving the first batch of supplies and slaves, Aldous went with Doran to the shipyard. Over the past months, Doran and his team had been restoring the shipyard's facilities, and now it was almost fully operational. At the shipyard downstream of the Tuo River, Aldous saw craftsmen working on the keel of a galleon. The keel was the main supporting structure of the ship, similar to the beams of a house. Watching the busy craftsmen on the riverbank, Aldous suddenly remembered something. He said, "There's one thing I forgot. Our shipyard is still missing something." "Please enlighten me, Your Highness," Doran said, puzzled. Aldous explained, "A dry dock." "A dry dock?" Doran was stunned. Aldous didn't expect Doran to understand immediately, so he elaborated. A dry dock was essentially a production facility, similar to a workshop, but designed for building sailing warships. It was enclosed on 3 sides and open to the water on one side. Ships could be built and repaired in the dry dock, with various construction tools set up on both sides for convenient work. Even in modern times, dry docks were essential for shipbuilding. Aldous didn't expect to build a dry dock to modern standards, but a rudimentary one was feasible. This would help standardize shipbuilding in the Great Gabriel Empire and significantly speed up the production of galleons. Coming from a family of shipbuilders, Doran quickly grasped the concept. Excited, he said, "Your Highness, if we can build this dry dock, we can standardize en masse, produce galleons." Exactly. Each tonnage of sailing warship requires a different dry dock. When you have free time, come to me, and I'll teach you more about shipbuilding, Aldous said. Doran nodded, his face filled with excitement. Aldous had shown him unprecedented shipbuilding techniques, opening a new chapter in the history of shipbuilding. The shipyards in the Great Gabriel Empire were essentially crude sheds with some woodworking equipment. Aldous had little interest in such primitive facilities. After a brief inspection, Aldous left, instructing Doran to attend the Broad Learning Academy for further studies. With ample manpower now available, Aldous could finally implement his various plans. Otherwise, projects like the galleons would continue to be delayed. Back at the palace, Aldous didn't rest. Instead, he began writing down the knowledge in his mind, turning it into textbooks. These textbooks covered mathematics, chemistry, physics, and various technical materials. He planned to use these materials to transform the Broad Learning Academy into the first modern comprehensive institution in the Great Gabriel Empire, providing Qingzhou with a steady stream of talent. Aldous wrote all these materials in vernacular Chinese. Students at the Broad Learning Academy would need to understand both classical Chinese and vernacular Chinese. In fact, once they mastered vernacular Chinese, classical Chinese would naturally follow. Therefore, Aldous focused primarily on teaching vernacular Chinese. Over the next few days, the slaves promised by Prince Hardy arrived in batches. Aldous allocated 70,000 to the industrial district and the remaining 20,000 to the mines. With the arrival of 100,000 slaves, plus the slaves continuously sold by Augustus, the industrial district, now flush with labor, began to expand under Aldous' direction. First, the steel workshop increased its production scale. Aldous raised the number of workers in the steel workshop to 30,000, equivalent to the workforce of a large modern steel plant. However, in this era, the output of 30,000 workers was only comparable to that of a small steel plant. But for Aldous, this was sufficient for now. The remaining 40,000 slaves were mostly assigned to the lathe workshop, with the rest going to the distillery, perfume workshop, cement workshop, and others. With the allocation of 100,000 slaves complete, the industrial district, led by Halvar, began its expansion. A large industrial zone would gradually rise in the north of Qingzhou. "Your Highness, these slaves are a mixed bunch, and they were sent by Prince Hardy. It's inevitable that some troublemakers might be among them," Morley said, watching the bustling construction in the industrial district. This was a rare sight, and even Morley, who usually had little interest in the industrial district, had come to see it. "I'm well aware of that," Aldous said, watching the slaves pushing sand and cement to build the workshops. "The left and right secret guards have already been tasked with monitoring these slaves. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with immediately. They won't make it out of the industrial district." Morley nodded. Aldous' methods were becoming increasingly ruthless, but this was the quality a true leader needed: kindness to his own people and ruthlessness to his enemies. "By the way, Your Highness, I found a location for the Broad Learning Academy. The only suitable place in Qingzhou City is the Luyun district in the west. There are only a few households there. We can relocate them with some silver, Morley said. Yes, while the industrial district is under construction, now is the time to build the Broad Learning Academy as well. This way, the common people in the fief will have a place to study, Aldous said. As more and more people joined the Broad Learning Academy for classes, the current space was becoming increasingly inadequate. Thus, Aldous decided to build a proper academy, the first comprehensive school close to a modern educational institution. The academy would cover a large area and integrate various specialized disciplines. The textbooks he had been writing day and night were prepared for the Broad Learning Academy. Given that education in Qingzhou was essentially starting from scratch, and he couldn't create countless clones like a ninja, Aldous had to adopt a method where senior students taught junior students. He only needed to teach the highest level students, and the knowledge would be passed down layer by layer. In isolated civilizations, people often grow complacent with their current lives and show little interest in change, which is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Aldous wanted to spread different ideas throughout his fief to break the long-standing cultural constraints and awaken the people of the Great Gabriel Empire, prompting them to make the necessary changes. He wanted to usher in an era of 100 schools of thought, contending once again, ending the age where a single ideology dominated the land. Of course, he wouldn't openly oppose Confucian culture, as that would inevitably provoke attacks from scholars across the empire, which would be detrimental to his efforts to recruit talent. He only needed to abolish the policy of sole reverence for Confucianism and encourage other academic disciplines. He believed the people could distinguish right from wrong, what to preserve and what to discard. At this moment, only a portion of the 100,000 slaves had been put to work. Until new workshops were established, they could only serve as construction workers. That's why Aldous had Morley seize this opportunity to build the Broad Learning Academy. Morley nodded and then brought up another matter. Your Highness, the massacre of the 72 households in Dongzhou has been solved. Congratulations, Your Highness, on gaining another prefecture. The Wright family has also suffered heavy losses. A faint smile appeared on Aldous's lips. Qingzhou, Changzhou, and Dongzhou. We've already taken control of half of the military and administrative power. Let them continue to fight among themselves. We just need to steadily consolidate our power from top to bottom. Chief Secretary Paxton, your task is not light. Morley smiled. This official is not afraid of hard work, only that Your Highness might not support me. Now that Your Highness is backing me, I will naturally devote myself fully, even to the point of death. Aldous was grateful that, although his predecessor had been a scoundrel, there were still some talented people around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much alone. Also, I see that Your Highness looks tired. You must take care of your health. I heard from Myrel that Your Highness has been writing a lot and needs to make many copies. These tasks can be delegated to a few scholars, Morley advised, his habit of offering counsel as a former censor still intact. Aldous laughed. His fatigue was due to staying up late writing textbooks, but he had no intention of copying them himself. He said, Chief Secretary Paxton, I'm not foolish. I have a clever plan. Hearing this, Morley became interested. For scholars, books were of utmost importance. In the Great Gabriel Empire, books were mostly copied by hand, which made them expensive. Many students from poor families couldn't afford them. He said, It seems Your Highness is about to surprise me again. Aldous waved to Morley and said, Come, I'll show you. With that, Aldous twagged to Morley to the machinery department. In Aldous's vision, the machinery department was no longer just a production unit, but a research and development center. Aldous's new technologies would be born here, as it housed Qingzhou's most skilled technical talents. Inside the machinery department, Henry was leading craftsmen in producing small metal blocks. These blocks were engraved with standard Chinese characters. These were the type molds for movable type printing. Aldous was currently preparing to establish a new workshop, the printing workshop, which would use lead type printing. This was a printing technique similar to movable type printing, but more advanced. Instead of using clay, the type molds were made of metal, which extended their lifespan and eliminated the need to discard them after a single use. This method was inspired by the lead type printing technique from the 15th century in the modern era, which Aldous deemed the most feasible to implement. If all went well, this printing technique could allow a printing press to produce 300 sheets of paper per day, which was more than enough for Aldous's needs. After all, With enough workers and type molds, mass production was possible. When Morley saw the movable type, his jaw dropped in astonishment. The Great Gabriel Empire currently used block printing, a slow and inflexible method. What he saw now was a completely different scene. The type molds beside Henry varied in size and could be arranged flexibly according to requirements. This is a monumental achievement that will benefit generations to come. If Morley had previously looked down on Aldous' money-making products, he now admired him from the perspective of a scholar. Aldous wasn't surprised by Morley's reaction. This lead-type printing technique utilized lead for casting the molds, and Aldous had standardized the font sizes based on modern measurements, such as small 4 and small 5. This was why the type molds Henry produced varied in size. Chief Secretary Paxton, Qingzhou will no longer lack books. Of course, there's one more thing, paper, Aldous said. Printing also required suitable paper. While establishing the printing industry, Aldous hadn't neglected the construction of a paper-making workshop. The art of paper making had remained largely unchanged throughout history, with the main differences lying in the machinery and labor. For power, Aldous could only rely on water and oxen, so the machinery department was also producing ox-powered pulp beaters to improve the efficiency of pulp production. The paper-making process essentially involved degumming, pulping, sheet formation, and drying. Shortening any of these steps could increase productivity. Degumming involved steaming and soaking the raw materials in an alkaline solution to fiberize them. Pulping turned these fibers into a paste, and sheet formation used a sieve to lift the pulp, creating wet paper, which was then dried. For now, Aldous didn't need much paper, so a purely manual and ox-powered paper-making workshop could produce enough paper for Qingzhou. After all, this was still an era where illiteracy was rampant. Compulsory education was something he couldn't even dream of at the moment. There was no money and no teachers. For now, he could only focus on cultivating a group of talented individuals and take things step by step. Overall, the most important thing he had achieved was introducing lead-type printing technology. This technology had been used in the modern era until laser printing replaced it. For the Great Gabriel Empire, this was nothing short of a revolution in printing. Paper? That's right. With this printing technology, we'll also need paper. I believe Your Highness already has a plan in mind. Compared to lathes and hydraulic hammers, printing and paper making were relatively simpler. Aldous said, "What you see here is prepared for the paper making and printing workshops." As he spoke, Aldous led Morley to see the pulp beaters and pressure screens used for paper making. With these tools, the efficiency of the paper making workshop would be greatly improved. Next, Aldous took Morley to a pre-arranged printing plate. Morley stood in front of the plate and examined it, exclaiming in surprise, "Your Highness, this contains the Land Reclamation Decree and the Conscription Order, as well as recent events in Qingzhou. Are you planning to print this into a booklet?" "No, this is a newspaper," Aldous said with a smile. What followed was an important task: propaganda. The purpose of propaganda was to spread his own glorious and righteous image while conveying various policies to the people. At the same time, it would allow the people to stay informed about current events, making them aware of the efforts their feudal lord was making on their behalf. This would strengthen their support for him. Once newspapers were widely distributed in his fief, he could promptly debunk rumors and guide public opinion. "Please enlighten me, Your Highness," Morley said humbly, as did everyone else in Qingzhou when speaking to Aldous. He had come to realize that this Prince Henry seemed to know everything. Aldous then explained the purpose of the newspaper to Morley. Morley was even more astonished than when he had seen the printing technology. He said, "With such a national treasure, there's no need to worry about the people not recognizing Your Highness's achievements." Aldous smiled. "This newspaper isn't meant to boast about my accomplishments. Look at the bottom of this page. It covers the smuggling case in Changzhou and the massacre of the 72 households in Dengzhou. If these stories spread among the people, they will surely despise the local powerful families and praise Your Highness's achievements. This is truly brilliant. Over time, as long as Your Highness's achievements. This is truly brilliant. Over time, as long as Your Highness governs diligently, the people will naturally support you," Morley said, growing more excited. While he hadn't understood the machinery Aldous had introduced earlier, when it came to governance, Morley immediately grasped the significance. Aldous nodded. This was indeed his goal. However, he added, "It's a pity that so few people in the fief are literate. The newspaper can only be circulated among government officials for now. That's not a problem, Your Highness. Among the 6 prefectures, there are many impoverished scholars who make a living by selling calligraphy and paintings or copying books for others. Why not give the newspapers to them and have them read them aloud to the people in various towns and counties? We can pay them a small fee. That's an excellent idea, Aldous said with delight. Morley, being more familiar with the local conditions, had pointed out something he had overlooked. There were indeed many scholars in his fief. Both of them grew excited about the newspaper project. Taking advantage of the moment, Aldous said, "By the way, Chief Secretary Paxton, there's something I've been meaning to discuss with you. It's about the military." At the mention of the military, Morley's expression turned serious, as the military was always a sensitive topic. "Your Highness, the military is under Captain Banks's command. Is there something you're concerned about?" Morley asked cautiously. Aldous replied, "Now that the steel workshop has 30,000 workers, it's time to equip the army. Once the army is fully equipped, the Qingzhou army will become a tiger with sharp teeth. This tiger must be firmly under my control. Therefore, I want to strengthen the authority of the Chief Secretary within the military." The Chief Secretary was originally a civilian position within the military command structure, but only the command headquarters had one Chief Secretary. For Aldous, this was far from sufficient. Due to the lack of information flow in this era, the risk of military mutiny was very high. Thus, entrusting an army entirely to simple-minded, easily provoked military officers was dangerous. He intended to replicate the modern military's political commissar system, with the Chief Secretary serving as the commissar system, with the Chief Secretary serving as the commissar. He wanted to embed Chief Secretaries at every level of the military, responsible for ideological education and discipline. This way, the army would function as a single body with one mind. The commanding officers would lead military operations, while the chief secretaries would ensure ideological discipline and absolute loyalty to Aldous. In critical moments, if a commanding officer showed signs of rebellion, the chief secretary could remove them from their position. In the machinery department, Aldous explained this to Morley, who nodded frequently. Whether it was the newspaper or the chief secretary's system, both demonstrated Aldous's intention to maintain absolute control over his fief. In Morley's view, this was a case of preparing for the worst and preventing problems before they arose. "Your Highness, but this would require a large number of scholars," Morley said. "Isn't the purpose of education to serve the nation? Now I'm giving them an opportunity. They don't need to pass the imperial exams. They just need to undergo training and compete for positions. Isn't that a good thing?" Although Morley didn't fully understand the concepts of training and competing for positions, he understood that Aldous was recruiting talent. He said, "In that case, the command headquarters will issue a notice summoning scholars from across the fief, regardless of whether they hold any official titles." "How does that sound?" "Good. Let's do that," Aldous said. With their discussion concluded, Morley hurried off. Embedding chief secretaries in the military would elevate their status, which was why Morley didn't object. After all, this was beneficial to him as well, and he fully agreed with the approach. The military was a double-edged sword. It could harm others as well as oneself, so it had to be strictly controlled. Morley would handle the recruitment of chief secretaries and newspaper distributors, while Aldous focused on the production of the printing and paper-making workshops. He was eager to see what impact the first newspaper in the Great Gabriel Empire would have on his fief. The next day, a notice was posted in the eastern and western markets of Qingzhou City, causing an uproar among the local scholars. "We know what a chief secretary is, but what's a newspaper distributor? Does anyone here understand?" A group of scholars gathered around the notice. A scholar at the front read the notice aloud, shaking his head as he did so. The surrounding commoners shook their heads and left. This matter didn't concern them. A newspaper distributor. Could it be a scout reporting military intelligence? One scholar said, puffing out his chest with pride. Scholars with official titles were respected, while those without were often mocked as useless scholars by the common people. Among the scholars gathered, many wore patched clothing. They were from poor families and had repeatedly failed the imperial exams. These scholars lived in hardship and were often ridiculed. Now, with this notice posted, they felt a renewed sense of pride as scholars. How could a newspaper delivery boy be someone reporting military intelligence? With your frail arms, could you even endure the hardships of travel? From the crowd, a man suddenly burst into laughter. The scholars turned to look and saw an elderly farmer with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was carrying a medicine basket on his back and laughing heartily, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The scholar who had spoken earlier was immediately angered. "You old man, how dare you mock us?" The old man waved his hand. My apologies, I just have a different perspective. The notice says they're recruiting people who can read and write. It doesn't require any official titles, which means the job only requires basic literacy. From this, it seems the role is similar to the clerks who read notices aloud at the city gates. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The scholar who had spoken earlier also said, "That makes sense. In the Great Gabriel Empire, when notices were posted, there were clerks specifically tasked with reading them aloud to the common people. But if that's the case, isn't it a bit beneath us? We've all studied the classics for over a decade," another scholar said. "Forget about the newspaper delivery boy, but the chief secretary position might be worth considering." As the scholars debated, the old man shook his head and sighed. These scholars were all ambitious but lacked the ability to achieve their goals. It was precisely because they were too proud to take on humble tasks that many of them ended up accomplishing nothing and living in poverty. He himself was like that. It wasn't until he was 55 that he finally understood this truth, but by then it was too late. "If you won't go, I will," the old man said, stepping forward to the notice. In front of the clerk responsible for the notice, he wrote down his name. He knew he was too old to be considered for the chief secretary position, but the newspaper delivery boy role was just a job to earn some silver. It was better than gathering herbs in the mountains. "Hey, old man, can you even read?" someone called out. Someone in the crowd took a closer look at the old man and suddenly laughed. "I know who this is. It's Herbert Lynch, the old scholar. They say he's been taking the imperial exams every year, but still hasn't earned a title. At his age, he must be at least 60. What a waste, pa. And he had the nerve to mock us earlier." The scholar who had spoken earlier seized the opportunity to retaliate. Herbert's face, already flushed, turned even redder with anger. But in the end, he just sighed and silently picked up his medicine basket, heading home. When he returned to his home in Oncong Lane, Herbert threw the medicine basket to the ground in frustration. Just you wait. Even if I have to take the exams until I'm 80, I'll earn a title." At that moment, an old woman came out. Seeing the scattered herbs on the ground, she scolded. "What nonsense is this? Why are you throwing the herbs on the ground? We were counting on selling them to buy rice, you old fool." This old woman was Herbert's wife. Hearing her words, he angrily retorted, "I'm not going to gather herbs tomorrow. I'm going to be a newspaper delivery boy." The old woman grew even more furious and cursed a few more times. "If you don't gather herbs, how are we going to eat? What even is a newspaper delivery boy? You're old and toothless. No one would even want you to collect manure. You... Such narrow-mindedness. I may not know what a newspaper delivery boy is, but the notice says all you need is to be literate. It pays 1 tael of silver a month," Herbert said. 1 tael of silver. The old woman's eyes lit up. Herbert had been poor and without a title in his youth, so he had married a notoriously sharp-tongued woman from a nearby village. He was naturally meek and often bore the brunt of her scolding at home. "Yes, 1 tael," Herbert said. 1 tael of silver a month would be enough to keep their family fed and clothed. The old woman's eyes darted around. "Then go. At least it's not a waste of all those years you spent studying. But if you don't get the job, you better go back to gathering herbs." Herbert still felt a bit unsure, but he was increasingly aware that his physical strength was no longer sufficient for gathering herbs in the mountains. Moreover, his family was struggling financially, and his son was also studying for this year's imperial exams. The cost of traveling to Nightblumen was a problem. Thinking of this, he decided that even if it meant losing face, he would go and see. With this in mind, he ate a quick dinner and set off for the command headquarters before dawn the next day. He was the first to arrive. Although many scholars had scoffed at the idea of being a newspaper delivery boy the day before, Herbert wasn't surprised to see quite a few of them show up today. Having been through it himself, he knew that young scholars were very concerned about their reputation. Even if they secretly thought differently, they would go along with the crowd in public. But upon reflection, they would come around. After waiting for an hour, the sound of hoofbeats roused Herbert from his drowsiness. He looked up and saw a handsome young man in a dark brocade robe and a jade belt riding toward them on horseback. Behind the young man were two burly, fierce-looking guards who appeared to be seasoned veterans. Yes, it's Prince Henry. Some of the scholars recognized Aldous and began whispering among themselves. Herbert was stunned and extremely nervous. If Prince Henry himself had come for the newspaper delivery boy position, it must be an important role. He suddenly felt that he had no chance. As Prince Henry approached, the scholars waiting in front of the command headquarters bowed excitedly and chorused, "Greetings, Prince Henry." Aldous dismounted and said to the crowd, "No need for formalities. Your presence here today shows your trust in me. Please follow me." Aldous was pleased to see so many people coming to apply. It meant that Qingzhou still had some talent reserves, at least enough to meet urgent needs. The group followed Aldous into the command headquarters, where Morley also arrived. The two of them took their seats, with Aldous in the main seat and Morley beside him. Aldous began. "First, let me explain what a newspaper delivery boy is." Once seated, Aldous got straight to the point. He disliked wasting time with unnecessary words. To understand the role of a newspaper delivery boy, we must first talk about newspapers. Facing the over 200 applicants, Aldous explained. In modern times, newspaper delivery boys were children who delivered newspapers. Here, Aldous extended the role to include both delivering and reading newspapers. As he spoke, Aldous took out a newspaper. It was the first issue printed overnight by the machinery department. "This is a newspaper. Feel free to pass it around and take a look," Aldous said, handing the newspaper to the person closest to him. He was momentarily surprised to see that it was an elderly man with graying hair. The old man also noticed Aldous's surprised expression and immediately lowered his head, focusing on the newspaper and reading it aloud with a rhythmic cadence. Morley also noticed the old man. When Herbert began reading, he nodded appreciatively and said to Aldous, "His pronunciation is quite clear, but his age." Herbert, hearing the discussion about him, pricked up his ears. Aldous smiled and said, "Zhang Zia met King Wen of Brightwater at the age of 80. Is Lian Po still strong enough to eat? I don't see a problem with his age." Hearing this, Herbert's spirits lifted, and he read even more loudly. The newspaper was passed around among the crowd. Aldous explained, "What you hold in your hands is a newspaper. The role of a newspaper delivery boy is to deliver these newspapers to various towns and counties and read them aloud to the people. This task is simple but also very important. After reading the newspaper, you will also be responsible for gathering the grievances of the people and reporting them back to Qingzhou." The scholars nodded in agreement. At this moment, Herbert spoke up. "Your Highness, isn't the role of a newspaper delivery boy somewhat similar to that of a censor?" "Indeed, it is somewhat similar to a censor. However, the grievances you report will be published in the newspaper, and the officials will then respond with solutions, which will also be published. This way, the voices of the people can be heard by everyone from top to bottom," Aldous said, giving Herbert an appreciative look. The scholars were astonished. Prince Henry's deep concern for the hardships of the common people left them deeply moved. Some of the scholars said, "Your Highness is diligent in governance and cares for the people. We should do our part to assist you." "Yes, I am willing to take on this role as a newspaper delivery boy." "Exactly, there's no shame in this. Studying the classics is ultimately for the sake of the people." The scholars in the command headquarters were filled with enthusiasm. Morley and Aldous exchanged satisfied glances. In truth, both the common people and these scholars had a sense of fairness in their hearts. In the past, they might have been more cautious, but now, with Prince Henry's various reforms, they had seen the results firsthand. However, not all the scholars were enthusiastic. Some remained silent, seemingly uninterested in the role of a newspaper delivery boy. A few even showed signs of impatience, as if they were waiting for something else. Aldous noticed their expressions and sneered inwardly. He knew these people were aiming for the chief secretary position in the military. But the more they desired it, the less likely he was to give it to them. These individuals were indifferent to the plight of the common people and would not sympathize with soldiers who came from humble backgrounds. Even if they joined the military, they would act like arrogant officials. Aldous had no use for such people. Throughout history, those who won the hearts of the people ruled the world. Every one of Aldous's reforms was aimed at winning over the people. Bringing these individuals into his ranks would only undermine his efforts. Moreover, these impatient scholars were all well-fed and well-dressed, clearly coming from wealthy families, whether large or small. After a moment of contemplation, Aldous said. "Those who wish to apply for the role of newspaper delivery boy, please stay. The rest may leave." "Your Highness, the notice clearly stated that there are also positions for chief secretaries," one scholar protested. Morley snorted coldly. "What His Highness says goes. When did it become your place to make a scene here? Out." The scholar's face turned pale. He flicked his sleeve in anger and stormed out, followed by several others. After a while, looking at the 100 or so people remaining in the hall, Aldous finally said, "Congratulations, all of you. You may now choose between the roles of chief secretary or newspaper delivery boy. However, for the chief secretary position, you must pass Chief Secretary Paxton's examination. As for the newspaper delivery boys, you can register now and start reporting daily. The pay is 1 tael of silver per month." The scholars were stunned, then overjoyed. Many secretly congratulated themselves for not leaving. "Next, I will examine each of you. Those who pass will be assigned to Broad Learning Academy as students for a period of time. After passing the exams, you may enter the military," Morley said. The scholars immediately lined up, waiting to be tested. At this moment, Herbert quietly stepped forward and said to Aldous, "Your Highness, this commoner is too old and will not apply for the chief secretary position. However, Your Highness's words just now have deeply moved me. An old steed in the stable still yearns to gallop 1,000 miles. There's no need for you to belittle yourself," Aldous said. Herbert replied, "Your Highness, this commoner has been taking the imperial exams since the age of 15 and has achieved nothing to this day. Comparing me to Zhang Zia is too generous. I know my limitations and will be content as a newspaper delivery boy. In that case, I won't force you. As the saying goes, a melon won't be sweet if it's twisted off the vine," Aldous said. Herbert was indeed too old, and without genuine interest, he wouldn't be able to fulfill the role of chief secretary. However, in Aldous's view, Herbert's age and experience as a scholar made him well suited for the newspaper office he was about to establish. After a pause, Aldous said, "If you're willing, could you write about what you observe among the people? If it's good, it could be published in the newspaper." "Of course," Herbert said. Aldous nodded. He wasn't entirely sure of Herbert's abilities, so he wanted to test him. In truth, Aldous didn't place much stock in those selected through the imperial exams. In any era, there were always those with unconventional talents. With the positions of chief secretary and newspaper delivery boy settled, Aldous accelerated the establishment of the newspaper office, paper off, making workshop, and printing workshop. As soon as the buildings in the industrial district were completed, he assigned craftsmen to begin production. He also selected a location for the newspaper office, temporarily placing it within Broad Learning Academy. Just as Aldous was settling into his seat in the command headquarters, a commotion erupted outside. Orpheus walked in, laughing heartily. As he entered, he said, "Your Highness, I heard the steel workshop has produced a lot of armor. Could I take a look?" Halvar told you, didn't he?" "That man can't keep his mouth shut," Aldous said. Orpheus chuckled. "Your Highness, you can't blame Halvar. I cornered him and scared him a bit, and that's when he spilled the beans." "I figured as much." "Fine, since you're here, let's go take a look," Aldous said, also feeling a sense of anticipation. Since the steel workshop had expanded and had sufficient manpower, the production of plate armor had begun. Moreover, it was being produced on a large scale using assembly line methods. A daily output of 100 sets of plate armor was guaranteed. Of course, given the backward production conditions, there were still limitations. When they arrived at the steel workshop, they saw rows of assembled plate armor gleaming with a silvery white sheen. From the helmets to the breastplates, arm guards, and leg guards, each set formed a complete human figure. This was the advantage of plate armor. It was not only flexible but also provided comprehensive protection, leaving almost no weak points. Combined with the high-quality steel produced by the steel workshop and the repeated hammering of the forging process, the quality of the plate armor was excellent. "Your Highness, this one must be mine, right?" Orpheus pointed to a particularly large set of plate armor. The successfully forged plate armor stood like rows of terracotta warriors. Aldous followed Orpheus's finger and saw a set of plate armor that was both larger in size and thicker than the others. "That's right, this one is for Commander Banks," Halvar said with a smile. The cold metallic sheen of the plate armor caught Orpheus's eye. He gazed at it as if it were a lover and strode over. "Your Highness, may I try it on?" Aldous nodded and instructed the craftsman to help Orpheus put on the plate armor. After all, this was Orpheus's first time encountering plate armor. A set of plate armor consisted of many components. With the help of the craftsman, Orpheus successfully put on the armor. Once the helmet was in place, Orpheus looked like a steel monster. He excitedly walked around in the armor. "Not bad, very flexible," Orpheus said with excitement. "But I wonder if this plate armor can withstand swords and blades." "That's easy to test. Cody, go ahead and give him a slash," Aldous said. Cody immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, this. What are you afraid of? Just do it. Are you a soldier I trained or not?" Orpheus scolded. Hearing this, Cody's face darkened. He drew the steel sword from his waist and slashed at Orpheus's abdomen. With a metallic clang, the blade left only a shallow scratch on the armor. Orpheus took a few steps back, but was unharmed and didn't even cry out in pain. "Your Highness, I'm completely fine. Give me a few more slashes," Orpheus said excitedly. Orpheus kept retreating, but just like the first slash, after several strikes, he only felt a slight discomfort. Cody, however, was getting into it. He swung his sword again and again without stopping, until Orpheus finally kicked him to the ground. "You brat, look what you've done to my precious armor. It's covered in scratches," Orpheus said, heartbroken. Then, with a pleading look, he turned to Aldous. "Your Highness, can I get another set? Look at what this kid did to this one." Aldous smirked. "It takes at least 30 taels of silver to produce one set of plate armor. You really have the nerve to ask." 30 taels, Orpheus exclaimed. "That's a year's worth of my salary." Aldous was, of course, exaggerating to make Orpheus value the armor more. However, if the armor were produced using traditional forging methods, it would indeed cost around 30 taels. But with the hydraulic hammer and free labor from slaves, the cost of this set of armor was actually comparable to the price of a plow ox. And that's the low estimate. Your armor is a general set. Thicker and with more intricate engravings, Aldous added. Orpheus immediately regretted his actions and glared at Cody. "You're paying for this," Cody protested. "You told me to slash it. Besides, I don't have the money." Seeing Orpheus's distress, Aldous decided to stop teasing him. "Fine. Considering your contributions in Songzhou, I'll give you 3 sets of plate armor." "Thank you, Your Highness." Orpheus was overjoyed. As he lovingly touched his full body armor, Orpheus added, "Your Highness, this armor is truly incredible. It's practically impenetrable. If you give me 10,000 soldiers equipped with this, we won't have to fear the barbarians." "Don't speak so carelessly," Aldous said sternly, wanting to prevent Orpheus from becoming overconfident. "While the plate armor is sturdy, it does reduce mobility to some extent." Orpheus moved around a bit and said, "It's a little restrictive, but not too bad. The real question is whether arrows can pierce it." "Ordinary cast iron arrowheads won't be able to," Aldous said bluntly. The forging techniques used for his plate armor were roughly equivalent to those of the 17th or 18th century in the modern era. Without specialized arrowheads, the armor would be difficult to penetrate. In fact, even early firearms couldn't penetrate plate armor. It wasn't until firearms became more powerful that plate armor was eventually phased out. Aldous was equipping his army with plate armor to deal with the current situation in the Great Gabriel Empire. Moreover, given the technology he had access to, producing plate armor was faster and cheaper than producing scale armor. That's why he had chosen plate armor. Is that so? Orpheus's grin widened, and he couldn't wait to don the armor and go to war. "Of course, this is just speculation. The true test will come in battle," Aldous said. This was his honest opinion. Only through war could the effectiveness of any equipment be truly determined. Orpheus, however, was too enamored with the high-quality armor to fully process Aldous' words. "Your Highness, I'll take these 300 sets of plate armor back to the barracks now." "Wait, don't be in such a hurry. There's more," Aldous said, waving his hand. The craftsman brought over a long-handled, long-bladed weapon. "Your Highness, is this the demon-slaying saber you mentioned?" Orpheus asked. Aldous had previously mentioned taking him to see the demon-slaying saber, and Orpheus had been eagerly awaiting it. "Exactly. This is the demon-slaying saber, specifically designed to counter the barbarians' heavy cavalry," Aldous explained. Currently, most of the barbarian cavalry on the grasslands were light cavalry, but there were also many heavy cavalry units, which were the elite of the barbarian forces. Typically, the barbarians employed a tactic where light cavalry harassed the flanks while heavy cavalry charged through the center. This strategy had proven nearly unstoppable against the Great Gabriel Empire's armies. Orpheus picked up the demon-slaying saber and tested its weight. "Your Highness, this demon-slaying saber is quite heavy. It must weigh at least 20 caddies. That's why, when swung, it can deliver a fatal blow to both man and horse," Aldous said. The demon-slaying saber was entirely made of fine steel, with a long handle and a blade resembling a spearhead, long, wide, and extremely sharp. As Orpheus ran his hands over the demon-slaying saber, he realized that, combined with the plate armor, this weapon would be a nightmare for cavalry in battle formations. In addition to the demon-slaying saber, the Steel Workshop had also produced a significant number of spears, swords, and other weapons for the army. For ranged weapons, Aldous had chosen crossbows. Although crossbows were more expensive to produce and had a slower rate of fire, for Aldous, training a competent archer took at least 3 years. Far too long. In war, soldiers were expendable. It was a race to see who could field an army the fastest. This was why firearms eventually became the dominant weapon. Once one batch of soldiers was lost, another could be trained in just 3 months. Crossbows were similar. Compared to bows, soldiers using crossbows didn't require as rigorous training, making them ideal for the current state of the fief. Moreover, all this could address the biggest drawback of ancient crossbows. Generally, crossbows were inferior to bows largely due to their painfully slow reloading speed, a disadvantage that even early firearms couldn't overcome. Ancient crossbows were often referred to as foot crossbows because they required both hands and feet to reload. However, Aldous had incorporated pulley mechanisms into the crossbows. This meant soldiers needed less strength to operate the crossbows efficiently. Currently, these pulley crossbows were still in the research and production phase and hadn't yet been mass-produced in the Steel Workshop. However, modern technology had proven their feasibility, and it was only a matter of time before they were ready. After showing Orpheus the various weapons and equipment for the army, Orpheus immediately had people transport the gear from the Steel Workshop back to the barracks. The new recruits were still wearing their own clothes, indistinguishable from ordinary civilians. With these new weapons and armor, the soldiers finally had something to look forward to. Halvar and Aldous watched helplessly as Orpheus busied himself. This was just the beginning. As the Steel Workshop became more efficient, the production of plate armor would accelerate, and his soldiers would never again be left without proper weapons or armor. Bastian Finch was 15 years old and lived in Jujia Village, Taiping County, Qingzhou. From the time he could remember, his father had been a tenant farmer for the Wright family, one of the powerful local clans in Qingzhou. Every year, 70% of their harvest had to be handed over to the Wright family. He had 2 older brothers, Matthew Finch and Clancy Finch. Both of them worked as cowherds for the Wright family. He had 2 older brothers, Matthew Finch and Clancy Finch. Both of them worked as cowherds for the Wright family. When Bastian was 9, he too had to join his brothers in working for the Wright family, all for the sake of a single black steamed bun each day. Bastian hated the black steamed buns. They were made from chaff mixed with moldy wheat and were nearly impossible to swallow. But he had no choice but to eat them. The 30% of the harvest that remained for his family was barely enough to feed the 7 members of his household, which included his younger sister. Almost every day, Bastian went hungry. Only during festivals would his parents sell some of their wheat to buy a few pounds of white flour to make pancakes and steamed buns. In his memory, those were the happiest times. However, this year was different from previous ones. His father, who had been renting land from the Wright family, suddenly called all 3 brothers back home. The entire family of 7 went to reclaim wasteland along the riverbanks outside the village. Later, the village head came to their house and told them to join a production team. He remembered how excited his parents were. All the families who had reclaimed land near theirs were grouped into a production team, and soon, oxen and farming tools were distributed to each team from the county. After spring, the villagers would be able to farm the land together, and for the next 3 years, the government would not collect any taxes. According to the land reclamation law, Bastian could cultivate 30 mu of land, but he couldn't manage it all by himself. However, his parents said that once this year's harvest was sold, they would prepare a dowry for him to find a wife. Then they could farm the land together. Thinking of this, Bastian blushed. What would it be like to have a wife? He was standing in the field, staring at the rotating water wheel, when his second brother, Clancy, ran over and said, "Bastion, Prince Henry's newspaper delivery boys have come to Qingzhou City. The village head wants everyone to gather at the threshing ground east of the village." "What's a newspaper delivery boy?" Bastion asked, confused. "Don't worry about what it is. Just come with me." Clancy dragged Bastion to the threshing ground where almost the entire village had already gathered. In the middle of the threshing ground stood an old man holding something that looked like a notice. Behind him stood Lenin Finch, the respected village head of Zhujia village, who was carefully accompanying the old man. This old man was Herbert, who was on his first trip to the countryside. He held the newspaper and asked Lenin, "Is everyone in the village here?" "Bastion is here too. Everyone's present," Lenin replied. Herbert nodded. In the Great Gabriel Empire, whether in towns, counties, or villages, the people lived together, and villages were often surrounded by earthen walls to protect against wild animals. This made it easy to gather everyone. He then said, "First, let me explain what a newspaper delivery boy is." Herbert went on to explain the concept of newspapers, as instructed by Prince Henry. One of his tasks was to popularize newspapers and establish them as an authoritative source of information for the government. After his explanation, the villagers had a rough understanding. Herbert then began reading the contents of the newspaper. This was the first edition of the Great Gabriel Empire's newspaper, which covered important events that had recently occurred in Qingzhou. The first article clarified the amount of land each person could claim under the land reclamation decree, preventing powerful families from taking more than their share. The second article was about conscription, encouraging young men to join the army. It specified that soldiers would receive additional land and a monthly salary, and their families would be subsidized with grain and meat at the end of the year. The third article was about reviving the horse administration and encouraging animal husbandry. The fourth article encouraged commerce and handicrafts, aiming to improve the low status of merchants and artisans. It also stated that migrants could work in the city and, after 3 years, obtain local residency, and enjoying all the benefits of the fief. Due to limited space in the newspaper, only these policies were included. The rest of the paper covered several major cases in the fief, including the Changzhou incident and the Dengzhou incident. These Wright and Huxley families are truly despicable," one villager cursed after the newspaper was read. "Exactly, especially the Wright family. To kill 72 people for their own gain, they deserve to be executed 1,000 times over," another villager said. "These local powerful families are nothing but trouble. We work ourselves to the bone, and they take 70% of our harvest. How much land have they stolen from us?" When Herbert read about the new policies, the villagers cheered and celebrated. But when it came to the local powerful families, the villagers seethed with anger. Herbert carefully observed the villagers' reactions. Later that night, he would need to report the details to Prince Henry's palace. Bastion also listened intently, especially when Herbert mentioned how Commander Banks had executed the 2 villains in Changzhou and how the Qingzhou army had captured the Dengzhou governor. It made his blood boil. He had a vague feeling that Prince Henry was on the side of the common people. Prince Henry cares deeply for the people. He is a rare and wise ruler. All his policies are designed to benefit the people. We should be grateful for his benevolent governance, Herbert said. His task wasn't just to read the newspaper. It was also to establish Prince Henry and the government as trustworthy figures in the hearts of the people. After Herbert's words, the villagers whispered among themselves, many nodding in agreement. The common people had sharp eyes and could distinguish right from wrong. However, they still lacked organized guidance. By using the newspaper as a tool for propaganda, Aldous aimed to ensure that when the time came, the people would stand by his side. But this was no easy task. The local powerful families were deeply entrenched, and Herbert could still see fear in the villagers' eyes when they talked about these families. After venting their frustrations, they still cowered under the shadow of the powerful families. Herbert quietly noted the villagers' reactions and handed the newspaper to Lenin. He had another village to visit, so after a short rest, he left. The newspaper was a novel concept for the villagers. After Herbert left, the villagers dispersed, but they continued to excitedly discuss the news from the paper. Village head Lenin watched the departing villagers, his expression gradually darkening. He glanced at the newspaper and said, "I need to inform the landlord about this." The newspaper has really tarnished the Wright family's reputation. As Lenin pondered this, Aldous was contemplating the issue of his current adversaries. Based on recent reports from several counties, he realized he had overlooked a crucial point in identifying his true opponents, the village elites who were subordinate to the local powerful families. Although they didn't belong to the powerful clans themselves, they enjoyed a life of luxury by aligning with them. That evening, Herbert submitted his daily observations to the prince's residence. After reading them, Aldous became even more certain of the current situation. The village elders, often the most respected figures in their communities, were typically elected as village heads. However, the reality was that many of these village heads colluded with powerful local families for money, oppressing the common people. They were the claws and fangs of these powerful families. Herbert also mentioned the reactions of these village heads, noting that they had likely already reported the impact of the newspaper to their masters. For Aldous, this was a serious issue. Although village heads held the lowest official rank, they were the foundation of governance. Their actions directly affected his ability to win over the people. After all, village heads held significant influence in their communities. With the support of powerful families, they also wielded considerable power within their villages. "Your Highness, are you worrying about governance again?" Keeley entered, carrying a bowl of lotus seed porridge. By now, both she and Ziwan had grown accustomed to their interactions with Aldous. While they respected him, their relationship also carried a sense of the master-servant bond they had shared with Empress Viola. Aldous nodded. "Yes, the newspaper has been distributed, but if a village is controlled by a village head who serves the powerful families, the people remain under their tight surveillance. It's quite frustrating." Keeley and Zihuan were well aware of what Aldous was doing. As his influence grew, his next step was to eliminate the influence of local powerful families in the fief and fully consolidate his control over all aspects of governance. Easier said than done. The tradition of villagers electing their own village heads has persisted for over 1,000 years. If I were to break this tradition now, it would cause an uproar. Moreover, I don't have suitable candidates to send down to the villages as village heads, Aldous explained. Keeley said, "Your Highness, you haven't lived in a village, so you might not understand. Just like in Qingzhou City, there are conflicts between people in the villages. When it comes to electing a village head, there are often different candidates. Since Your Highness knows how to pit the Huxley and Wright families against each other, why not let the villagers do the same?" Aldous' eyes lit up, feeling as though a cloud had been lifted. He praised her. "Well said. Spending so much time with Zihuan has taught you how to think critically." Keeley blushed and said, "Your Highness, don't praise me too much. I was just sharing what I remember from my village. No, you deserve a reward. Tell me, what would you like?" Aldous smiled. Keeley hesitated for a moment, not wanting to dampen his mood, so she shyly said, "I'd like to eat clay pot chicken." Aldous laughed heartily. "No problem. Not only will you get clay pot chicken, but I'll also let you try braised pork." "Braised pork? Just the name sounds delicious," Keeley said, her mouth watering. Aldous replied, "Once I settle the matter of the village heads, I'll have the chef prepared for you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Keeley left, beaming with joy. Aldous paced excitedly. Keeley's words had reminded him that he could simply split the role of village head into two positions, one primary and one deputy, to dilute the power of the village heads. Then, using his secret agents to sow discord, he could promote village heads who aligned with his interests. Of course, his current headache stemmed from the fact that the powerful families still held significant influence. Once he had weakened them, he would deal with these scheming village heads. As he pondered this, Aldous picked up the bowl of lotus seed porridge and began to drink. At that moment, Elian appeared at the door and said, "Your Highness, village heads from various villages have entered the city and gone to the mansions of local powerful families." So quickly? Aldous was surprised. These village heads were indeed eager to curry favor. "Record the information of these village heads and bring it to me," Aldous said, his anger burning. The fact that the village heads in his fief were reporting to the powerful families was a blatant disregard for his authority. Elian replied, "Your Highness, I've already gathered the information on these village heads." With that, he handed a piece of paper to Aldous. Aldous glanced at it. Qingzhou City had 12 subordinate counties and hundreds of villages. The paper was densely filled with the names, villages, and backgrounds of 30 village heads. Elian had undergone specialized training in intelligence systems under Aldous, and his professionalism was beginning to show. Your Highness, these village heads eat the grain provided by the government but collude with powerful families. They're truly traitors. In my opinion, we should make an example of them to warn others, Elian suggested. Aldous glared at him. Don't think that just because you have a few skilled men, you can act recklessly. You're still far from building a secret service that satisfies me. Elian immediately lowered his head. If we kill people now, wouldn't that clearly tell the powerful families, led by the Wright and Huxley families, that I'm feeling insecure? Aldous said coldly. Then how does Your Highness plan to break this deadlock? Do you need the Secret Service to assist? Elian asked. Aldous pondered for a moment and said, That's why your timing is perfect. There's something I need you to do. Aldous instructed him to gather evidence of collusion between the village heads and the powerful families, and to incite the villagers to elect new village heads. At the same time, he decided to slow down his efforts. The publication of the newspaper, which exposed the Wright and Huxley families, had been a test to gauge the depth of the powerful families' influence. Now, it was clear that their roots ran deep. These village heads were obstructing his ability to establish direct connections with the people. Only by gaining the support of the people could he ensure a steady supply of soldiers and grain. Having settled on this plan, Aldous began his preparations. As for the village heads seeking favor with the powerful families, he wasn't worried. He had struck both the Wright and Huxley families equally, focusing only on the facts without implicating other powerful families. Even if they were dissatisfied, it would only be the Wright and Huxley families who were upset. The other powerful families would simply watch from the sidelines. Moreover, the dissatisfaction of these two families would be directed at the newspaper's public exposure of their misdeeds, not at Aldous's true goal of inciting long-standing grievances among the people. The next day, he only needed to publish another article, offering some mild praise to the Wright and Huxley families to placate them. As Aldous had anticipated, William and Kurt were both extremely angry upon learning of the newspaper's contents. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public, and Aldous had humiliated them in front of everyone. However, after their initial anger, they found themselves powerless. The newspaper had simply reported the facts. But the next day, their anger subsided when the newspaper praised the contributions of the Huxley and Wright families to the fief's revival, leaving them both pained and pleased. Aldous's diversionary tactics had thoroughly confused them, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. Under these circumstances, Aldous swiftly began replacing village heads across the fief. Many believed that high-ranking officials posed the greatest threat, but in reality, corruption at the grassroots level was far more dangerous. If the branches of a tree rot, they can be cut off and regrown. But if the roots rot, the tree dies. Recognizing this, Aldous had launched this propaganda campaign as both a test and a probe. Now that his target was clear, he could proceed step by step. At the command headquarters, Aldous showed Morley the information he had received the previous night. The issue of the village heads also made Morley frown. There were many villages within the 6 prefectures, and the number of village heads was equally large. While not every village head was connected to the powerful families, the previous night's events suggested that at least 30% of them were. Your Highness, supporting a new village head is one solution, but what if the 2 village heads collude? Wouldn't that make things worse? Morley expressed his concern. Aldous had also been pondering this issue, which was why he had come to discuss it with Morley in the morning. He said, That's why I want to establish an organization similar to the government office in each village. This organization will be called the Commune, and the production teams will be under its jurisdiction. The Commune, in turn, will be managed by the county magistrate. This will completely eliminate the village elders' control over the villages and strip them of their influence. If that's the case, then supporting another village head wouldn't be necessary, would it? Morley was still confused. It's different. Supporting another village head is still necessary. During the establishment of the commune, the influence of the village heads won't disappear overnight. We need to keep these village heads focused on their rivals so they overlook the establishment of the commune, Aldous explained. Your Highness, this is what they call building the plank road openly while secretly crossing Chenskong, Morley said with a smile. Exactly. The commune is where we will truly unite the people. Once the commune system matures, the production team leaders from each village will join the commune, and from among them, a commune leader will be elected. The selection criteria will no longer be based on the village elder's influence, but on which production team produces the most grain. The only thing he was certain of was that everything Aldous was doing was for the sake of the fief's stability, and that was reason enough for him to offer his unconditional support. In that case, Your Highness, you'll need to explain the details to me so I can implement them effectively, Morley said. Aldous nodded and proceeded to explain the structure and functions of the modern commune to Morley, analyzing its specific roles in detail. Overall, the commune Aldous envisioned was a powerful organizational structure. Once the commune system matured, he would be able to efficiently organize production activities, promote ideological education through the commune, and completely break free from the control that village elders and powerful families had over the common people. As Aldous spoke, he also wrote, turning the establishment of the commune into a clear, written plan. Morley would use this document to guide the establishment of communes in each village. The next day, the newspaper printed articles about the village heads and the commune. Herbert and other newspaper distributors delivered these policies to the villages. In Juge village, after Herbert finished reading the day's newspaper and left, Lennon's expression turned grim. He glared at an elderly man of similar age standing in the middle of the threshing ground, his eyes filled with resentment. In contrast, the elderly man, known as Old Cody, wore a look of triumph. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Since His Highness has decreed that each village should have 2 village heads, I nominate Old Cody as the new village head." "That's right, Old Cody is the perfect candidate." Old Cody stood up and said with a smile, "His Highness cares for the people like his own children. He worries that one village head is too busy to handle all the village affairs, so he has decided to appoint 2. In that case, I will humbly accept this responsibility." Lennon's face darkened. This man had always been at odds with him, and now he faced a serious problem. He needed to figure out how to prevent the villagers from electing Old Cody. The 2 elderly men glared at each other while the villagers below discussed the commune. Bastian turned to a middle-aged man beside him and said, "Father, you're also a team leader. Does that mean you can join the commune?" "Of course," Bastian's mother chimed in. The family laughed happily. They had lived in poverty all their lives and never imagined a day when they could be team leaders or join something like a commune. As the newspapers reached the villages, news of the commune's establishment spread throughout the 6 prefectures. While industry was gradually being built, agricultural production centered around the commune was also taking shape. Every morning, Herbert would take the newspapers out and return in the evening from the villages he was responsible for. The policies in the newspapers, combined with the changes he witnessed in the villages, made him feel that the once devastated land of the 6 prefectures was now sprouting with vitality, like seedlings in spring, giving a sense of flourishing prosperity. However, the more he saw, the more he became aware of a powerful conservative force obstructing these changes. In some villages, newly reclaimed land was still being forcibly seized by powerful families. He compiled these observations into a report and submitted it to the prince's residence. "Wait, old sir. His Highness Prince Henry requests your presence." As usual, Herbert handed his report to the servant at the prince's residence and prepared to leave. But this time, the servant at the gate stopped him. "Me?" Herbert was shocked. "Yes, His Highness specifically instructed me to bring you to him when you arrived," the servant said with a smile. Herbert was nervous, but the servant's friendly demeanor gave him the courage to enter the prince's residence. He had expected the servants of the prince's residence to be arrogant and domineering, but from what he had observed over the past 10 days, the entire staff of the residence was well behaved. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since the upper beam was straight, the lower beam naturally followed suit. Herbert no longer believed the rumors that Prince Henry was cruel and tyrannical. Following the servant into the rear hall, Herbert saw Aldous fishing on a stone bridge. "This commoner pays his respects to your highness." Herbert hurried forward and bowed. At ease, Aldous handed the fishing rod to Keeley, who was standing nearby, and said, "I called you here today to discuss the newspaper office. Although there are many newspaper delivery boys going to the villages, you are the most diligent and responsible. The information you've provided is the most accurate, which is truly rare. In your reports, you've repeatedly mentioned the harm powerful families inflict on the people. That takes courage. This commoner receives your highness's silver and naturally works sincerely for your highness. Besides, although I have repeatedly failed the imperial exams, I am still a scholar and uphold the integrity of a scholar." Herbert replied. Well said. I admire scholars who remain unyielding in the face of adversity. I assume you're aware of the newspaper office. Would you be willing to serve as its director? Aldous asked with a smile. The newspaper office was something every newspaper delivery boy knew about. The director would be responsible for printing, distributing, and managing the newspaper delivery boys. Herbert was stunned. He felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. You declined the position of chief secretary last time. You can't refuse this time. I am truly in need of capable people, and the director's salary is 10 taels of silver per month. Your son will no longer lack the funds to travel to the capital for the imperial exams. Of course, if he chooses to stay in my fief, he is also welcome, Aldous added. Your Highness, this commoner is willing. Herbert was visibly excited. He had lived an unremarkable life and never imagined that such an opportunity would come to him in his later years. If he didn't seize this chance now, when would he ever get another? Good. The newspaper office and Broad Learning Academy will be completed by the end of the month. Although it will be somewhat rudimentary, it will be ready for use by then. You can start selecting the staff for the newspaper office now. Here is a document outlining the structure of the newspaper office. Take it back and review it. After saying this, Aldous instructed Keeley to fetch a manuscript from his chambers. This document was Aldous' blueprint for the newspaper office, based on modern newspaper organizations, but adapted to the realities of the Great Gabriel Empire. Once the newspaper office was established, the newspaper delivery boys would no longer exist. Instead, they would be renamed reporters. However, these reporters would not only gather news but also continue their duties of reading newspapers in the villages. The newspaper office would be divided into departments such as the printing department, editorial department, and logistics department, essentially forming the foundation of a modern newspaper organization. Through his interactions with various people in the Great Gabriel Empire, Aldous had come to realize that the ancients were not unintelligent. They simply lacked exposure. Once these matters were explained to them, they could quickly adapt and apply the knowledge. In any era, one should never underestimate the creative potential of the human mind. It was precisely because of this that, under Aldous' encouragement, the machinery department, Broad Learning Academy, and the workshops gradually began to open their minds. They were no longer confined by outdated cultural norms. The introduction of novel ideas encouraged them to experiment and learn scientific knowledge, helping them understand that technology was a driving force of productivity. From the first emperor of Huxley burning books and burying scholars, to the literary inquisition and the suppression of all schools of thought except Confucianism, the rulers of feudal dynasties had always sought to keep the people ignorant in order to maintain their power. The sole purpose of scholars was to become officials and uphold the ruling class. For thousands of years, the elite of feudal dynasties pursued nothing but high-ranking positions. The emergence of the newspaper was Aldous' opportunity to change the stagnant cultural atmosphere. A renaissance could very well emerge in his fief. Now that the director of the newspaper office had been appointed, the next step was to systematically establish the newspaper office. With his guidance, the newspaper office would not go astray. Herbert returned home as if in a dream. Facing his usually harsh wife, he now stood tall and proud. He had been personally appointed as the director of the newspaper office. After sharing the news with his family, everyone was overjoyed. Herbert's wife, Madame Sun, even killed a chicken to celebrate. After decades of hardship, Herbert finally had his moment of triumph. The changes in Qingzhou were like a gentle spring rain, quietly permeating every corner. Herbert was just one of many who felt this transformation. Most people were unaware of the profound changes happening around them. But to outsiders, the changes in Qingzhou were glaringly obvious. For example, merchants from other regions found Qingzhou's developments almost unbelievable. However, their primary focus was on the industrial district hidden behind tall walls. Despite their best efforts to uncover its secrets, they had learned very little, only discovering that many strange machines had appeared in the industrial district. And now, Qingzhou had introduced something called a newspaper. Naturally, these merchants immediately wondered if the newspaper could be profitable. They had developed a habit of thinking this way whenever Prince Henry introduced something new. However, after observing for several days, they regretfully concluded that it was not profitable. The cost of producing the newspaper far exceeded its selling price, and very few people were buying it. Sigh. It seems Prince Henry hasn't come up with any new money making ideas for a while. a merchant lamented in a tavern. The merchant sitting across from him replied, "With soap, perfume, and drunken Qingzhou, Prince Henry has already made a fortune. Add to that Casper's promotion of these products, and the sales of these three items have skyrocketed. It's said that Prince Henry now earns millions each month. Does he really need anything else?" That's true, but the merchants staying in Qingzhou still feel a bit disappointed. After all, some merchants got a head start on these products, leaving little for the latecomers, the merchant said, then picked up the latest issue of the newspaper and began reading. When he reached the article at the bottom of the page, his expression tightened. The article mentioned that Prince Henry was currently leading a group of craftsmen in the machinery department to produce something extraordinary. The article didn't provide many details, only stating that merchants should wait and see. This news spread like wildfire among the merchants, who now began to take the newspaper seriously. They hadn't expected such valuable information to be found in it. For a while, merchants in Qingzhou City were abuzz with speculation about what Prince Henry was working on. The only clue they had was that Prince Henry had collected a large amount of sand from the riverbank. Sand? The merchants were puzzled. What could it be used for? For modern people, it would be obvious. Sand can be used to produce glass. This was precisely Aldous' next project. In truth, Aldous wasn't producing glass purely for profit. His main goal was to use glass to create items like telescopes and chemical instruments. The chemistry laboratory needed these tools to purify substances like alkali. Most importantly, Aldous had already gathered all the materials needed to produce glass. It was like collecting the Dragon Balls. It was time to summon the dragon. Sand, limestone, and soda ash were the ingredients needed to produce soda, lime glass. The silicon dioxide in the sand, the soda ash to lower the melting point, and the limestone to provide calcium would combine to create a clear, transparent glass. This was the material needed for chemical instruments, beakers, measuring cylinders, test tubes, and more. With these tools, the chemistry laboratory would be fully functional. With the materials gathered, the next step was melting. The formation of glass required a temperature of 1,300 degrees Celsius, similar to the temperature needed for coking. To achieve this high temperature, Aldous had to design a specialized device, the regenerator. The regenerator was a brick structure, typically consisting of two chambers separated by a furnace. The two chambers were filled with checker bricks, and air was blown through them to exchange heat in the furnace, thereby increasing the temperature inside. Previously, without bricks, Aldous hadn't been able to use regenerators. But now, with bricks and manpower available, it was time to upgrade. Whether it was blast furnace iron smelting or coking, regenerators were being constructed. As a result, the quality of coke improved, and so did the quality of iron. Glass was fortunate to benefit from the regenerator furnace from the very beginning. After teaching the craftsmen the basics of glass production, Aldous had them mix the materials and throw them into the furnace. Once the glass liquid was produced, it was time for annealing and blowing glassware, a process that could only be done manually. "Your Highness, this is the tube used for blowing glass." While the materials were being heated, Henry handed Aldous a ceramic tube. Once the glass liquid was formed, if one wanted to shape the glass, blowing would be required. In fact, this was the most critical part of glass production. Because the temperature of the glass liquid was so high, and Aldous didn't have heat-resistant alloy tubes, he had to use a clay-fired ceramic tube. After all, he couldn't even produce a seamless steel tube at this stage. On either side of the regenerator, craftsmen took turns operating the bellows, blowing the heat from the coal in the regenerator into the furnace. After waiting for an hour, Aldous instructed the craftsmen to open the furnace lid. Instantly, a wave of heat surged out of the furnace, causing the craftsman to jump back in alarm. Once he regained his composure, he slowly approached the furnace and saw the red, molten liquid inside. He said, "Your Highness, the materials inside have melted." Aldous stepped forward and saw a lava-like liquid. This was the glass liquid. Aldous stepped forward and saw a lava-like liquid. This was the glass liquid. While Aldous could teach the theory, practical skills had to be honed through practice. No one could become a master glassblower overnight. The blowpipe in Henry's hand was about 1.5 meters long, the standard length for industrial blowpipes. Taking the blowpipe, Aldous dipped it into the molten glass and quickly rolled the end of the glass liquid on a rolling board to ensure even distribution. At the same time, he blew a puff of air into the pipe and quickly sealed it with his hand. A bubble soon formed in the glass liquid. Next, he repeatedly softened the glass in the furnace, coated it with more glass liquid, and finally placed it into a mold. While blowing and rolling, the glass liquid quickly filled the mold. After cooling, a somewhat crude, round-bottomed glass bottle emerged. Aldous sighed. He was all theory and no skill. When he looked up, embarrassed, he saw everyone in the room staring at the glass bottle in awe. Henry murmured, "Heavens, why is this bottle so beautiful?" The other craftsmen also gasped in amazement, their expressions toward Aldous now filled with admiration. This Prince Henry seemed capable of anything. See, this is the art of glassblowing. Of course, glassblowing is a profound skill. You'll need to practice the methods I've taught you to produce various glassware. Go ahead, Aldous said, shamelessly brushing off his own lack of skill. In the courtyard of the machinery department, there were 50 craftsmen, all selected from the slaves. Aldous had taught each of them how to blow a specific type of glassware. Hearing Aldous's words, Henry was the first to pick up a blowpipe and head to the furnace. The other craftsmen followed closely behind. To them, glass seemed far more impressive than soap, perfume, or alcohol. Aldous didn't leave immediately but stayed to guide the craftsmen in their glass-blowing techniques. By the end of the day, the molten glass in the furnace was gone, replaced by a pile of failed glass products. Of course, this failure was relative to modern standards. In reality, these glass products were usable and even sellable. Aldous planned to sell them to merchants. Failure on the first attempt was normal. Aldous didn't expect the craftsmen to master glassblowing overnight. With practice, they would improve. The most important thing was that the glass industry had taken its first step. With glass, Aldous could accomplish many things and earn a lot of silver. After a busy day, Aldous took his handmade glass bottle back to the palace. Ziwan and Keely had just returned from running errands. When Keely saw the bottle in Aldous's hand, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, what is this? It's so beautiful." Ziwan also leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Girls had no resistance to beautiful things. "This is called glass," Aldous said with a smile. His failed creation seemed quite popular. "Glass?" Aldous said with a smile. His failed creation seemed quite popular. "Something this beautiful must cost thousands of taels of silver," Ziwan said. Since taking charge of the palace's finances, she had become very sensitive to spending. "More like tens of thousands. I've never seen anything like this." "Is it made of jade?" Keely asked, puzzled. Aldous was pleased with their reactions. In the 17th century, colonizers had traded small glass beads for vast tracts of land from Native Americans, showing how valuable glass was to those who had never seen it before. "No, this glass wasn't bought, nor is it made of jade. It was produced by the machinery department," Aldous revealed, enjoying the look of surprise on Ziwan and Keely's faces. "Produced by the machinery department," Aldous revealed, enjoying the look of surprise on Ziwan and Keely's faces. "Your Highness, can you give this glass to me? I'll skip the clay pot chicken." "Sure, come over tonight and I'll check if you've grown taller," Aldous said with a mischievous grin. Ziwan and Keely blushed, shooting Aldous a reproachful glance before heading into the palace. Aldous followed behind, his playful demeanor a small escape from the monotony of daily life. After dinner and some playful banter with Ziwan and Keely, Aldous returned to his chambers to ponder how to maximize the profits from glass. First, the bottles for perfume and drunken Qingzhou could be replaced. Naturally, with upgraded packaging, a line of high-end perfumes and wines would emerge. However, the contents of the bottles would remain largely unchanged. The added cost would come from the packaging. Aldous was confident that the elite would be willing to pay for it. Although the glass industry was just starting, the knowledge Aldous brought would allow it to avoid groping in the dark and instead advance rapidly on a clear path. As Aldous had anticipated, after about 10 days of practice, the craftsmen were able to produce passable glassware. While not perfect, they met his basic requirements. During this time, many merchants in Qingzhou City had been trying to find out what Aldous was up to. The Wright, Huxley, Sun, and Hardy families were especially persistent. To this end, the four families had even called back Phelan and Wilfred, who were in charge of their external businesses. "Your Highness, stop keeping us in suspense. We're dying of curiosity." Phelan had been hovering around Aldous for the past 2 days. Wilfred stood nearby. Although he and Phelan didn't get along, they were united in this matter. "Why the rush? Tomorrow I'll be exhibiting this mysterious item at the East Market. You'll see it then," Aldous said. "Can't you let us take a peek first?" Phelan pressed. Phelan no longer dared to address Aldous as a brother. The current Prince Henry was no longer someone who could be appeased with a few silver notes. He was now a feudal lord with life and death authority over 6 prefectures. This change had happened gradually but unmistakably. If the Wright family had once looked down on Prince Henry, they now regarded him with a hint of wariness. Brother Wright, since His Highness is unwilling, there must be a reason. Are you here to upset His Highness this time? Wilfred said lazily. Compared to the Wright family, the Huxley family was closer to Aldous. However, the incident in Changzhou had severely weakened the Huxley family, and they harbored some resentment toward Aldous. But this resentment could only be buried deep in their hearts, as the incident had shown them that Prince Henry no longer needed to cater to their whims. Brother Huxley, why would you say that? I'm here to make His Highness happy, Phelan said, clapping his hands. A servant from the Wright family entered carrying a box. Phelan continued, Your Highness, this is a gift from my father. We hope you will accept it. The servant opened the box, revealing sheets of paper filled with writing. Aldous glanced at them and was slightly surprised. He said, These are land deeds. Exactly, Your Highness. These are land deeds. My father learned that Your Highness still needs a large amount of farmland, so he has gifted you 1,000 hectares of fertile land outside Qingzhou City, Phelan explained. After a moment of thought, Aldous understood. Kurt was indeed shrewd. For Aldous, silver was no longer enough to sway him. Now, the only way to win his favor was to cater to his interests. Aldous's land reclamation efforts were due to a lack of farmland, and Kurt had likely realized that commerce in Qingzhou was far more profitable than farming. Ha ha! Aldous laughed heartily. Kurt is truly thoughtful. I am indeed in need of farmland, and this gift couldn't have come at a better time. Phelan smiled, pleased that he and his father had guessed correctly once again. Wilfred's expression darkened. He sneered and said to Aldous, Your Highness, I'm not like Brother Wright who has vast land holdings across the 6 prefectures. However, I know that Your Highness is in need of skilled shipbuilders. I've purchased 1,000 experienced carpenters from shipyards across the Great Gabriel Empire. I hope you will accept them. Excellent. Aldous slammed the table, his excitement evident. Although the shipyard had many slaves, none of them were skilled carpenters. Training a group of carpenters would take a long time, so the arrival of 1,000 skilled craftsmen was a godsend. However, the Wright family's gift of land and the Huxley family's gift of craftsmen suggested that both families already knew what product Aldous was about to unveil. Aldous frowned. Despite his strict confidentiality measures, it seemed that someone in the machinery department or the palace had leaked information. Wilfred looked smug, feeling that he had matched Phelan's move. After a moment of contemplation, Aldous said, Since both of you have shown such sincerity, I won't disappoint you. This product is called glass. Your Highness, may we see it? Phelan and Wilfred asked simultaneously. Aldous observed their expressions. Neither showed any surprise at the unfamiliar term glass, which further confirmed his suspicions. Aldous gestured to a servant waiting outside, who left and returned with a recently produced glass bottle. Phelan and Wilfred stared intently at the glass bottle in the servant's hand, their breathing growing heavier. The bottle, more beautiful than jade, left them in awe. They could already imagine the immense profits this glass would bring. Your Highness, this is truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Are you really planning to sell it? Phelan asked excitedly. Wilfred added, Your Highness, such an exquisite item. How should its value be measured? Since I brought it out, it's naturally for sale. Isn't that why both of you are here? Aldous said calmly. With Aldous laying his cards on the table, Phelan and Wilfred stopped beating around the bush. Phelan said, Your Highness, the first profits shouldn't go to outsiders. Brother Wright is absolutely right, especially for something as extraordinary as this. Wilfred agreed. The two of them went back and forth, each trying to secure the first opportunity to profit from the glass. Aldous, however, had his own plans. He intended to let the Qingzhou Merchant Group handle the initial sales, maximizing profits before auctioning off the distribution rights 6 months later. He said, I understand your intentions, but I plan to entrust the glass to the Qingzhou Merchant Group. However, since both of your families have shown such sincerity, I'll allow you to purchase the glass from the Qingzhou Merchant Group. How does that sound? Thank you, Your Highness. Both men were overjoyed. After expressing their gratitude, they left one after the other. Once they were gone, Aldous' expression darkened. He summoned Elian and Rafferty. "Your Highness?" Elian and Rafferty arrived at the main hall simultaneously. Seeing Aldous' grim expression, they grew uneasy. Both Elian and Rafferty now worked in the command headquarters, using their official positions to conceal their true roles. "I ordered you to closely monitor the machinery department and the industrial district. How did information about the glass still leak out?" Aldous demanded angrily. "If the glass can leak today, what's to stop everything in the machinery department from leaking tomorrow? All my hard work will have been for nothing." Elian and Rafferty exchanged glances. Elian said, "Your Highness, I can guarantee that there were no breaches in the industrial district." Rafferty swears on his life that there were no breaches in the machinery department. "We've been monitoring everyone Henry and Halvar have interacted with. They haven't had any contact with members of the powerful families." Aldous snapped. "Guarantees? How can you guarantee anything? The fact is, information about the glass was leaked prematurely. Your Highness, the leak might have come from the palace," Elian suddenly suggested. "The palace?" Aldous frowned. "Yes, Your Highness. We were afraid of angering you, so we didn't place any informants in the palace," Elian explained. Aldous' anger gradually subsided. The safest places were often the most overlooked. Due to the palace's tight security, Elian and Rafferty hadn't considered it a potential source of leaks. "For now, this is just speculation. You may leave," Aldous said. He realized he had been careless. "But remember, the responsibilities of the Secret Service are immense. I'm spending over 100,000 taels of silver on you every month. I expect results. Now is the time to prove your capabilities. Find the leak." Elian and Rafferty bowed and left the main hall. As Aldous looked at the box of land deeds Phelan had brought, a chill ran down his spine. How many spies from the powerful families were lurking around him, both openly and in secret? This incident had served as a stark warning. The emergence of glass in this era was undoubtedly a highly profitable industry, and its potential for immense profit made even Aldous unable to remain calm. For this reason, he entrusted the management rights of glass to his Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. However, if Aldous monopolized the glass trade, merchants from other regions would naturally be displeased. They might cause trouble when operating in their own territories. Therefore, Aldous proposed a plan to auction off the sales rights for glass after 6 months. This way, he could not only secure the first wave of profits, but also appease these merchants. A few days later, the glass exhibition Aldous had promised officially took place in the East Market. All the glass produced by the workers in recent days was put on display. Aldous even dispatched soldiers from the Qingzhou army to maintain order at the event. Merchants were already accustomed to the new terminology emerging in Qingzhou. Once they understood the meaning of the exhibition, they flocked to the event. Transparent, cool to the touch, smooth as skin. This is truly a divine creation. At the exhibition, merchants were allowed to pick up and examine the glass. After inspecting it, some exclaimed in awe, "Brother Greenwood, how do you think this glass compares to porcelain?" One merchant asked his companion. "Porcelain is exquisite, but glass is prized for its transparency and rarity. Its value is immeasurable. If this were to be sold, it would undoubtedly be adored by the nobility." The merchant surnamed Greenwood replied, "I agree. In my opinion, glass could be even more profitable than soap or fine wine. However, the auction for its distribution rights will likely be exorbitantly expensive." "That's true, but the returns would come quickly. As merchants, we must be willing to take risks." Brother Greenwood is absolutely right. The exhibition was held in a circular area, cordoned off with ropes. Inside, glass items were displayed on wooden benches, and merchants walked around admiring the various shapes and forms of glass. As time passed, more and more merchants arrived, and their anticipation grew for how Prince Henry would auction off the distribution rights for glass. However, their excitement was dampened when Caspar arrived, bringing with him Aldous' sales plan for glass. 6 months? A merchant asked. Caspar nodded. Yes, 6 months. And after 6 months, only merchants who have joined the Chamber of Commerce will be eligible to participate in the auction. Many of the merchants were newcomers from other regions and were unfamiliar with the Chamber of Commerce. Caspar's announcement made them realize the importance of joining the chamber. They decided to pay the membership fee and join the chamber after the exhibition. Initially, joining the chamber was free, but as the number of merchants grew, Aldous added this requirement. What a pity! Waiting 6 months will cost us so much potential profit. Falk, a prominent merchant favored by Prince Hardy, stood among the crowd. Although he was influential, Casper, as the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, held significant authority under Aldous. Since Casper was making the announcement, it was clear that this was Prince Henry's decision. The shrewd merchants quickly understood the reasoning behind this arrangement, which also highlighted the immense profitability of glass, enough to make even Prince Henry uneasy. Some of the major merchants affiliated with other feudal lords remained silent. Openly opposing the decision would be disrespectful to Prince Henry. Instead, they planned to visit him privately. The public exhibition lasted an entire day, and the name glass spread rapidly among the merchants. The common people of Qinzhou also buzzed with excitement. Prince Henry had created yet another miraculous item. After the exhibition, the merchants dispersed, each returning to devise their own strategies. Some prepared lavish gifts and headed directly to Aldous's palace. Prince Hardy, Prince Madoc, Prince Chu, Prince Lark, Prince Huanan, Prince Doran, Prince Runan, Princess Camilla, Third Prince, Crown Prince. In the main hall of the palace, Aldous read through the stack of name cards, his growing deeper. Zuhan stood beside Aldous. She was the one who had delivered these name cards. She said, "Your Highness, you are truly the most sought-after person in the Great Gabriel Empire now. Everyone from feudal lords to princesses and princes is coming to seek your favor." A name card is just a formality. It doesn't mean they're begging. "I could write 300 of these in a day without breaking a sweat," Aldous said, handing the stack of name cards to Keely. "Take these and use them as kindling for the coal stove." Keely glanced at Zihuan, thinking Aldous was being unreasonable again. Seeing Zihuan nod, she took the name cards and left. "Your Highness, this is still a good thing. At least they now have to consider your position and can't afford to slight you," Zihuan said. Zihuan's intention was to persuade Aldous to meet with these merchants. Empress Fiora had sent her here not only to assist Aldous but also to act as his confidant, offering advice when he made impulsive decisions. She believed that now was the time for Aldous to rebuild relationships with other feudal lords, princes, and princesses, and that this would not be a bad thing for him. After a moment of thought, Aldous said, "I will meet them, but since their masters treated me with such disdain in the past, I must return the favor. Tell them I am bathing and changing clothes, and they will have to wait a little longer." Zihuan nodded and withdrew from the main hall. Aldous sat down, tapping the table lightly with his fingers as he pondered how to deal with these merchants. When he announced the 6-month delay for glass sales, he had anticipated that some major merchants would grow impatient. He knew exactly who they were. Their purpose was undoubtedly to seek special privileges, which was normal in an era like the Great Gabriel Empire, where the nobility enjoyed extensive privileges. It was all about exchanging interests, either cooperation or mutual sabotage. Therefore, if he couldn't avoid granting them some privileges, Aldous needed to secure what he wanted in return. At the moment, what he needed most was silver and skilled craftsmen, the fundamental elements of industrial development. These were the only things that could make him relent. With this in mind, he thought over his approach and then instructed Zihuan to invite the merchants in. The first to enter the main hall was Falk, followed by the Greenwood merchant affiliated with Prince Madoc, the Lu merchant from Prince Doran's domain, and others, a total of 25 merchants. These merchants came from the domains of both non-imperial and imperial feudal lords, as well as from the entourages of princes and princesses. They represented the highest echelons of power in the Great Gabriel Empire. "Please, have a seat," Aldous said with a smile. "I understand why you've come to visit me so late. However, the matter of glass concerns the interests of Qinzhou, and I cannot easily make concessions to you." The merchant stared at Aldous, and after his words fell, there was a brief silence. Finally, Falk was the first to speak. He said, "Your Highness said that you cannot easily agree, which means there is still a chance for us. We hope your Highness can clarify." "Please clarify, your Highness can clarify. Please clarify, your Highness." The other merchants echoed in unison. Aldous glanced at Falk. This old man was indeed good at reading people, which was why he had amassed such a fortune. However, Aldous wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. You've all seen the glass. Its value is immeasurable, and I'm sure you've already formed your own estimates. If it were to be sold, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the Great Gabriel Empire and amass a vast fortune, Aldous said. The merchants exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Aldous continued, "The production cost of glass is extremely high. Handing it over to you now would result in significant losses for me." The statement about the high cost of glass was a lie, but it was easy for those unfamiliar with the process to believe, as glass seemed so extraordinary to them. "That's right, Your Highness. As long as you say the word, we have the silver," the merchants chimed in. Aldous nodded at this point. "Even so, I'm afraid I won't be able to provide so much glass at once. To be honest, my fief lacks skilled craftsmen, which is why glass production is slow." "Is that so?" "Your Highness, my Brightwater family has many skilled slave craftsmen. If you need them, I can send them to you," a merchant from Prince Doran's fief offered. Another merchant added, "I can report this to Prince Wynan and have him allocate some slave craftsmen." The merchants vied with each other to offer their assistance to Aldous. They all spoke of slave craftsmen because it was clear that free craftsmen would not be as reliable. Aldous pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, then said, "Since you are all so sincere, I can agree to open glass sales to you 5 months earlier. However, this will inevitably upset other merchants. How about you all upgrade to become members of the Chamber of Commerce?" "Members?" The merchants looked puzzled. Aldous smiled. "This is a policy the Chamber of Commerce is preparing to implement. I will categorize merchants in the chamber based on their contributions into ordinary members, intermediate members, advanced members, bronze members, silver members, gold members, stewards, elders, and vice presidents." "What do these contributions refer to?" a merchant asked. Aldous explained, "This Chamber of Commerce was created by me to promote the prosperity of my fief and build a free commercial city. Contributions naturally refer to contributions to the construction of this commercial city. There are many types of contributions, such as the total amount of silver traded within the chamber, providing craftsmen, grain, ore, and so on. Once the contribution value reaches a certain level, you can be promoted to a higher level member and enjoy more benefits from the chamber." Upon hearing this, the merchants fell into deep thought. Aldous continued, "Vice presidents, elders, and stewards will have priority access to all goods from Xingzhou, enjoy maximum discounts, and even have partial management rights within the chamber. Specific policies will be handed over to Caspar." The membership system was a highly profitable modern model designed to maximize profits while attracting high-quality consumers. Aldous was applying this method now. Given his current capabilities, he couldn't cater to every merchant, as the cost would be too high. Instead, he needed to focus on a group of high-quality merchants who would then collaborate with smaller merchants. Moreover, the introduction of the membership system would drive these major merchants to climb the ranks desperately to secure greater profit margins. However, the contribution values required to move up the ranks would be substantial. By the time they climbed to the top, Aldous would have already reaped enormous profits. Furthermore, once they were in, these merchants would be tied to the Chamber of Commerce, effectively using the entire merchant class of the Great Gabriel Empire to work for him. Immediate access? Some merchants were already tempted. Aldous continued to sweeten the deal. Not only will you have first access to goods, but in the future, certain technical processes will also be sold based on membership levels. This temptation was too much for the seated merchants to resist. The sale of technology meant that higher-ranking merchants would gain access to technology first, leaving lower-ranking merchants to envy them. Aldous calmly observed the merchants, waiting for them to recharge. After a while, Falk suddenly stood up and said, "Your Highness, I am willing to donate 2 million taels of silver, 100,000 bushels of grain, and 5,000 skilled slave craftsmen to the chamber." "Impressive, Manager Reeves. Such generosity. Based on your contribution, you will be directly promoted to an advanced member. This means you can access the glass in 2 months," Aldous said, giving Falk a thumbs up. Falk was essentially buying his way up the membership ranks rather than climbing step by step through chamber transactions. Aldous hadn't expected Falk to be so impatient. 2 months. The other merchants were in an uproar. They were not yet members and would have to wait 6 months to access the glass. Falk was delighted and glanced smugly at the other merchants. "I'll also donate 2 million taels of silver," one merchant shouted, standing up. "I'll donate 10,000 craftsmen. I'll donate 100,000 craftsmen." I'll donate 100,000 caddies of iron ore. One by one, the merchants stood up, vying to donate their most valuable resources to the chamber in exchange for higher membership levels. Aldous maintained a calm exterior, but inside he was laughing maniacally. The modern membership strategy was indeed effective. Driven by the desire for special status and greater benefits within the chamber, the merchants were thoroughly ensnared. One at a time, please. No need to rush. Keely, take notes on what each merchant is donating and hand them over to Caspar, Aldous instructed. Keely picked up a brush and began recording beside Aldous. She was still somewhat confused, not understanding what method Aldous had used to make these merchants so eager to donate money and resources. After the commotion died down, Keely had recorded all the donations from the seated merchants. Aldous tallied them up and was shocked. All of them had reached the advanced membership level, which meant he would have to open glass sales to them in 2 months. However, for Aldous, the resources he had gained were more than enough to offset his losses. 9 million taels of silver, 500,000 bushels of grain, a considerable amount of wrought iron, 30,000 skilled slave craftsmen, 100,000 labor slaves, 5,000 bolts of silk, 1,000 horses, and various other items. He had struck gold. In the dim light of the evening, the merchants who had come to visit Aldous gradually departed. Aldous had instructed Keely to hand over the recorded donations to Caspar. These merchants had only made verbal promises, and whether they would fulfill them remained uncertain. However, Aldous wasn't worried about them breaking their promises. The introduction of the membership system had stripped these merchants of any excuse to use the names of feudal lords or princes to curry favor. Through this system, Aldous had not only standardized the status and code of conduct for merchants within the chamber, but also secured substantial benefits for his fief. The news of the membership system spread rapidly among the merchants. Eager to secure early access to the distribution rights for glass, many merchants were willing to donate generously to the chamber in exchange for priority access to goods. Those without sufficient funds could only watch enviously, hoping to accumulate enough resources to one day join the ranks of chamber members. In a short time, the influx of merchants brought a flood of donations to the chamber, and various resources began pouring into Qingzhou. Aldous hadn't anticipated that the glass would lure the Carey family, a major player, into the fold. For a long time, the Carey family had kept their distance from Aldous, but now even they couldn't remain indifferent. The Carey family used to look down on small profits, but with the emergence of glass and the promise of technology sales through the membership system, they naturally became interested. Aldous said. A bronze membership required a substantial donation, and the Carey family's contribution had significantly enriched Qingzhou's treasury. However, the Carey family's business spans the entire empire. If they gain early access to glass, they'll undoubtedly reap substantial profits in the short term, Caspar remarked. That's not our concern. No matter what, they'll have to pay us for the goods they take. The more they sell, the more we earn, Aldous said, his mood buoyant. The combination of glass and the membership system had provided him with a fresh influx of funds and labor. Qingzhou's development could now continue to move forward at a steady pace rather than crawling along. Aldous had come out today for 2 reasons: to inspect the donated resources and to check on the training of the Qingzhou army. After chatting with Caspar at the dock and instructing him to organize merchant ships for the sale of glassware as soon as possible, Aldous rode his horse to the Qingzhou military camp. During this period, the steel workshop had not stopped production. On the contrary, as the craftsmen became more skilled, production speed had increased significantly. So far, the workshop had delivered 3,000 sets of plate armor and weapons to the Qingzhou army. In another month or 2, every soldier in the Qingzhou army would likely have a set of plate armor. In addition to plate armor, the workshop had also delivered 1,000 demon-slaying saber, 500 sets of crossbows, and a number of shields and swords. As Aldous approached the Qingzhou military camp, he heard the shouts of Orpheus and the soldiers from outside the gates. Entering the camp, he saw Orpheus leading the soldiers in drilling battle formations. In ancient warfare, combat effectiveness was largely determined by battle formations. The role of individuals in such melee combat was minimal. Thus, the difference in combat power between well-trained soldiers who could form battle formations and disorganized rabble was immense. A disciplined formation of 5,000 soldiers could easily defeat an enemy several times their size. Many instances of winning against overwhelming odds stemmed from this. Orpheus was currently drilling the soldiers in the square formation, one of the most basic battle formations. Other formations included the circular formation, the wedge formation, and the goose formation. On the battlefield, commanders would change formations according to the evolving situation. This was where a commander's skill was truly tested. However, while Orpheus was drilling the square formation, Aldous noticed that this particular square formation wasn't intended for ordinary combat. Seeing Aldous approach, Orpheus shouted, "Halt!" and then walked over to him. "Your Highness, you seem troubled. Is there something wrong with the formation?" Orpheus asked, bowing. As the feudal lord of the 6 prefectures, Aldous held the title of Grand Marshal, overseeing all military affairs in the region. His status as a prince also allowed him to manage all administrative matters in his fief. Orpheus, as the captain of Qingzhou, was directly subordinate to Aldous. Thus, Aldous had the authority to oversee military training. The front line has crossbowmen, the middle line has spearmen, and the rear line has demon-slaying saber-wielders. "This formation is designed to counter cavalry, isn't it?" Aldous said. "Your Highness understands battle formations?" Orpheus asked, surprised. Aldous smirked. "I am well versed in all types of battle formations, Captain Banks. Don't underestimate me." Orpheus looked astonished. "Does that mean your Highness also knows how to train troops?" Aldous hesitated. Knowing battle formations and actually training soldiers were 2 different things. He dodged the question. "I'll discuss that with you another time. Today, I'm here to inspect the soldiers' equipment." At this, Orpheus's face lit up. "Your Highness, look at these soldiers and their plate armor. Just their presence is enough to strike fear into the enemy." On the training ground, 5,000 soldiers stood in 10 neat square formations resembling a school assembly during morning exercises. However, what set them apart was the plate armor they wore and the cold gleam of their weapons, which gave them an intimidating aura. Seeing these heavily armed soldiers, Aldous felt a surge of pride. From now on, he would no longer need to fear the powerful families of Qingzhou or make concessions to appease them. The formidable Qingzhou army was more than capable of crushing any family that dared to threaten him. Indeed, they look impressive. But this isn't enough. Training must keep pace. We can't waste such excellent equipment, Aldous said. The plate armor was made from the highest quality steel in the steel workshop, forged through countless hammer strikes. Aldous was confident that the quality of this plate armor was on par with, if not superior to, that of 17th century plate armor. "Your Highness, leave the training to me. If you're not satisfied in 3 months, I'll offer you my head. However, the second batch of recruits is about to join the camp." "What about their equipment?" Orpheus asked, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Aldous sighed. Orpheus had become single-minded, always asking for equipment whenever they met. He said, "There will be no shortage of equipment. Every soldier will be fully outfitted. Moreover, in a few days, we'll receive 1,000 war horses. Set aside some soldiers to form a cavalry unit." 1,000 war horses? Orpheus's face lit up with joy. "Your Highness, where did you manage to get so many war horses?" "Horses are what I've been lacking the most. In past battles against the barbarians, we suffered greatly because of their cavalry. The barbarian cavalry was fast, and their archers were accurate. We couldn't catch up to them, nor could we fight them effectively. The casualties were devastating. Precisely for this reason, I want you to establish a cavalry unit. At least for now, the best way to deal with cavalry is still cavalry. Historically, cavalry was not phased out until the advent of mechanized forces. Therefore, in Aldous's view, the army would need to focus on building a strong cavalry unit for a long time to come. Orpheus nodded. No matter how excellent infantry formations were, they could only be used for passive defense. Cavalry, on the other hand, was an offensive force, essential for its flexibility, mobility, surprise attacks, and pursuit. He said, "If that's the case, then 1,000 war horses are still too few." "I understand. Next, I plan to smuggle horses from the grasslands to try and build a qualified cavalry unit," Aldous said, frowning slightly. Even in the age of firearms, the role of cavalry was irreplaceable. "Smuggle?" Orpheus was taken aback. Then he said, "Your Highness, are you not aware that the barbarians have now strictly forbidden the grassland tribes from selling war horses to the great Gabriel Empire?" "Of course I know. Otherwise it wouldn't be called smuggling, but trade," Aldous replied. Aldous replied. Orpheus scratched the back of his head. Then his expression turned serious as he said to Aldous, Your Highness, the barbarians suddenly tightening the sail of war horses is not good news. In the past, every time they did this, it meant they were preparing to attack the great Gabriel Empire. Orpheus was excited. Your Highness, are you planning to use cement this time? Aldous nodded. Yes, the fragile walls of Changzhou City need to be reinforced. After discussing this matter, Aldous and Orpheus talked about the new armies in other states. These new armies were currently led by the core members of the Qingzhou army, with no involvement from the powerful local clans. Moreover, each army had a political officer in place, responsible for the ideological work within the troops. When the topic of the political officers came up, Orpheus looked pained. Your Highness, these political officers are always talking about how the army must remain loyal to you, how they must uphold your leadership, and they even came up with things like 8 honors and 8 shames, 8 disciplines, and 7 points of attention. It's really something. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the army being loyal to me? Aldous glanced sideways at Orpheus, thinking to himself that if this guy had any disloyal thoughts, he would have to deal with him too. Orpheus immediately broke into a cold sweat. He was just being blunt and didn't like the overly meticulous ways of these scholars. But he realized he had misspoken and didn't like the overly meticulous ways of these scholars. But he realized he had misspoken and quickly bowed. Your Highness, please don't take offense. I'm just a loudmouth always saying the wrong things. That's more like it. I don't mind your usual antics and I try to meet your demands for equipment, but when it comes to matters of principle, you need to be clear-headed. As soon as Aldous spoke, his tone shifted to that of a political officer giving a lecture. The political officers who had been recruited were not allowed to take up their posts lightly. They had to undergo training and pass an exam before they could be assigned. The content of the exam was the guiding ideology of the army. Aldous's goal was to maintain control over the military. In these turbulent times, it was easy for armies to be led astray by their commanders. So this method was necessary to strengthen control. Otherwise, if one state rebelled and another mutinied, it would be enough to give him a headache. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't have the courage even if I had 10 guts, Orpheus said. Aldous nodded. I know you must find the political officers annoying, but just ignore them. They won't interfere with your military affairs. Yes, Your Highness. Orpheus wiped the sweat from his brow and personally escorted Aldous out of the military camp. As he watched Aldous leave, Orpheus let out a sigh of relief. In his eyes, the current Aldous was becoming more and more enigmatic. But he had to admit that his methods were effective. In the past, many soldiers didn't even know who the Aldous was. But now, with the political officers in the army, they heard about the Aldous almost every day. In Orpheus's view, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It ensured the stability of the military forces across the 6 states, preventing a situation like the one in Changzhou City, where the local clans controlled the city's defenses. Meanwhile, Aldous left the military camp and headed to Broad Learning Academy, where the newspaper office was now under the supervision of Herbert. Every day, Herbert collected information and published the next day's edition of the newspaper. The paper, making and printing workshops had already been moved to the industrial district, so Herbert only needed to send people to coordinate directly. All this had already taught Herbert how to handle the specifics, so he didn't need to micromanage. He only needed to review the drafts each day. After all, as his responsibilities grew, so did his daily administrative workload. He had to oversee industry, commerce, and agriculture, building industry, farming the land. It all required careful attention. As he walked, Aldous arrived at Broad Learning Academy. He wasn't here to see Herbert, but to conduct his regular teaching duties. In his spare time, he often spent his days at Broad Learning Academy. There were the political officer training sessions, the shipbuilding projects led by Doran, the technical challenges faced by Henry's machinery department, and the chemistry lessons for Riley and his group. This time, he was here to conduct a chemistry experiment. After the production of glass, he had the workshops create a set of chemical instruments, which were now all in the laboratory. By now, Riley and the others had a solid foundation in basic chemistry. They had memorized the periodic table and were familiar with chemical formulas. The theory was there, but practical application depended on these chemical instruments. When Aldous arrived at the laboratory, Riley and over 200 others were waiting inside. Upon seeing Aldous, they respectfully greeted him with, "Your Highness." The chemistry laboratory was laid out in a modern style, with 5-person workstations below, each equipped with experimental instruments. Aldous stood at the front, where he also had his own set of instruments. This time, Aldous was going to teach them how to produce sulfuric acid. The 3 acids and 2 alkalis had always been a goal for Aldous in establishing a basic chemical industry. The 3 acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid, while the 2 alkalis were sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Considering the conditions of this era, he believed that producing sulfuric acid would be the easiest to achieve. In ancient times, there was something called green vitriol oil, which was essentially sulfuric acid. It was made from green vitriol, water, and high heat. According to the data from the Tech crystal, there were deposits of green vitriol, or iron sulfate, in his territory. These green vitriol deposits were often found alongside iron ore. While mining for iron, Kate had discovered these green vitriol deposits were often found alongside iron ore. While mining for iron, Kate had discovered these green vitriol deposits. Aldous felt that these resources shouldn't go to waste and decided to use them to produce sulfuric acid. After all, sulfuric acid had a wide range of industrial applications, one of which was acid washing to remove rust, which could extend the lifespan of machinery. Additionally, sulfuric acid was a solvent used for purifying metals. With sulfuric acid was a solvent used for purifying metals. With sulfuric acid, he could purify some rare metals, laying the groundwork for alloy production. Now, the green ore in front of you is called green vitriol. I've already taught you about this before. Previously, we didn't have the experimental instruments to work with it, but now that we have these chemical tools, today I will demonstrate how to use green vitriol to produce sulfuric acid. After this experiment, you will be responsible for the production of sulfuric acid. Aldous said. By now, these individuals had mastered the basics of chemistry. In Aldous's view, they had at least the equivalent of a middle school level of chemical knowledge, which was sufficient to apply this knowledge to production. The purpose of knowledge is its application. Ultimately, this knowledge must be put to practical use. Yes, Your Highness, replied Riley and the others with confidence. 3 to 4 months had passed since they began their studies. During this time, they had been free from worries about food, clothing, and shelter, allowing them to focus entirely on learning. Aldous's chemistry lessons had opened up a whole new world for them, revealing a realm of knowledge they had never imagined. Every time Aldous taught, the atomic structures, molecular structures, and the appearances of various rare metals seemed to materialize in their minds, allowing them to grasp the concepts quickly. Satisfied with their progress, Aldous placed the green vitriol into a test tube, connected it to a water container, and began heating it with an alcohol lamp. Now that they could purify alcohol and produce glass bottles, creating an alcohol lamp was no longer an issue. This was one of the essential conditions for conducting chemical experiments. Riley and the others watched Aldous's every move intently, afraid to miss even the smallest detail. As the alcohol was added, the color of the green vitriol gradually changed from green to reddish brown, indicating that the green vitriol had successfully decomposed. By the end of the lesson, under Aldous's supervision, Riley and the others had successfully produced sulfuric acid by following his example. However, even with everyone's combined efforts, they had only managed to produce a small amount. Your Highness, from now on, let us handle the rest. We've been learning for so long and we can't have you teaching us every time. We can experiment on our own. You just need to provide us with the materials, Riley said to Aldous after the teaching experiment concluded. Aldous felt a sense of relief. These students had finally developed the initiative to explore on their own. Reflecting on modern history, he remembered how his homeland had built a powerful industrial system from scratch through self-reliance and experimentation. Now, with him providing the knowledge, he believed that these students could also achieve miracles. You have ambition. Since that's the case, I've already taught you the key knowledge about the 3 acids and 2 alkalis. You have ambition. Since that's the case, I've already taught you the key knowledge about the 3 acids and 2 alkalis. You can focus on production. If you need silver or manpower, just let me know, Aldous said. Riley nodded excitedly. From being a slave to enjoying a comfortable life, all of this had been granted by the Aldous. They were people who valued gratitude and wanted to contribute to their homeland, ensuring that the people of the fiefdom would no longer suffer humiliation. Aldous felt comforted. In Riley's eyes, he saw a sense of purpose and dedication. It was this sense of purpose that allowed individuals to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good. In modern times, when the country was poor and underdeveloped, it was precisely because of such people that the nation grew stronger step by step. This was a noble character trait. Aldous had seen it in Morley Orpheus, the Halvar father and son, and even in Herbert. It was because of this character that they wholeheartedly supported his reforms, striving to make the fiefdom more prosperous and powerful. He needed more people with this kind of character. These individuals were the foundation of the fiefdom. Patting Riley on the shoulder, Aldous gave him an encouraging look and instructed him to ask questions whenever he encountered difficulties. With that, Aldous left Broad Learning Academy. He had already taught them enough to keep them busy for a long time. Moreover, Aldous had given him a plan, a step-by-step guide to chemical production, starting from the simple and progressing to the complex, gradually building the chemical industry. Once the chemical industry began to take shape, it could mutually reinforce the steel industry. At that point, he could start working on producing alloys. The first target was tungsten steel. With tungsten steel, he could manufacture high-quality cutting tools, which would then allow for the precise machining of various metal components. That would mark a small leap forward in industrial development. However, while the idea was promising, its implementation was fraught with challenges. The first hurdle was finding black tungsten ore and white tungsten ore. Tungsten ore was not as easy to locate as coal or iron ore. In fact, during this era, any mineral deposits that weren't surface level were extremely difficult to find and mine. The few mines Cade had discovered were shallow deposits. Deeper deposits remained out of reach, as precise exploration was a different matter altogether. He didn't have satellite positioning technology. Thinking of this, he sighed. For now, he could only rely on luck. If they were lucky, they might find tungsten ore quickly. If not, they would have to wait. Once they had tungsten ore, they could use sulfuric acid to extract tungsten and produce alloys. Industrial development had to proceed step by step, following a clear plan. Equally important was agricultural production, which Aldous also took very seriously. As he pondered these matters, he returned to the palace. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Myrel rushing out and accidentally bumping into him. Aldous staggered but instinctively caught Myrel, preventing her from falling. In the process, one of his hands ended up grabbing her bottom. Ah! Myrel let out a startled cry, but when she saw it was Aldous, she quickly stifled it. However, feeling his hand squeeze a few times, her face turned bright red. "Your Highness, in broad daylight you," Myrel chided. Aldous chuckled and let go, savoring the implication in Myrel's words. If broad daylight wasn't appropriate, did that mean nighttime would be fine? Myrel nervously glanced around, relieved to see no one had witnessed the incident. After all, propriety between men and women was of utmost importance. If someone had seen, it would have been mortifying. However, she didn't blame Aldous. Over time, she and Keeley had grown closer to him. Knowing that they would eventually become his women, and given Aldous's charming personality, they had become more tolerant of his playful advances. "You're the one who bumped into me. How can you blame me?" Aldous said lazily. Myrel sighed helplessly, then suddenly remembered something urgent. "Your Highness, I almost forgot. I was rushing to find you. Her Majesty has sent a letter saying that Princess Camilla will soon arrive in Qingzhou and has asked you to take good care of her." Princess Camilla? Aldous felt a wave of dizziness. Why is she coming here? It's because of the perfumes, soaps, and now the glass. Her Majesty mentioned in the letter that the glass you sent to Nightblumen has caused quite a stir in the imperial palace. Forget it, forget it. If she wants to come, just make sure to receive her properly when she arrives. Aldous let out a deep sigh. This Princess Camilla was neither Aldous's half-sister nor his elder sister, but rather his aunt Kyr's biological younger sister. Kyr doted on his young sister to an extreme degree, almost to the point of indulgence. As a result, Princess Camilla had grown up spoiled and became utterly lawless in Nightblumen. Especially after her consort passed away, her reputation for beauty became well known to all. She associated with people ranging from first-rank officials to street vendors, but with one common requirement: anyone in her circle had to be handsome. Rumor had it that she even kept male concubines in her residence. In an era like this, Princess Camilla could be considered a pioneer among women. It was precisely because of her influence that the women of Nightblumen were somewhat more open-minded compared to those elsewhere, which spoke volumes about her impact. To Aldous, this clever and somewhat modern socialite, like Ant, was a difficult person to deal with. She was an expert at adapting to any situation, yet he couldn't refuse her visit, as he needed an ally in Nightblumen. The imperial princes were currently at each other's throats, and he was far away in Qingzhou. If chaos erupted in Nightblumen, extracting Fiora from there would be a major problem. Meanwhile, this aunt of his was resourceful and had numerous admirers under her influence. She was an undeniable force in Nightblumen, and he might very well need her help in the future. In that case, I will make arrangements for the residence, Smyrl said. When Her Majesty sent this letter, the princess had already departed. Judging by the timeline, she should be arriving soon. Aldous waved his hand, signaling Myril to prepare. He no longer had the mood to tease the young maid. No matter whether it was Prince Hardy or Prince Maddock, he could easily brush them off. But dealing with this particular guest, that was truly a headache. 2 days later, a magnificently luxurious carriage slowly made its way down the official road leading into Qingzhou City. The escorting guards on either side of the carriage numbered over 1,000. Each wore golden armor, a golden, plumed helmet, and bore a solemn and dignified expression. The carriage was draped in purple silk, intricately embroidered with golden vine patterns, and exquisite jade ornaments dangled from all 4 corners of the roof, each piece worth a fortune. Seeing such an ostentatious display, the common folk along the road quickly stepped aside. Some merchants couldn't help but let their greedy gazes linger on the jade and gold thread embroidery. But the moment they saw the fierce and imposing golden armored guards, they immediately lowered their heads. As the city gates drew closer, a knight at the front rode up to the carriage and spoke. "Your Highness, we have arrived in Qingzhou City." "Is that so? Take a look at the city gate. Is anyone there to welcome me? Speaking of which, I haven't seen King Henry for 5 years now. I wonder if that brat still gives his dear aunt any face?" A languid, sultry voice came from within the carriage. Then, a delicate hand, smooth and fair like lotus root, lifted the curtain, revealing an exquisitely alluring face. Upon seeing her, the knight's eyes flashed with fervor. He replied, "I see many people gathered outside the city gate. Most likely, King Henry himself." Princess Camilla then leaned out for a glance. At once, she spotted Aldous standing at the gate in his purple robe, accompanied by Luoluo and Mirala. "Indeed, it's Aldous." She leaned back into the carriage and chuckled. "At least this nephew of mine still knows to show me some respect. Let's move faster." The knight nodded, gave a loud command, and the carriage driver cracked his whip. The horses sped up, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Aldous stood at the city gate, forcing a wry smile at the approaching entourage. Golden armor, such an impractical, flashy thing, was something only his aunt would have the nerve to use. When the curtain lifted, a regal and elegant woman emerged. Aldous immediately stepped forward and said, "Your nephew greets aunt." "Hee. Aldous, sir, it's been 5 years and you've only grown more handsome. Come, let aunt take a good look at you." Before she even descended from the carriage, Princess Camilla was already laughing. A fragrant breeze followed her as she approached Aldous. The scent was unmistakably that of peony perfume. "Aunt remains as beautiful as ever," Aldous said, though the overpowering fragrance made him wrinkle his nose slightly. Princess Camilla chuckled. "Your flattery has improved as well." Aldous smiled. "Thank you for your praise, Aunt. Please, let us continue our conversation inside the palace." Princess Camilla nodded. By now, many commoners had gathered at the city gate, watching the scene unfold. She turned back, stepped into her carriage again, and the entourage proceeded into the city, following Aldous's lead. As they passed through the city gate, Princess Camilla lifted the curtain once more and examined the gate guards. These soldiers wore silver armor, completely different from the armor of the Great Gabriel dynasty. Every part of their bodies was covered, making them look like steel-clad beasts, exuding an intimidating aura. The long spears in their hands gleamed with silver light, their tips razor-sharp, clearly top-quality weapons. "How strange. What kind of armor is this?" Princess Camilla mused. Back in Nightblumen, whenever Qingzhou was mentioned, the imperial princes and ministers always scoffed at it, as if it were some barbaric backwater. Even though Qingzhou's products had repeatedly caused a sensation in Nightblumen over the past 6 months, this perception hadn't changed. After all, engaging in commerce was something scholars despised. Thus, while many imperial princes secretly engaged in trade, they did so through subordinate merchants, merely providing them with connections and privileges. But Aldous, a dignified vassal king, personally running businesses? This only made Nightbloom's nobility look down on him even more. As the carriage moved further into the city, Princess Camilla continued observing Qingzhou. She noticed the streets bustling with merchants, many transporting goods such as soap, perfume, and drunken Qingzhou wine. On the roadside, she occasionally saw groups of scholars engaged in heated debates over sheets of paper covered in writing, as if they were discussing something of great importance. What puzzled her even more was the high number of slaves in Qingzhou. Every now and then, a group of people bearing slave marks would pass by, yet they did not have the usual downcast, sorrowful expressions. Instead, they chatted and laughed while transporting minerals and coal. Scene after scene unfolded before her eyes, and suddenly, Princess Camilla felt she had made the right decision in coming here. She had originally come for the exquisite glass, but now, it seemed Qingzhou had far more to offer. Henry Prince's residence. Princess Camilla stepped down from her carriage and, upon seeing the scenery within the prince's residence, frowned slightly. In Nightbloom, she was accustomed to luxurious mansions. Compared to those, the Henry Prince's residence was indeed rather shabby. The residence lacked the auspicious Qilin statues at its entrance. The plaque above the gate wasn't gilded, and even the door knockers were rusted, details that seemed unbefitting of a prince's status. Noticing Princess Camilla's unusual expression, Aldous asked, "Auntie, is something wrong? Aldous, you suffered these 5 years in Qingzhou. The emperor is too harsh. No matter what, you're still a prince. How could he be so biased? When I return to Nightbloom, I will definitely speak up for you," Princess Camilla said, feigning concern for Aldous. Had Aldous not known his aunt's true nature, he might have been moved. However, Princess Camilla was notorious for her acting skills, and he wasn't about to fall for her act. "Thank you, Auntie, but there's no need. Father has already sent me the 1,000,000 taels of silver," Aldous replied. In Nightbloom, the other princes often visited her, bringing lavish gifts. But Aldous was far away, and his maternal family lacked influence, so she had never paid him much attention. "Is that so? I heard the Emperor's impression of you has improved recently. It seems to be true. I'm not sure about that. Father has never been fond of me, but since he sent the silver, perhaps it's true," Aldous evaded. Princess Camilla chuckled. "Congratulations, then. Perhaps the Emperor will even allow you to return to Nightbloom for a visit. Fiora misses you dearly." "I miss Mother as well," Aldous said with a faint smile. By now they had reached the garden behind the main hall. Princess Camilla sat down in the pavilion and gestured for Aldous to join her. "I came here this time to see you on behalf of Fiora. Seeing that you're doing well here, I can reassure her when I return." Princess Camilla played the emotional card again. Aldous couldn't help but admire her. Princess Camilla was indeed a shrewd woman, able to make others feel close to her with just a few words. However, he wasn't the same Aldous from before. Blood ties alone weren't enough to make him lose his composure. The old Aldous might have been moved to tears, but not him. As Princess Camilla spoke, she kept observing Aldous' expression. Seeing that he remained calm, she was slightly surprised. This Aldous was quite interesting. "That's good. Please tell Mother that I'm doing well here and not to worry," Aldous said. "By the way, Auntie, do you have any other plans for your visit? If not, I can show you around Qingzhou's scenic spots." Princess Camilla had seen nothing but rural poverty on her way here. There were no scenic spots to speak of. Seeing the dilapidated state of the Henry Prince's residence, she had no intention of staying long. "I'll only be here for a few days. After that, I plan to visit your Uncle Hardy in Jinling City. That's a bustling place. I've always wanted to visit, but my duties keep me too busy," Aldous said, giving himself an excuse not to accompany his aunt. "No matter. The Emperor will be pleased to hear that you're diligent in your duties," Princess Camilla said. After some probing, she found Aldous unyielding. Since charm and beauty didn't work on him, she hesitated before finally revealing her true purpose. "Aldous, the reason I came this time is actually about the glass. The glassware you sent to the palace has caused quite a stir in the inner court. Even your father couldn't put it down. He asked me to come to Qingzhou to inquire about the glass making technique so the craftsmen in the palace can produce it for the consorts." "So it's come to this," Aldous thought to himself. His aunt's appetite was truly insatiable. He had expected Princess Camilla to ask for some glassware, which he could have easily given her. But he hadn't anticipated that she would demand the entire glass making technique. As Princess Camilla spoke, she watched Aldous closely. To her surprise, he remained as calm as ever. Little did she know, Aldous' mind was in turmoil. "Auntie, I'm afraid that's not possible." Aldous believed Princess Camilla's words. If she whispered in Emperor Kyr's ear, the Emperor would undoubtedly agree to her request for the glass making technique, or even the production methods for all of Qingzhou's goods. This was the great Gabriel Empire, where the greed of the nobility was brazen, and they saw such demands as entirely justified. Princess Camilla's expression shifted, her eyes darting around. "Auntie doesn't agree with this either. It's all your father's idea. You know his temperament. Once he takes an interest in something, he must have it." Aldous frowned. Princess Camilla was essentially threatening him. Emperor Kyr was known throughout the great Gabriel Empire for his ruthlessness and tyranny. Otherwise, how could a prince like Aldous have been reduced to such a state? Princess Camilla was waiting for his response. This was the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. If he refused, the Emperor would be furious. If he complied, it would set a precedent, and every opportunistic noble would come demanding things under the Emperor's name. Therefore, he couldn't give in this time, and he had to avoid offending both Princess Camilla and the Emperor. "I understand father's temperament, but Auntie, a person without integrity, cannot stand. I cannot reveal the glass making technique because I've already made an agreement with the merchants in the guild. Aside from supplying them with goods, the glass making technique will only be disclosed to them once they reach a certain membership level. If I break my word now, it would not only disgrace me but also tarnish the royal family's reputation. No matter what, I am still a prince. My dignity may not matter, but the royal family's honor does. Father wouldn't be pleased if that were compromised, would he?" "Oh, is that so?" Princess Camilla asked, puzzled. Aldous nodded firmly and proceeded to explain the guild's structure to her. As Princess Camilla listened, her expression grew increasingly grim. She had intended to monopolize the profits from the glass trade, but she hadn't realized that the glass involved so many people's interests, including those of several feudal lords. If that were the case, this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. While the imperial princes might be manageable, the non-imperial feudal lords would be a different story. Living in Nightblumen, she knew these feudal lords were restless, eager to support a new emperor who aligned with their interests, just as they had supported Kyr in the past. "Exactly. The main issue is that I've already taken their silver and spent most of it. If Auntie is willing to repay them on my behalf, I'd be happy to share the glass making technique with you," Aldous said, feigning regret. "How much silver are we talking about?" Princess Camilla asked, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Not much. Just around 15 million taels," Aldous said nonchalantly. 15 million taels. Princess Camilla nearly jumped to her feet in shock. Aldous nodded silently. Her expression stiffened for a moment before Princess Camilla forced a smile and said, "I didn't realize that the Aldous is now so wealthy. Compared to you, Auntie, I'm still far behind. I've heard that your assets in Nightblumen are quite substantial." Aldous flattered her. "So, what do you think about this matter?" "Forget it. Since you've already made agreements with so many merchants, I can't force you to break your word. But could you prepare some glassware for me to bring back to the Emperor and the consorts?" Initially, she had wanted to secure the glass making technique for herself. However, after hearing Aldous' explanation, she was unwilling to risk offending so many people. After all, Aldous had already taken their silver. If this matter were to fall entirely on her shoulders, she would have a hard time dealing with those people in Nightblumen. While Aldous was far away from the Emperor's reach, she would have to face these people daily. In the letter from Fiola, it was clear that Emperor Kyr was pleased with Aldous and had even praised him with no mention of demanding the glass-making technique. However, for Aldous, Princess Camilla's greed was something he could exploit. It's not a person's flaws that are worrisome, but their lack of vulnerabilities. "That's not a problem," Aldous said. "But I have a better idea." Princess Camilla, who had been feeling somewhat disgruntled about not getting the glass-making technique, now perked up slightly. "What idea?" "I can give you a high-level membership in the guild." "How about that? It's worth 1,000,000 taels of silver," Aldous said with a smile. Princess Camilla's face lit up with joy. "You're always so thoughtful, Auntie's favorite. Let's settle it this way," she said, fearing that Aldous might change his mind. "Of course," Aldous replied, thinking to himself that this membership was essentially a free gift. He could create as many memberships as he wanted, and he wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, once Princess Camilla became a member, she would have to purchase goods from him, allowing him to profit from her. Each harboring their own thoughts, Aldous instructed Myrelle to arrange a banquet. Since Princess Camilla had arrived, it was customary to invite local officials and influential families to pay their respects. However, the Aldous' residence had no singers or dancers, so Aldous had to borrow some from the Wright and Huxley families. That evening, the Henry Prince's residence was filled with the sounds of music. The Wright, Huxley, Sun, and Hardy families, along with Morley and other Qingzhou officials, were all in attendance. With Princess Camilla present, the banquet was far more orderly than the chaotic gatherings at the Wright family's events. Aldous and Princess Camilla sat at the head of the table, with Morley seated below them, followed by Orpheus, Halvar, and others. The Wright and Huxley families were seated at the lower end. "Aldous, what is this dish?" During the banquet, Princess Camilla had little interest in the mediocre performances, which she found unbearable. In her own residence, such singers and dancers would have been punished. The only thing that caught her attention was the array of unfamiliar and delicious dishes. Despite having tasted countless delicacies in Nightblumen, these exquisite dishes still managed to captivate her. "This dish is called abalone," Aldous explained. "Abalone? What is that?" "It looks so strange," Princess Camilla said in surprise. Aldous smiled. "Auntie, although the abalone may look unappealing, it's incredibly delicious. Why don't you give it a try?" In modern times, abalone was a delicacy that only became popular after the Song dynasty, and even then it was mostly consumed by coastal residents. Inland people rarely had the chance to taste it. Since his industrial projects were progressing smoothly, Aldous had devoted some of his energy to improving his quality of life. He had inquired about abalone and found that no one had tried eating it before. So, when he sent Doran to Dongzhou to scout locations for shipbuilding workshops, he also asked him to look for abalone. To his surprise, Doran sent him a jar of abalone the very next day, claiming that these creatures were abundant in the sea. Aldous was overjoyed. In a place with such rich natural resources, he would never have to worry about seafood. Seeing that Princess Camilla was still hesitant, Aldous picked up an abalone and ate it himself. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Princess Camilla sniffed the briny fragrance and swallowed hard. After a moment's hesitation, she took a bite. It's delicious," Princess Camilla said, her hesitant expression turning to delight. Seizing the opportunity, Aldous added, "Not only is abalone delicious, but it's also a medicinal ingredient. It's very nourishing." Hearing this, Princess Camilla ate even more. Soon, more dishes were served: clay pot chicken, roasted duck, and others, some traditional Great Gabriel Empire dishes, and some modern ones. Princess Camilla was overwhelmed by the variety but found her appetite growing. Aldous rarely hosted banquets, so many of the dishes were unfamiliar to the guests, who eagerly dug in. For a while, the music and dance performances became mere background entertainment. However, one person stood out from the crowd, staring intently at Princess Camilla with a look of infatuation. This person was none other than Phelan, a man notorious for his lustful nature. In Nightblumen, Princess Camilla's beauty was widely known, and Phelan had heard rumors about her. Like many other scholars, he had fantasized about catching her eye and becoming one of her favorite companions. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to approach her in Nightblumen. Now, with this rare opportunity, he couldn't help but feel restless. Moreover, Princess Camilla was Emperor Kyr's younger sister, only 28 years old, a vibrant age exuding a mature charm that Phelan found irresistible. Combined with her striking beauty, Phelan was utterly captivated. However, his behavior did not go unnoticed. Standing behind Princess Camilla was a golden, armored guard named Julian Wells, who had once been an instructor for the 400,000 Imperial Guards in Nightblumen and was a formidable warrior. He had been gifted to Princess Camilla by Emperor Kyr as her personal guard, though rumors circulated that Julian and Princess Camilla by Emperor Kyr as her personal guard. Though rumors circulated that Julian and Princess Camilla shared a questionable relationship. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you act so disrespectfully? Guards, seize him!" Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, Julian suddenly shouted. Two golden armored guards rushed forward and grabbed Phelan by the arms. Only then did Phelan realize his grave mistake. His face turned pale. Staring at the princess in such a manner was a serious offense. Kurt, who had been unaware of what was happening, looked up and was equally shocked. Princess Camilla, who had been chatting with Aldous, frowned at the commotion. "Julian, what's going on?" "Your Highness, this man has been secretly staring at you throughout the banquet. Such disrespect is unacceptable." The sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. It was only then that Kurt realized what had happened. He quickly stood up and apologized. "Your Highness, my son meant no harm. It's just that Your Highness's beauty is unparalleled," and he was momentarily captivated. Princess Camilla chuckled upon hearing this. "You certainly know how to flatter. Since everyone here is a prominent family from Qingzhou, who might you be?" "I am Kurt Wright, and this is my son Phelan," Kurt replied respectfully. The reputation of Princess Camilla was well known to him. In the Great Gabriel Empire, few dared to provoke her. Princess Camilla's expression shifted slightly, and she nodded gently. "So, you're the head of the Wright family, one of Qingzhou's great clans. Very well. Since I'm here in Qingzhou for leisure, it would be inauspicious to spill blood. Julian, release him and let young Master Wright return to his seat." As she spoke, Princess Camilla glanced at Phelan. "Yes, Your Highness." Julian dared not disobey the princess's orders. Aldous had been watching the scene unfold with interest, though he too felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to use this opportunity to further weaken the Wright family's influence. However, Princess Camilla's reaction to learning about the Wright family's status in Qingzhou had been peculiar. Her leniency toward them now made him wary. This princess was as politically astute as any man. The banquet continued after this minor incident. An hour later, the banquet concluded. Aldous said, "Auntie, your resting quarters in the residence have been prepared. Please retire for the night." "That won't be necessary. I've found a villa outside the city and won't trouble you further," Princess Camilla suddenly announced. "A villa outside the city and won't trouble you further," Princess Camilla suddenly announced. "A villa outside the city? Which one? Perhaps I could visit sometime," Aldous inquired. "Funny enough, I happened to pass by it and took a liking to it. After discussing it with the wealthy owner, I decided to stay there for a few days. It's on an island in the middle of a lake outside the city," Princess Camilla explained as she walked toward the exit. Aldous nodded. "In that case, let me escort you." "No need. It's late, and you should rest," Princess Camilla said as she boarded her carriage. Aldous maintained a polite smile, but inwardly, he was suspicious. Princess Camilla was not following the usual script. As the carriage slowly departed, Morley, who had been standing beside Aldous, said, "Your Highness, Princess Camilla must have come to Qingzhou with some purpose, right?" "Indeed, and her appetite is far from small. She wants the entire glass, making technology," Aldous replied coldly. Although Princess Camilla appeared cheerful during the banquet, it was clearly forced. "It seems her wishes were not fulfilled," Morley observed. "By choosing to stay elsewhere instead of the residence, she's avoiding our surveillance. My aunt is a meticulous woman. The changes in Qingzhou won't escape her notice. What worries me is that she might collude with the Wright family and plant a thorn in my territory." "Your Highness has noticed it too?" Morley asked. The Wright family may be a local powerhouse, but they're still of low status. My aunt is extremely proud. In Nightbloomin, she would punish anyone who showed her disrespect. Yet this time, she let Phelan off. My influence alone wouldn't have warranted such leniency." "I share the same thought, Your Highness. The Great Gabriel Empire is in turmoil, and with the barbarians halting the sale of war horses, they're likely preparing to take advantage of the chaos. When the Emperor first ascended the throne, the barbarians launched a massive invasion. To stabilize his rule, the Emperor signed a humiliating treaty with them at the gates of Nightbloomin, agreeing to pay annual tributes and ceding the lands north of Changzhou to Yuzhou. Only then did the barbarians withdraw." Pausing for a moment, Morley continued. "This time, the barbarians will likely repeat their tactics. With each cycle, they grow stronger while the Great Gabriel Empire grows weaker. Moreover, the barbarians have long coveted the 16 prefectures of Madoc and Rurik. With Yuzhou and other regions already lost, they won't let go of the remaining territories. Once the natural barrier of the Great Wall is breached, their cavalry will sweep through the land unopposed." "I understand all this, but what does it have to do with Princess Camilla?" Aldous asked. Morley explained, It has everything to do with her. Your fiefdom borders the Huyantuo tribe of the barbarians to the north. If you can drive out the Huyantuo and reclaim Yuzhou and other regions, you can block the barbarians' path into the Central Plains. By holding these strategic locations and gaining control of the cities and populations there, you can significantly strengthen your own power. But to drive out the Huyantuo, you must first eliminate the hidden threats within your fiefdom. Are you suggesting it's time to deal with the local powerful families? Aldous asked. Morley bowed. Yes. Now that your highness has begun to show your capabilities, even Princess Camilla has taken notice. The other princes will not underestimate you either. The best way for them to hinder you is to support the local powerful families, as these families have wealth, grain, and private armies, enough to pose a serious threat to you. But the influence of these families is still substantial. If we act now, it will be a costly battle, with heavy losses on both sides. Aldous frowned. Moreover, we need at least 3 months to train the new army properly. Morley suddenly smiled. Your Highness, have you forgotten about the Huxley family? If they learn that you plan to eliminate the Wright family, how do you think they'll react? Aldous' brow furrowed. I understand your point, but we still need a legitimate reason to move against the Wright family. Acting without justification would be unwise. Your Highness, the opportunity is right before us, Morley said softly. Rafferty. You mean... Aldous' expression shifted. Morley nodded. Rafferty is a member of the Wright family. If you were to attempt an assassination on the princess, wouldn't that give you the perfect excuse to deal with the Wright family? Moreover, the golden armored guards by the princess's side could assist you. What's not to like? Aldous slowly nodded. Morley certainly had a devious mind. Once Rafferty attempts to assassinate the princess, it won't matter whether she believes it or not. After all, Rafferty is Kurt's nephew. There's no time to waste. The princess will likely summon the Wright father and son tonight. If Rafferty acts now, the princess will surely believe that the Wright family is retaliating for Julian's humiliation of Phelan during the banquet, Morley said. Aldous couldn't allow potential threats to remain so close to him. The local powerful families had long been a thorn in his side, and this was the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Even if he couldn't completely eliminate the Wright family, he could at least severely weaken them. With this in mind, he immediately summoned Rafferty and explained Morley's plan to him. Your Highness, leave this matter to me, Rafferty said excitedly. Kurt, no matter how capable you are, let's see how you wriggle out of this one. Wright family residence. A loud slap echoed through Kurt's study. Inside the study, Phelan knelt on the floor, a bright red handprint on his right cheek. You fool! If it had been anyone else today, you'd already be dead. I've told you time and again not to lose yourself in women, but you've forgotten everything. With such behavior, how do you expect to achieve anything great in the future? Kurt's chest heaved with anger, clearly furious. Phelan clutched his face, his voice trembling. Father, I was only thinking of the Wright family. If I could somehow win Princess Camilla's favor, wouldn't that give our family a direct connection to her? Then we wouldn't have to kowtow to Aldous anymore. Aren't you also suspicious that the Aldous is planning to eliminate the powerful families of Qingzhou? If we don't find a powerful ally now, when will we? Bah! Do you really think someone like you could win Princess Camilla's favor? Kurt snapped. Phelan was taken aback and muttered, How do you know if you don't try? Phelan's eyes lit up with excitement. Father, are you saying Princess Camilla has taken an interest in our Wright family? I can't say for sure, but if she were to choose, our Wright family would undoubtedly be the most suitable. Moreover, Princess Camilla has always been close to Prince Hardy. If Prince Hardy ever needs us, our Wright family could coordinate with him to keep the Aldous in check, Kurt explained. Exactly. 3 years ago, Prince Hardy hinted that we should take advantage of the barbarian chaos to kill Aldous. It's clear that Prince Hardy has designs on Qingzhou. It's a shame that Aldous was too cowardly and fled back to Nightblumen. Otherwise, I would have led the men to do it myself, Phelan said with a sinister grin. Enough of this reckless talk. Kurt's expression turned grave. He nervously stepped outside, looked around to ensure no one was listening, and then returned to the room. Whether that person was sent by Prince Hardy or not is now impossible to prove. We must never speak of this again. If word reaches the Aldous, our Wright family will be utterly destroyed. Phelan came to his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, and he quickly fell silent. Kurt sighed. Let's hope Princess Camilla summons us tonight. With her as our ally, our Wright family will truly be secure. Meanwhile, at the Plum Blossom Villa outside Qingzhou City, Princess Camilla was instructing Julian to summon the right father and son. Your Highness, why summon the right father and son? They are utterly uncouth, Julian said disdainfully. Princess Camilla calmly combed her hair and replied, What do you know? Haven't you noticed the changes in Qingzhou during our journey? Not to mention the fully armored soldiers at the city gates. Even the common people outside the city seem more prosperous than elsewhere. In 3 to 5 years, even Prince Hardy won't be able to underestimate Aldous. If we don't plant a pawn here now, when will we? Julian frowned. But why choose the Wright family? It's simple. During the banquet, Aldous seemed almost gleeful about the Wright family's predicament, and the other powerful families reacted similarly. This suggests that the Wright family is struggling. That makes them easier to control. Julian nodded. If Prince Hardy learns of your Highness's efforts on his behalf, I wonder how he will repay you. This time, I'm not doing this for Prince Hardy. My nephew Aldous is quite intriguing. The more he refuses to share his crafts, the more interested I become. By having the Wright family keep an eye on things, we might find opportunities in the future, Princess Camilla said with a sly smile. Aldous's offer of a high-level membership hadn't satisfied her appetite. Julian nodded again. The Wright family owned many estates outside the city. He only needed to contact their people and have them summon the Wright father and son. As Julian left, Princess Camilla turned to gaze at the lotus pond outside. The setting sun painted the lake's surface red, and the tips of the lotus leaves seemed to be brushed with rouge. As someone deeply entrenched in the political center of the Great Gabriel Empire, she was acutely sensitive to any shifts in power. Her visit to Qingzhou was far from just about Aldous's crafts. She had also come to assess the situation. What she had seen so far had given her a new perspective on Aldous and allowed her to gauge his potential in the struggle for the throne. She knew that her status and wealth were entirely dependent on Emperor Kier. Once the throne changed hands, everything she had could vanish. Therefore, she couldn't afford to stay neutral in the prince's power struggles. Choosing the wrong side would lead to a miserable future. After all, no amount of wealth could protect her from the whims of an emperor. It was for this reason that she navigated carefully among the princes. After careful consideration, she had already chosen her side. Planting a pawn in Aldous's fiefdom was part of her plan. Aldous, don't blame your aunt for being ruthless. Blame your lack of a powerful maternal family, Princess Camilla murmured to herself. In her eyes, Aldous's fate was already sealed. He would become a sacrificial pawn in the prince's power struggle, just like Prince Ning before him. As she lost herself in thought, a sudden whoosh broke the silence. A cold breeze brushed past her ear, and an arrow embedded itself in the pillar of her room. The villa was built by the water, and her room overlooked the lake. She looked in the direction the arrow had come from and saw a dozen black-clad figures emerging from the water, armed with crossbows. A synth! Princess Camilla's face turned pale with fear. She had never experienced such terror before and screamed at the top of her lungs. The golden armored guards quickly noticed the black-clad figures in the water. Dozens of archers rushed over and began firing arrows into the lake. The assassins, seeing the guards closing in, fired another volley of arrows before diving back into the water and disappearing. The guards then noticed hollow reed tubes sticking out of the water. The assassins had used these to breathe while sneaking in. No wonder they hadn't been detected earlier. After them, one of the golden armored guards shouted, leading a group in pursuit. The remaining guards quickly formed a protective circle around Princess Camilla. Rafferty retreated after the initial attack as planned. Seeing the golden armored guards giving chase, he led his men toward Qingzhou City. Outside the city, Orpheus was waiting with a cavalry unit. Once Rafferty and his men reached the city, Orpheus would capture them. After swimming to the shore, Rafferty sprinted toward Qingzhou City, with the golden armored guards hot on his heels. As the city came into view, the golden armored guards spotted a group of cavalry approaching. The leader, a burly general, called out, "Aren't you Princess Camilla's guards? What are you doing here? Someone attempted to assassinate Her Highness, and we are in pursuit," the golden armored guard shouted. Orpheus exclaimed in shock, "Who would dare to assassinate Her Highness? Men, follow me to capture the assassinate." With that, Orpheus led a group of cavalry to follow the golden armored guards in the direction Rafferty had fled. At the same time, he sent someone to inform Aldous. The golden armored guards had no reason to doubt Orpheus and galloped ahead, with Orpheus following closely behind. Their encounter with the golden armored guards was part of the plan. The key to this plan was for Orpheus's men to capture Rafferty and take him to the Qingzhou prison. If the golden armored guards caught Rafferty, he would likely be tortured to death. Before long, they reached a fork in the road. The golden armored guard said, "Captain Banks, let's split up. If you catch the assassin, please inform us." "Of course," Orpheus replied. He then led the Qingzhou troops down one path while the golden armored guards took the other. After galloping for a while, Orpheus suddenly stopped in front of a small grove. He called out, "Rafferty, come out." Rafferty said, "Captain Banks, my life is in your hands now." Orpheus dismounted and walked up to Rafferty. "To avoid arousing Her Highness's suspicion, I'll have to rough you up a bit. My apologies." With that, Orpheus punched Rafferty in the face and then slashed his arm with a knife. "Cough, you're ruthless." Rafferty grimaced in pain. Orpheus smiled helplessly. "It's His Highness's orders." Rafferty thought to himself that as long as he could get revenge, a little suffering was worth it. He then asked, "What about them?" Orpheus glanced at the secret guards accompanying Rafferty and said, "There are enough death row prisoners in the Qingzhou prison to replace them." Rafferty nodded. The Aldous' plans were always meticulous. Time was of the essence, so the two didn't waste any more words. Orpheus escorted Rafferty toward Qingzhou City. As they approached the city gates, he sent someone to inform the golden armored guards that the assassin had been captured. After the assassination attempt on Aldous and now Princess Camilla, Qingzhou City was once again on edge. Upon hearing that the assassin had been caught, Princess Camilla and Julian rushed into Qingzhou City that very night. "Auntie, I told you that Qingzhou City isn't safe. If you had listened to my advice, this wouldn't have happened. I myself was almost assassinated last year," Aldous said with a concerned expression in the main hall of the Aldous' residence. Princess Camilla was still shaken. The assassination attempt had come out of nowhere, and she couldn't think of any enemies she had in Qingzhou. Her first thought was that Aldous might have orchestrated the attack, fearing that she had ulterior motives for her visit. After all, Aldous' reputation as a troublemaker was well known, and no one could predict what he might do next. But now, looking at Aldous' demeanor, it didn't seem like he was behind it. "Your Highness, please hand the assassin over to me." "I'll tear him to pieces," Julian said furiously. Aldous replied sternly, "General Wells, we must not act rashly. Until we find out who is behind this, Her Highness is still in danger." "Then does the Aldous have any leads?" Princess Camilla asked, trying to calm herself. After a moment of hesitation, Aldous said with a guilty expression, "This is my oversight. The assassin who attempted to kill you is a member of the Wright family, one of Qingzhou's powerful clans. His name is Rafferty Wright, and he is Kurt's nephew." "What?" Princess Camilla exclaimed in shock. Julian roared, "I knew that Wright father and son were no good. The Wright family must be furious about losing face at the banquet and decided to intimidate Her Highness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated after a single attack." Princess Camilla's expression was complex, her eyes darting around as she tried to gauge the truthfulness of Aldous' words. In her view, a local powerful family in Qingzhou wouldn't dare to assassinate a princess. She said, "Aldous, in that case, can we have this person confront the Wright father and son face to face?" "Of course. I'll have the Wright father and son arrested immediately," Aldous said. Princess Camilla wasn't someone who could be easily fooled, and Aldous knew she wouldn't believe him without solid evidence. "Julian, you go with them. Make sure the Wright father and son are captured," Princess Camilla said casually. Wright family residents, Phelan and Kurt, had just received the news that Princess Camilla wanted to see them. "Father, it seems your guess was right. With Princess Camilla as our backer, what does the Aldous matter?" Phelan said excitedly. "Heh, I won't have to pretend to be submissive anymore." Kurt stroked his beard smugly. Compared to Princess Camilla's influence with the Emperor, the Aldous is nothing. From now on, if Aldous wants to move against our Wright family, he'll have to answer to Princess Camilla and the Emperor." The two of them laughed heartily. Just as they were basking in their triumph, the Wright family's steward rushed in, looking panicked. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Get a hold of yourself, Kurt scolded. It's not that, master. There are a large number of golden armored soldiers outside, and golden armored soldiers? It seems Princess Camilla has sent someone to fetch us. Phelan interrupted the steward and strode out. Kurt, despite his cunning, was also somewhat flustered. When Aldous had replaced the local officials in the 6 states, Kurt had realized that many of Aldous's actions were aimed at weakening the influence of the powerful families. Combined with past events, he became even more certain of this. However, at the time, he had been blinded by immediate gains and hadn't thought deeply about it. Now, it was too late to regret. Unfortunately, the Huxley and Wright families had become enemies, making any alliance impossible. In this regard, Kurt had to admire Aldous's foresight. After realizing this, Kurt had continued to do business with Aldous while secretly looking for a powerful backer. He hadn't expected an opportunity to come so soon. Following Phelan, he walked out, but before he could take more than a few steps, his expression changed drastically. Behind the golden armored guards were silver armored Qingzhou soldiers, and Orpheus was among them. Father, what's going on? Phelan was stunned. Julian, seeing fail, flew into a rage and kicked him hard in the stomach. Arrest these 2 traitors. Orpheus waved his hand, and the Qingzhou soldiers rushed forward. Kurt's face turned ashen. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. He asked, Captain Banks, what is the meaning of this? Master Wright, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough, Orpheus said calmly. The next day, Qingzhou prison. Aldous personally escorted Princess Camilla to interrogate the Wright father and son. At this point, Aldous had Orpheus bring Rafferty out of the prison to confront the Wright family. In the Qingzhou government office, Aldous sat in the main seat, while Princess Camilla sat to the side. Kurt, Phelan, do you 2 know your crimes? In the government office, Phelan and his father knelt on the ground alongside Rafferty. Kurt was still in shock from seeing Rafferty. He snapped out of it and looked at Aldous. Your Highness, what crime has this commoner committed? Your Highness, please understand, my father and I are truly innocent, Phelan kowtowed repeatedly. By now, they both knew they had been implicated in Rafferty's assassination attempt on Princess Camilla. At this point, Kurt understood. Aldous had finally made his move against the Wright family. He inwardly laughed bitterly, realizing that Princess Camilla's arrival had become a death sentence for their family. Kurt looked at Rafferty, who had clearly been tortured. Knowing he couldn't deny the facts, he said, I recognize him. This man is Rafferty, my nephew. However, 3 months ago, he violated Qingzhou's laws, and I personally had him beaten to death. I have no idea how he's still alive. As he said this, Kurt glanced at Aldous. Aldous, is this true? Princess Camilla asked. Aldous, is this true? Princess Camilla asked. Aldous nodded. Indeed, Master Wright once claimed that Rafferty was responsible for the Wright family's illegal hoarding of plow oxen. Out of respect for the Wright family's status as a local powerhouse, I allowed him to handle the matter himself. As for how Master Wright dealt with it, I'm not entirely clear. Princess Camilla, having witnessed countless schemes and intrigues in Nightblumen, knew that Rafferty, being an unpopular member of the Wright family, wouldn't have dared to hoard plow oxen on his own. It was clear that Rafferty had been a scapegoat, and Kurt's use of him to take the blame was an attempt to deceive Aldous. If this had happened under another prince, Kurt would have been punished immediately. However, Aldous had let it slide, indicating that he had his own concerns. This showed just how bold the Wright family had become in Qingzhou. Initially, Princess Camilla hadn't believed that the Wright family would do such a thing, but now her thoughts were shifting. If a local powerful family could so brazenly disrespect a prince, how would they treat her, a princess? After a moment of contemplation, Princess Camilla said sharply, You don't know why he's still alive. Do you think I know? A mere local family dares to act so brazenly. Do you think the great Gabriel imperial family is so easy to bully? Aldous, what is the punishment for attempting to assassinate me? If proven true, the punishment is the execution of the entire family and the extermination of their 9 clans, Aldous said softly. Kurt was horrified. His earlier statement had been directed at Aldous, not Princess Camilla. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, I truly don't know how Rafferty is still alive. Moreover, Rafferty is the illegitimate son of my younger brother and a lowly woman. If I wanted to assassinate you, why would I send him? And what benefit would my family gain from assassinating you? Please, Your Highness, see through this deception and don't be used by others." At this moment, Rafferty, lying on the ground, coughed violently and said hoarsely, "Your Highness, I take full responsibility for my actions. This matter has nothing to do with the Wright family. It was the Aldous who ordered me to do it, all to eliminate the Wright family. It was the Aldous who ordered me to do it, all to eliminate the Wright family." Aldous' expression changed dramatically. "Nonsense! How could I order you to assassinate my aunt?" Rafferty chuckled weakly. "Your Highness, although I'm not favored in the Wright family, I'm still a member. Why would I harm my own family? I've endured the torture in prison just to expose you in front of Princess Camilla and reveal your true nature. You." Aldous pointed at Rafferty, furious. "Orpheus, where are you?" "Here, Your Highness." Orpheus responded. "Torture him until he tells the truth," Aldous shouted, visibly enraged. This sudden turn of events left Princess Camilla momentarily stunned. Julian also looked puzzled, while Kurt's face turned ashen. "I've long heard of Master Wright's cunning. This act of self-sacrifice is indeed impressive," Princess Camilla said after a brief moment of confusion, as if she had suddenly understood everything. She walked up to the Wright father and son and said, "Although I reside in Nightblumen, I've heard about the situation in Qingzhou. Over the past 5 years, your Wright family, relying on your status as a local powerhouse, has looked down on the Aldous. Now that you see him working diligently to improve Qingzhou, you fear he will eventually settle accounts with your family. So, taking advantage of my visit, you staged this act of self-sacrifice to frame the Aldous, hoping the Emperor would strip him of his title, allowing your family to remain safe. Am I right?" "Your Highness, that's not true. Rafferty is lying," Kurt cried out desperately. When Rafferty accused the Aldous, Kurt knew it was over. If Rafferty had insisted that the Wright family was behind the assassination, Princess Camilla might have suspected that Aldous was secretly orchestrating things. But now that Rafferty was accusing the Aldous, Princess Camilla's sharp mind would overanalyze the situation and ultimately conclude that the Wright family was behind it. "You say black is white and white is black. You say black is white and white is black. Then tell me, which of Rafferty's words are true and which are false?" Princess Camilla snorted. Phelan was so frightened that his limbs went weak. If convicted, he would face certain death. He shouted, "Your Highness, Rafferty is telling the truth. This matter has nothing to do with our family." "Shut up!" Kurt, both shocked and furious, pushed Phelan to the ground. Phelan, now desperate, shouted at his father, "Father, we didn't do this. It must be the Aldous framing us. Rafferty is right. He's still a member of the Wright family. He wouldn't harm us." A faint smile appeared on Aldous' lips. There was no need to say more. Julian then said to Princess Camilla, "Your Highness, it's clear that the Wright father and son are lying. How could someone who was nearly beaten to death by Kurt still speak in their defense? The only explanation is that Rafferty has always been a pawn of the Wright family. He and the father and son are in cahoots, all to frame the Aldous." Princess Camilla nodded and turned to Aldous. "Aldous, what do you think?" "Auntie, if something were to happen to you in my fiefdom, regardless of who is responsible, given father's temperament, I would likely be stripped of my title. Although I may be slow-witted, I'm not foolish enough to do something so self-destructive," Aldous said calmly. "Besides, what would I gain from assassinating you?" "Auntie believes you," Princess Camilla said, turning to the Wright father and son. "In that case, I'll leave the Wright family to you to deal with. Julian, assist the Aldous." "Thank you, Auntie," Aldous said, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Kurt and Phelan. Phelan's earlier words had betrayed the Wright family's true thoughts. There was no room for reconciliation now. After months of careful planning, it was finally time for blood to be shed. The Qingzhou prison was dimly lit, and Princess Camilla's final words extinguished Kurt's last glimmer of hope. He laughed bitterly. "Your Highness, I, Kurt, swear to the heavens that this assassination attempt has nothing to do with the Wright family. It was all orchestrated by him, the Aldous." Kurt pointed at Aldous, his eyes filled with deep hatred. He regretted not acting on the hint from Prince Hardy 3 years ago to kill Aldous. Unfortunately, it was too late now. He hadn't expected all this to grow so quickly, Nor had he anticipated that Aldous would be so ruthless as to try to eliminate the Wright family while his own position was still unstable. Nonsense. Even at death's door, you still try to frame the Aldous, Princess Camilla said sharply. Do you think I would believe your lies? At this moment, Julian stepped forward. A flash of his blade and Phelan's head rolled to the ground, his face frozen in terror. Phelan! Kurt cried out in anguish, staring at his son's lifeless, wide-open eyes. Kurt's eyes turned bloodshot. Aldous, I've lost. 3 years ago, I should have listened to Prince Hardy and killed you. Ha! I thought you still had some use, that you could help our Wright family rise in Qingzhou. I never imagined I was nurturing a tiger that would one day devour me. But do you really think you can easily destroy the Wright family with just the Qingzhou army? Your Highness, why are you so nervous? I've heard that you're quite close to Prince Hardy. Did you also know about his plans to harm the Aldous? Kurt laughed maniacally. If the Wright family was going to be destroyed, he wasn't going to let Aldous or the great Gabriel imperial family off the hook. Kurt's words caused Aldous's expression to change. He looked at Princess Camilla. Auntie, is what Kurt said true? Aldous, sir, this man is just trying to confuse the truth. Do you still believe him now? The Wright family is guilty of heinous crimes, and I will not let them go unpunished, Princess Camilla said angrily. Nephew believes you, Aldous said. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are often truthful. He believed Kurt wasn't lying, and it seemed that Prince Hardy's plan to kill him was real. However, he couldn't be sure if his aunt was aware of it, but Kurt was clearly trying to drag someone down with him in his final moments. This only made Princess Camilla even less likely to spare him. As Julian raised his sword to strike again, Aldous stopped him. Auntie, let me handle Kurt and Rafferty. The Wright family has committed countless atrocities over the years in Qingzhou. Tomorrow, I will have these two executed in the Eastern Market to give the people justice. That's fine, Princess Camilla said, but don't listen to any more of his nonsense. Aldous nodded and said to Orpheus, take them away and lock them up. Kurt continued to laugh maniacally. After years of careful planning, everything had ultimately benefited someone else. He shouted, Aldous, Qingzhou doesn't belong to the Wright family, and it won't belong to you either. Just wait. The barbarian cavalry knows me, but they don't know you. Sooner or later, this place will be razed to the ground. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Aldous curled his lip and said calmly, that day may never come. As Kurt's voice faded into the distance, Aldous and Princess Camilla left the Qingzhou prison. Princess Camilla said, Aldous, sir, for the time being, Julian is at your disposal. The Wright family is despicable. Make sure to eradicate them completely. Auntie, don't worry. For the sake of the people, I will ensure the Wright family is completely dismantled, Aldous said. Princess Camilla nodded and, escorted by her guards, headed to the Aldous' residence. Aldous waited outside the prison for a while until Orpheus emerged. Your Highness, the Qingzhou army has been assembled. Should we arrest all the Wright family members now? Orpheus asked. Aldous said, the Wright family compound is just the residence of Kurt and his son. The true strength of the Wright family lies in their estates outside the city. Now that Kurt and his son have been captured, the rest of the Wright family has likely already received the news and are waiting for us in their fortified manor. 3 years ago, during the barbarian invasion, the Wright family did the same. This time will likely be no different. Knowing they're doomed, they'll resist fiercely. This will be difficult, as the Wright family has many retainers with around 5,000 trained fighters. If we attack head-on, the Qingzhou army will suffer heavy losses. Aldous said, that's why we can't use the punishment of exterminating the 9 clans. Kurt's greatest wish now is for me and the Wright family to fight to the death. I won't give him that satisfaction. You and General Wells should surround the Wright family estates and inform the people inside that only Kurt and his son are guilty of the assassination attempt. Innocent parties will not be implicated, and only the assets of Kurt and his son will be confiscated. The others can keep their land. Orpheus nodded. What if they still refuse? Then tell them that if the manor is breached, everyone inside, men, women, and children, will be killed without exception, Aldous said sternly. Orpheus acknowledged the order and immediately headed to the Qingzhou military camp. Julian said, Your Highness has a clever plan. This way, you might dismantle the Wright family without shedding blood. However, the crime of assassinating a princess is grave. How can you arbitrarily change the punishment? It seemed that nobles from other regions always felt a sense of superiority when they came to his fiefdom. Julian was no exception. I will discuss this with my aunt. General Wells, you need not worry. If you insist, you can lead the golden armored guards to attack the manor. I won't object. Julian was speechless. He could see that Princess Camilla still hoped for a mutual destruction between Aldous and the Wright family, which was why he had spoken up. But he hadn't expected Aldous to turn the tables on him. Julian left in a huff, and Aldous sneered. He then said to Jack, "Go to the Huxley family and inform them about the Wright family's assassination attempt. Also, tell William that I hope he can provide a detailed list of the Wright family's crimes over the years and cooperate with me in eradicating the remnants of the Wright family across the 6 states." Jack nodded and rode off. News of the Wright family's assassination attempt quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Those who had close ties with the Wright family were thrown into a state of panic. However, their fears were unfounded. Soon, a notice was posted at the city gates stating that innocent parties would not be punished, and those who provided evidence of the Wright family's crimes would be rewarded. In no time, many people seized the opportunity to kick the Wright family while they were down, reporting their numerous crimes to the authorities. Aldous and Herbert quickly compiled this evidence and printed it in the next day's newspaper, exposing the Wright family's atrocities. The newspapers reached every county, town, and village in the 6 states the following day. When the people learned that the Wright family had been brought to justice, they erupted in cheers. 20 miles north of Qingzhou City, this was the location of the Wright family estate. At this moment, the fortress walls were lined with the Wright family's private soldiers. The fortress was constructed entirely of compacted earth, with walls 12 meters high and 5 meters thick. At each corner of the walls stood a watchtower, each manned by over a dozen archers aiming their bows at the Qingzhou army outside. Inside the fortress, the Wright family's retainers and private soldiers were busy preparing defensive materials. In the Great Gabriel Empire, local, powerful families typically maintain their own private armies. Strictly speaking, these private soldiers were essentially the family servants. Because powerful families had large numbers of servants, they often trained some of them and equipped them with simple weapons and armor to resolve disputes between families. These trained servants became private soldiers, known as Poorest. Following Aldous' orders, Orpheus and Julian had surrounded the fortress and relayed Aldous' message to those inside. However, the response was an even tighter defense of the fortress. Orpheus glanced at Julian. This fortress outside Qingzhou City was the largest of the Wright family's fortresses across the 6 states. If they could take this one, the others would be of little concern. Currently inside the fortress was Norton, Kurt's younger brother. Upon learning that his brother and nephew had been captured, he immediately entered the fortress and rallied the Wright family members to defend it at all costs. There's no need for General Wells to worry. His Highness is acting out of benevolence, unwilling to cause unnecessary bloodshed. But taking this fortress won't be a problem for me, Orpheus said. Julian gave Orpheus a cold look. In that case, I'll wait and see how Captain Banks takes the fortress. Ignoring him, Orpheus shouted to Norton, who stood atop the fortress gate, "Think carefully. Don't sacrifice the lives of your entire family for your own sake. His Highness is merciful, but if you insist on seeking death, I, Orpheus, will send you to the underworld myself." "Bah! Do you think I'd believe the Aldous' lies? Surrendering means death, and not surrendering also means death. He will never let our Wright family go," Norton roared. "I originally intended to spare your Wright family, but now I regret it. You care only for yourselves, and not for the lives of your retainers." Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Aldous' voice suddenly rang out. Orpheus had been in a standoff with the Wright family at the fortress for a full day and night. The next day, after handling the propaganda about the Wright family's crimes, he finally arrived. "Aldous, our Wright family has treated you well. Why are you trying to wipe us out?" Norton shouted angrily upon seeing Aldous. The arrest of Phelan and his father had been too sudden, and Norton still hadn't figured out why. But he understood one thing. The Aldous was targeting the Wright family. Why? Because 3 years ago, your Wright family tried to assassinate me, Aldous said suddenly. "How do you know that?" Norton was shocked. Kurt confessed everything, even your right family's secret dealings with the barbarians. No wonder your family only suffered minor losses 3 years ago. You've made quite a fortune trading with the grasslands over the years, haven't you? Aldous said with a cold smile. Norton broke out in a cold sweat, his mind going blank. These 2 charges were enough to have the entire Wright family executed. The latter charge was something Aldous had made up, but Kurt's final words had struck him as odd. Now it seemed his guess was correct. The Wright family had been colluding with the barbarians all along. You're lying, Norton stammered, trying to defend himself. Aldous ignored him. The Wright family was a large clan, and the fortress was filled with many of its direct and collateral branches. It was precisely because of these people that the retainers had been coerced into resisting. Norton, I'll say this one last time. If you surrender, I will let bygones be bygones and guarantee that your assets will remain untouched. The same goes for everyone else. But if you persist in your stubbornness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will make sure the Wright family's blood flows like a river, Aldous shouted. There was a difference between Orpheus delivering the message and Aldous saying it himself. The Wright family members on the fortress walls began to stir. As they looked at the Qingzhou army, clad in silver armor, a deep sense of fear began to spread among them. This time, the enemy defending the fortress was the Qingzhou army, not the barbarians. The barbarians would retreat after a prolonged siege, and Orpheus would come to their rescue. But now they were rebels, facing not only Orpheus's Qingzhou army, but also the possibility of reinforcements arriving at any moment. Even if the Qingzhou army simply surrounded the fortress without attacking, the fortress would not hold out for more than 3 months. After Aldous finished speaking, he stood with Orpheus, waiting for Norton's response. But what he got was an arrow. Norton picked up a bow and shot an arrow at Aldous. The arrow landed at Aldous' feet. Truly, they won't relent until they see their own coffins, Aldous said, losing patience. He had hoped to resolve this without bloodshed, but it seemed he had been too idealistic. Orpheus said, "Your Highness, let's attack." "Not so fast. Go and bring the catapult from the camp," Aldous ordered. Julian laughed. "Your Highness plans to use a catapult to smash through these earthen walls? That might take half a year?" "Yeah, General Wells, you'll soon see what I'm capable of. Don't be too shocked when the time comes," Aldous said with a smile. He then whispered a few words to Jack, who nodded and left. The catapult in the Qingzhou camp was old and rarely used by Orpheus. But since Aldous had ordered it, he had soldiers bring it over. After an hour, a wooden catapult was transported to the site. The catapult had 4 wheels and a spoon-like arm with the spoon made of coiled ropes. As soon as the catapult arrived, a donkey cart pulled up in front of everyone. On it were glass bottles filled with a transparent liquid. Norton, standing on the fortress walls with his private soldiers, looked puzzled. Aldous knew very well that the Wright family members inside the fortress were not united. The larger the family, the greater the internal conflicts. The reason they hadn't surrendered yet was because they feared Norton and were being coerced by him. But once their fear of Aldous exceeded their fear of Norton, cracks would begin to form. Now, Aldous' goal was to instill fear. He took a glass bottle filled with liquid from the cart and placed it in the catapult's groove. The glass was extremely thin, almost fragile to the touch. When launched, it would shatter upon impact. Julian looked on with a strange expression. He had seen glass before, but using it to attack a fortress? This was unheard of. Before he could mock the idea, he saw the soldiers release the rope, and the glass bottle flew through the air, heading straight for Norton's position. However, the catapult's aim was poor, and the bottle missed its target by a wide margin, shattering against the wall 2 meters to Norton's left. "Ah!" A scream came from Norton. An eerie atmosphere spread across the battlefield. Orpheus and Julian stared in horror at Norton on the fortress walls. The agonized screams and the faint wisps of smoke rising from Norton's body were what truly terrified them. A soldier in the Qingzhou army whispered, his voice deliberately low, "Your Highness, this." Orpheus hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to. In ancient times, anything that couldn't be explained was often attributed to sorcery or dark magic. What was happening now was beyond their comprehension. "Ha ha ha! Are you wondering if I know some kind of sorcery?" Aldous laughed. He looked at the chaos on the fortress walls and said, Wait until I take Norton's head, and then I'll explain. After throwing the first glass bottle, Aldous ordered his soldiers to launch a second and third into the fortress. Those who came into contact with the liquid inside the bottles screamed in agony. If even the Qingzhou army outside the walls suspected this was sorcery and felt fear, the Wright family's private soldiers inside the fortress were even more terrified. On the fortress walls, Norton clutched his left hand, which burned as if on fire. The area where the liquid had touched his skin was already blackened. He looked down at Aldous, who stood calmly outside the walls, and a deep sense of dread began to spread within him. As more of these strange projectiles flew into the fortress, everyone who was hit by the liquid suffered the same fate. "What is this thing?" Norton shouted. No one answered him. In the eyes of those around him, he saw only fear. At that moment, one of the Wright family's private soldiers pointed at the fortress walls and shouted, "Look at the walls!" Everyone turned to see that the earthen walls, soaked by the liquid, were beginning to crumble layer by layer. This sight only deepened their terror. Seeing the reactions of those inside the fortress, Aldous deliberately shouted to Orpheus, "Captain Banks, once the walls are breached, spare no one, men, women, or children." "Yes, Your Highness," Orpheus responded. He then turned to his soldiers and shouted, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" Thousands of Qingzhou soldiers roared in unison, their voices like rolling thunder that echoed into the fortress and reached the ears of every Wright family member hiding inside. Norton's face grew paler. He gripped his steel sword, but his body trembled slightly. There was no turning back now. Just then, a man about Norton's age climbed onto the fortress walls and approached him. "Second brother, surrender. There's no hope. Even if the Aldous just besieges us for half a year, we won't be able to hold out. Traitor, coward. Is this how our eldest brother taught us to behave? Our Wright family has been in Qingzhou for hundreds of years, long before the Great Gabriel Empire existed. Today, Aldous wants to destroy us. Even if we die, we must resist to the end." Norton roared. "Don't forget, the Sun family will come to our aid. When they do, we'll attack from both sides, kill this tyrant, and join forces with Khacher Khan." "The Sun family?" "Second brother, if the Sun family were coming, they would have been here by now. Why wait a whole day?" Damon Wright pleaded. His entire family was inside the fortress, and he had to think of their safety. Moreover, the private soldiers in the fortress had already been whispering among themselves after learning about Kurt and his son's assassination attempt on the princess. Combined with Aldous's persuasion, many had lost the will to fight. From their eyes, Damon could see that the Wright family's fortunes had turned. If the walls were breached, these soldiers wouldn't put up much resistance. Now, with these strange projectiles being launched into the fortress, many of the private soldiers were already showing signs of fear. "I believe the Sun family will come. The Wright and Sun families have been allied for generations. If the Wright family falls, how long will the Sun family last?" Norton glared at Damon. "Have you been swayed by the tyrant's words? Are you planning to surrender?" As he spoke, Norton pointed his steel sword at Damon. If Damon said one wrong word, he would cut him down on the spot. "Second brother." Damon didn't dare say more and slowly backed away. Kurt had always favored Norton because they shared the same parents. Damon, on the other hand, was a true illegitimate child, and his feelings for Kurt weren't as strong. The Wright family was large, with many brothers of the same generation. Besides Damon, there were 5 other half-brothers of Kurt in the fortress. As Damon retreated from the walls, the 5 men surrounded him and asked, "Third brother, what's the situation? He's gone mad. He says we're waiting for reinforcements from the Sun family. In my opinion, he won't surrender," Damon said with a frown. One of the men angrily replied, "If Norton wants to die, we can't follow him to our graves. There aren't just 300 or 500 Qingzhou soldiers outside. There are over 5,000. And those golden armored guards are said to be elite troops brought by the princess. This is suicide." "Exactly. Those things the Aldous is throwing into the fortress are too strange. Many soldiers have already been burned. And if this stuff can burn through the walls, we won't last long." The men spoke one after another. In a life or death situation, their own lives were what mattered most. As for Norton, they had little affection for him. When the Wright family was at its peak, Kurt and his brothers had often looked down on them. Damon remained silent for a moment, then said, "Eldest brother has been captured. Now, second brother's word is law. What can I do? The others exchanged uneasy glances, each seemingly thinking of a solution but hesitant to speak first. Outside the walls, the Qingzhou army's chants of kill echoed once more, and the men's faces grew even more grim. If the Qingzhou army breached the walls, there would be no turning back. Finally, Damon said, "Gentlemen, there's only one way out. We must capture Norton and surrender to His Highness. He might reward us for our service." The other 5 men nodded in agreement, their thoughts aligning with Damon's. Having decided, the 6 men, each accompanied by their most trusted servants, climbed onto the fortress walls. Norton, who was still directing the defense, turned pale when he saw them. "Damon, what are you doing?" "Second brother, forgive us. You may want to die, but our wives, children, and elders do not. We have no choice but to hand you over," Damon declared. Norton's chest heaved with rage. He shouted at the soldiers on the walls, "Attack! Kill these 6 traitors!" But as his voice rang out, not a single soldier moved. They had been terrified by the strange projectiles Aldous kept launching into the fortress. Each of them had already considered surrendering, but no one had dared to take the first step. Now, with Damon leading the way, they immediately sided with him. "Traitors! Traitors! You are all traitors!" On the earthen fortress walls, Norton looked around, meeting cold, unfeeling gazes. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Damon and swung his steel sword down with all his might. At that moment, the soldiers behind Norton immediately grabbed Damon and pinned him to the ground. A faint smile appeared on Damon's lips as he stepped forward and shouted to Aldous below, "Your Highness, I am Damon Wright. We've captured Norton. This entire incident was the fault of Kurt and his brothers. I beg your Highness to spare the others." Everything that had happened on the fortress walls was witnessed by those below. Orpheus burst into laughter, while Julian's face turned ashen. "A wise man knows when to yield." "I will honor my promise," Aldous said, his heart swelling with satisfaction. In warfare, the best victory is one achieved without bloodshed. Although Aldous was not afraid of a prolonged battle with the Wright family, Qingzhou was still in the process of rebuilding. Such a conflict would only weaken the region further. Moreover, the information Kurt had revealed was shocking. If true, Aldous would need to station heavy troops both to the north and south, one to defend against the barbarians and the other to guard against Prince Hardy. "Advance," Aldous said excitedly. This was his first experience with a cold weapon battle, and the fact that he had resolved the Wright family's threat without shedding blood gave him a small sense of accomplishment. Just as he was about to ride into the fortress, Orpheus suddenly stopped him, saying gravely, "Your Highness, be cautious. There may be a trap. For safety's sake, let me first disarm them." Aldous felt a pang of embarrassment. He was still inexperienced, and Orpheus's concern was valid. If Damon was feigning surrender, Aldous could be walking into a deadly trap. Staying put, he watched as Orpheus led 1,000 soldiers into the fortress. After half an hour, a line of Qingzhou soldiers took control of the walls, and one of them shouted, "Your Highness, the fortress is secure." Relieved, Aldous entered the fortress is secure. Relieved, Aldous entered the fortress with Julian. The fortress was essentially a miniature city, self-sufficient but heavily focused on military purposes. The Wright family's fortress was 300 meters long and wide, roughly the size of a modern middle school. It contained granaries, armories, and housing, allowing it to sustain itself for 3 months, or even half a year if cut off from the outside world. Inside the fortress, Aldous saw Norton, bound tightly, with Orpheus and Damon standing on either side of him. "Damon pays his respects to your Highness," Damon said, stepping forward to bow as Aldous approached. Aldous nodded at Damon and said calmly, "The Wright family should be grateful to you. You saved their lives. I merely trusted in your Highness's wisdom and integrity to keep your word," Damon replied, though his heart was heavy with worry. With the Wright family's private soldiers disarmed, they would be defenseless if Aldous decided to go back on his promise. Aldous smiled. "I always keep my word. I will not kill you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Damon said, letting out a slight sigh of relief. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, what about the Wright family's assets?" Orpheus snorted coldly. "You're quite greedy. Her Highness the Princess originally intended to execute your entire clan. It was only at His Highness's request that she spared your lives. And now you have the audacity To covet the Wright family's wealth? Damon immediately apologized, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Captain Banks is absolutely right. This commoner was being greedy. However, Aldous interjected, I can allow you to reclaim the lands registered under your names, on the condition that you help me dismantle the fortresses in the other states. As soon as Orpheus finished speaking, Aldous added his own terms. Damon's eyes lit up. He understood Aldous's intention, to have him organize the Wright family's assets while disbanding the private soldiers in the fortresses of the other states. Over the years, Kurt and his sons had monopolized most of the Wright family's wealth, leaving little for the rest of the family. Even so, with the assets they could reclaim, they would be able to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, being left with nothing would be a fate worse than death. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up, and he readily agreed. In that case, go and handle this matter. I will send people to accompany you, Aldous said. Damon left with the other Wright family members, and the fortress was officially taken over by the Qingzhou army. Aldous had to admit that, despite his disdain for the earthen walls, the fortress was otherwise well constructed. With some modifications, it could serve as another military camp. After successfully taking the Wright family's fortress, Morley arrived upon hearing the news. He would handle the task of inventorying the remaining supplies. Your Highness, achieving victory without bloodshed is truly remarkable, Morley said, impressed after learning the details. Orpheus finally mustered the courage to ask, Your Highness, what was in those bottles you had us throw? They were terrifying. That's sulfuric acid. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Go ask Riley if you're curious. Aldous replied. He then turned to Morley and said, The Wright family's assets are extensive. Follow Damon to take inventory and make sure he doesn't tamper with anything, especially the Wright family's mines. Yes, Your Highness. But aren't you worried about Damon helping the Wright family rise again? Morley asked. By the time the Wright family could rise again, Morley asked. By the time the Wright family could rise again, I could probably crush them with a single finger, Aldous said with a laugh. Besides, I've spoken to Rafferty. Damon and the others are nothing like Kurt and Norton. They have little loyalty to the family and the assets under their names are minimal. At most, they'll live as wealthy commoners and capable of causing any major trouble. On the other hand, if I killed them, anyone with blood ties to the Wright family would fight to the death. Morley nodded, feeling reassured. Aldous had truly grown a lot recently, learning to consider the bigger picture. The Wright family's lands and businesses were one thing, but there was also the matter of their private soldiers. These soldiers were slaves and servants purchased by the Wright family, previously led by Wright family members. With the Wright family's downfall, these people were left without a purpose. After some thought, Aldous decided to hand them over to Orpheus to be incorporated into the army, as they had already received some training. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll take these men with me, Orpheus said with a grin. Since these people were still slaves and had no freedom, they had previously relied on the Wright family for survival. Now, without the Wright family, they had no idea how to fend for themselves. Being drafted into the army was a relief for them, as it at least guaranteed them food and shelter. The Wright family's private soldiers in the fortress numbered over 2,000. In peacetime, they were laborers, but in war, they became soldiers. A system not unlike a construction corps. However, their loyalty might still be questionable. But with political officers in the army, that issue could be addressed. South gate of Qingzhou City. Aldous, accompanied by a group of Qingzhou officials, was seeing off Princess Camilla. Just as her arrival had drawn attention, her departure was equally conspicuous. Aldous had explained the entire situation with the Wright family to Princess Camilla the previous night. Her reaction had been indifferent, as if she had merely squashed an ant. However, this trip to Qingzhou had taken an unexpected turn, and Princess Camilla seemed unwilling to stay any longer. She planned to leave for Jinling City the next day. Aldous prepared some Qingzhou specialties as gifts for her: fine wine, perfumes, soaps, and, of course, glassware. Her visit had been a blessing in disguise, giving him the opportunity to eliminate the Wright family. Compared to the gifts he gave her, he had gained far more. The grain stored in the Wright family's warehouses across the 6 states alone would ensure that the Qingzhou army wouldn't have to worry about food for years to come. In addition to the grain, the Wright family also owned vast tracts of farmland, plow oxen, mines, and slaves. All of these assets were now confiscated by the state. Truly, the fall of the Wright family had left Aldous feasting on their riches. Aldous was also surprised by this. The Sun family had remained inactive, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. It seemed they were content to watch from the sidelines. It just means the Sun family isn't foolish. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the Wright family. Aldous said slowly. Your Highness, what should we do about the remaining 3 families? Morley asked. He believed in striking while the iron was hot and wanted to resolve the issue once and for all. Aldous had taken down the Wright family in one swift move, catching everyone off guard. However, it wouldn't be long before the other families realized what had happened. He said, No rush. The combined strength of the remaining 3 families is about equal to the Wright families. We can handle them easily. It all depends on whether they are willing to cooperate. Morley nodded, understanding Aldous' meaning. If they disband their private armies, surrender their fortresses, and content themselves with being wealthy merchants, Qingzhou can accommodate them. As they watched Princess Camilla's carriage disappear into the distance, Aldous sighed softly. The greatest taboo for any ruler is having armed forces within their territory that are beyond their control. Aldous was no exception. He could tolerate the powerful families engaging in business, no matter how much profit they made. But there was one line they could not cross. They must not threaten his rule. Using the Wright family incident as a pretext, he intended to put an end to the practice of powerful families maintaining private armies in his fiefdom. As he discussed this with Morley, he led the officials back into Qingzhou City. Meanwhile, in the carriage that had already traveled several miles, Princess Camilla lifted the curtain and looked back at Qingzhou City. She said to Julian, Why do I feel like something isn't right? It's as if I've been used by the Aldous. Julian, who had been silent throughout the journey, replied, Your Highness, this humble general cannot say for sure, but the Aldous is certainly not simple. During the incident at the Wright family fortress, he didn't act rashly as he did 5 years ago. Instead, he was patient and calculating. Resolving the issue of the powerful families in his fiefdom without shedding blood, he certainly has some skill. The more you say, the more I feel like I'd been played by this nephew of mine. Perhaps Aldous deliberately acted contrary to expectations, making me believe that the Wright family was behind the assassination attempt. Princess Camilla sighed. Julian said, If that's the case, we can report the Aldous to the Emperor when we return to Nightblumen. Princess Camilla chuckled. You think too simply. With no evidence and no witnesses, who can prove anything? She lazily yawned and let the curtain fall, thinking to herself, If Aldous is given a few more years, the struggle for the throne in the Great Gabriel Empire might take an unexpected turn. How interesting. At the same time, in the Huxley family residence in Qingzhou City, William was not celebrating the fall of the Wright family. On the contrary, when Kurt and Norton were publicly executed in the Eastern Market, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he would be the next to lose his head. Father, what should we do now? Wilfred asked nervously, watching his father pace back and forth in the room. The image of Kurt's lifeless, wide-open eyes still haunted him. William stopped pacing. What can we do? Can't you see His Highness's intentions now? He wants his fiefdom free of any threats to his rule. The Wright family openly and secretly opposed him, and he knew it all along. This was a warning to the rest of us. Father, will our Huxley family be next? Wilfred asked, trembling. William fell silent. Gritting his teeth, he said, No, we absolutely cannot become the next Wright family. Come with me now to see His Highness. Wilfred nodded and followed his father to the Aldous' residence. On the way, they ran into Aldous, who was returning. Your Highness, William is guilty. William knelt on the ground as soon as he saw Aldous. In the middle of the street, William's kneeling drew the attention of many merchants and commoners who stopped to watch. Aldous glanced at William and his son. Both of you, get up. This is a public place. It's unseemly. If you have something to say, come back to the residence with me. Morley nodded inwardly. It seemed William had finally realized the gravity of the situation. The group returned to the residence, where Aldous and Morley received the Huxley father and son in the main hall. Aldous was now ready to openly implement his policy of weakening the powerful families as the balance of power had shifted. Master Huxley, what has made you so anxious? Aldous asked, though he already knew the answer. This commoner is guilty of failing to properly discipline his clan members. Many of them have violated the laws in the 6 states. I beg your highness to punish me, William said with a pained expression. Morley and Aldous exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Morley and Aldous exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Morley said, "Master Huxley, there's no need to beat around the bush. You're here because you're afraid the Huxley family will meet the same fate as the Wright family." William was taken aback but then slowly nodded. Wilfred knelt before Aldous and said, "Your Highness, this commoner was disrespectful in the past, daring to address you as an equal. I deserve death." "Get up," Aldous said calmly. "Since you've come, you must understand that I cannot tolerate powerful families in my fiefdom who refuse to obey." William and Wilfred both nodded. Aldous continued, "I am not a bloodthirsty man. Otherwise, the thousands of members of the Wright family would already be dead. You are my subjects. If you are willing to live peacefully in the fiefdom, I will not harm you. Disband your private armies, return the land you seized from the people, and from now on, focus on doing business peacefully. The Huxley family will remain safe. In the past, the powerful families not only monopolized the economic lifelines of the fiefdom, but also meddled in political affairs. Many officials in the 6 states worked for them. Now Aldous was cutting off their access to political power. From now on, they would simply be merchants. "Your Highness, this commoner will comply." William felt a deep sense of sorrow but had no choice. Private armies were the primary reason powerful families could dominate the countryside. Now that these private armies were to be disbanded, they would lose their status as powerful families and could no longer act with impunity. Morley then said, "William, overall, you have done much for His Highness, and he still trusts you. We hope the Huxley family can set an example in this matter. Soon, Changzhou will issue a decree prohibiting any form of private militia among the people." These words brought William some comfort. Survival or destruction. This was the choice he now had to make. With the Wright family's fate fresh in his mind, he said, "Thank you for your Highness's great kindness. This commoner guarantees that the Huxley family will henceforth serve your Highness dutifully." Aldous waved his hand, signaling that William and his son could leave. After they left the main hall, Aldous said, "I will have Elian's men keep an eye on them to see if the Huxley family is being duplicitous. If William is sensible, the Huxley family is being duplicitous. If William is sensible, the Huxley family could be a valuable local merchant to support. After all, outside merchants will never be fully loyal to me. We need local merchants to keep them in check." Exactly. By the way, a significant portion of the Wright family's land was seized illegally, and many of their slaves were forced into servitude. You need to identify these people, grant them their freedom, and return their land to them. Morley smiled. "Your Highness, rest assured, while other matters can wait, this one will be handled swiftly." After sending Morley away, Aldous summoned Herbert. The campaign to redistribute land from the wealthy to the poor needed to be publicized widely to win the hearts of the people. Throughout history, uprisings have always been about land, and this was no different. In addition to the Wright family's land, Aldous planned to issue decrees ordering the return of illegally seized land to the people, compelling the powerful families in his fiefdom to comply. The next day, Herbert published these policies in the newspaper. As the papers were distributed across the 6 states, they caused an uproar among the populace. The first topic was naturally the fall of the Wright family, but what the people cared about most was the decision to return the land seized by the powerful families. "This is truly satisfying. The Wright family took so much of our fertile land along the Tuo River. Now we can finally get it back," one villager said. In Juzha village, the villagers gathered around the reporter who arrived punctually every noon. Since the establishment of the newspaper, the paper boys had been replaced by these scholars who roamed the streets with newspapers, earning a more dignified title. "Exactly. My family's 5 acres of good land were seized by the Wright family. When I went to demand it back, I was beaten by their thugs. Heaven has eyes. The Aldous is becoming wiser by the day. If I can get my land back, I'll lead my goat to His Highness as a token of gratitude," another villager said. Bastian was also in the crowd, grinning foolishly. With the Wright family gone, he had lost his job as a cowherd, but his family's land had also been seized by the Wright family. If he could get it back, he would have land to farm. In a couple of years, life would be comfortable again. Long live the Aldous. Thinking of this, Bastian felt a surge of joy and suddenly shouted. Instantly, the threshing ground fell silent, and all the villagers of Juzha village turned to look at Bastian. Bastian suddenly felt nervous, looking around fearfully. "Long live the Aldous! Long live, long live, long live!" Just as he was about to panic, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The scholar in the middle of the threshing ground, witnessing the excitement of the villagers, was also moved and joined in the cheers. The policies outlined in the newspaper were clear: to crack down on the powerful families in the fiefdom. For many commoners, they understood the harm these powerful families in the fiefdom. For many commoners, they understood the harm these powerful families inflicted on the great Gabriel Empire. Unfortunately, the empire was ruled by them, and in every region, the government always protected their interests. Only here, only under the Aldous, was someone willing to take the first step to suppress these families and eliminate the parasites infesting the fiefdom. The scholars shared the same hopes as the villagers. The people wanted to live in peace, free from the oppression of the powerful families, with enough to eat, clothes to wear, the ability to marry, and the means to raise their children. As a commoner, he wanted fair treatment in the imperial examinations, to be judged by his talent rather than his family background. In other parts of the great Gabriel Empire, he saw no hope. But as he read the newspapers daily and collected public opinion, he gradually felt that perhaps only the Aldous could make this a reality. For that day to come, he was willing to work tirelessly to spread the news to every corner of the fiefdom. The news in the newspapers also reached the powerful families in Qingzhou. Unlike the excitement of the commoners, they were thrown into panic. The fate of the Wright family served as a stark warning, conveying a clear message: the Aldous' fiefdom would no longer be a place where they could act with impunity. To continue living here, they would have to abide by Qingzhou's laws. In the following days, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the newspapers. The Huxley family published an article in the newspaper, declaring their decision to return all seized land and restore the status of commoners who had been forced into servitude after losing their land. Additionally, the Huxley family's fortresses in the 6 states would be taken over by the Qingzhou army, and their private soldiers would be disbanded and incorporated into the Qingzhou army. The fall of one of Qingzhou's top families and the voluntary compliance of another sent shockwaves through the powerful families of the 6 states. An unusual atmosphere began to permeate the region. In the Qingzhou governor's office, Aldous had been handling administrative affairs for the past half-month. Since the decrees were issued, the governor's office had been closely monitoring the situation in the 6 states. While the Huxley family had chosen to comply, Aldous didn't believe everyone would follow suit. There would always be a few who were unafraid of death, especially since the decrees amounted to a declaration of war against all the powerful families in the fiefdom. Your Highness, Master Huxley has sent an invitation, inviting you, me, General Orpheus, and others to a banquet at the Huxley residence. He says he has invited many families closely associated with the Huxley family, and they are willing to comply with Your Highness's decrees as he has, Morley said, presenting an invitation. William's prompt compliance had improved Aldous's impression of the Huxley family, and he felt the man was teachable. Opening the invitation, Aldous smiled. William is certainly being very attentive this time. Indeed, he is. But this banquet might well be a trap. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Morley and Aldous looked outside to see Elian entering. During the previous incident, Rafferty had suffered greatly in prison. When the executions took place in the Eastern Market, Rafferty was replaced by a death row prisoner. Since Rafferty had been disheveled and the focus of the execution was on Kurt, Rafferty hadn't drawn much attention. However, Rafferty's injuries were severe, and he was now recuperating at home. For the time being, the secret guards were under Elian's command. Elian approached and said, "Your Highness, I came precisely for this matter. You must not go to the Huxley residence." Why? Elian's serious demeanor gave Aldous an uneasy premonition. Following Your Highness's orders, the secret guards have been monitoring the powerful families these past few days. We've discovered that many private soldiers from these families have entered Qingzhou City. William's invitation to Your Highness was not his own idea, but a request made by the visiting powerful families, Elian explained. The sword has been drawn, it cannot be sheathed. Since they want to challenge me, I'll show them what I'm capable of. Some people can be won over with virtue, while others can only be made to bleed with swords, Aldous said, slamming the table. If they want to set a trap, we'll turn the tables and wipe out these families in one fell swoop. Morley anxiously said, Your Highness, you must not take such a risk. Any mishap now would only bring joy to our enemies and sorrow to our allies. Your Highness, Minister Paxton is right. You cannot take this risk. Alien also urged. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. These powerful families are a cancer in my fiefdom. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate those who refuse to obey. Otherwise, how can I justify removing them one by one in the future? Aldis's mind was made up. As long as these hidden threats remained, he would never sleep soundly. But how will your highness ensure your safety? Morley, seeing Aldis's determination, could only strategize a way for him to escape unscathed. Aldis was no fool. These powerful families might threaten him during the banquet, demanding he revoke the decree or risk mutual destruction. This was a game of chess between him and the powerful families. Whoever lost would be erased from Qingzhou's history. It's simple. Change the location of the banquet. Say that the Huxley residence is too dull and suggest we all go outside the city for a spring outing, drinking, and enjoying the scenery, Aldis said calmly. Morley and Elian exchanged glances. Your Highness truly thinks outside the box. This is a good idea. It will give us time to prepare. Exactly. We can also have secret guards blend in with the servants to protect your Highness in secret, Elian added. In that case, let's proceed. These powerful families are so eager to coerce me that they won't pass up this opportunity. Outside the city, they'll think it's easier to act, Aldis said. With the plan set, Morley carefully considered the location for the outing and left the governor's office with Elian to make arrangements. To be honest, Aldis was also a bit worried. After all, he wasn't invincible like Neja. But this was indeed the perfect opportunity to lure out the snakes. After all, if he missed this chance, those with ulterior motives might go into hiding, making them even more dangerous in the future. As Morley and Elian made their preparations, Aldis thought about his own protection. He decided to wear a breastplate under his clothes. The breastplate was custom, made for him by the armaments department, and could be worn under his robes without being noticed. He would have preferred to wear full plate armor, but that would have been too obvious. The news of the location change quickly reached the Huxley residence. William smiled and said, Gentlemen, His Highness seems to be in a good mood. He suggested we all go for a spring outing by the Shaoqing River tomorrow. Since the banquet is off, why don't we enjoy the feast ourselves today? Over 30 representatives from various powerful families across the 6 states had gathered in the Huxley residence, including the Sun and Hardy families. Hearing this news, many showed disappointment. Anton then said, Brother Huxley, there's no need for that. Since His Highness isn't coming, we won't trouble you further. After all, you've suffered significant losses recently. William's expression stiffened. He hadn't been dwelling on it, but Anton's reminder brought back the pain of losing his land and fortress. Anton smiled faintly and added, We'll take our leave now. Let's meet again another day. Another day, the group said, bowing to William before following Anton out of the Huxley residence. Osric approached William and said, This Anton is as arrogant as ever. With the Wright family gone, I don't know what he has to be so proud of. He's probably upset that we took the lead in complying with the decree. Ha ha ha. William suddenly laughed. Outside, Anton and the group didn't go far before stopping in front of a residential house. After ensuring they weren't being followed, they entered the house. Master Whitewood, do you think the Aldis suspects something? If so, we should flee. How can we stand against the Qingzhou army? One person worried. Flee? Where would we go? Are you willing to abandon your mansions and lands? Another retorted. Then are we just waiting to die? What's more important, money or our lives? The room erupted into chaos. Enough! Anton suddenly shouted. I, Anton, have endured humiliation all this time to avenge Master Wright. When the Wright fortress was besieged, I didn't send a single soldier or horse, all to lull the Aldis into a false sense of security. Now you want to flee? Are you not ashamed before the spirit of the late Master Wright? Don't forget, many of you are related to the Wright family by marriage. You, Anton, don't use that to threaten us, someone protested. You can leave, but I, Anton, will not stop. Let's see if His Highness spares you then, Anton said, his eyes filled with madness. The room fell silent. The plan to coerce or assassinate the Aldis during the banquet had been Anton's idea. According to the plan, they would suddenly strike during the banquet had been Anton's idea. According to the plan, they would suddenly strike during the banquet, using the Aldis's life as leverage to force him to revoke the decree and become a puppet of the powerful families. Since Master Whitewood has spoken, what should we do now that His Highness has changed the location? All our plans these past few days have been ruined. An elderly man wearing a square scarf asked. Master Hua is absolutely right. What should we do next? You need to explain. Someone else chimed in. Anton sneered. The messenger from the Aldous just said the outing will be by the Shaoqing River near the Lotus Pond. Every year, many people from Qingzhou City go there to enjoy the scenery. There's also a small grove nearby. Tonight, we'll hide our men there. When the Aldous arrives tomorrow. Hearing this, I think our chances are better outside the city. After all, we haven't managed to sneak many of our private soldiers into the city these past few days. Another person said. Exactly. Outside the city, I can mobilize all of the Sun family's private soldiers. Combined with the men you all send, we'll have over 1,000 men. By then, the Aldous won't be able to escape, Anton said with a cold laugh. But what if this is a trap set by the Aldous? Someone else worried. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Qingzhou military camp. If there's any unusual activity, we'll hold our ground. Are you all reassured now? Anton said. After Anton and the others left, a shadowy figure emerged from behind the house. He glanced in the direction they had gone and then headed straight for the governor's office. In the Aldous' residence, Aldous frowned deeply upon receiving this news. Your Highness, Anton has always been good at biding his time. It seems he didn't act last time because he knew he wouldn't succeed. This time, he wants to catch Your Highness off guard, Morley said. Both Morley and Elian had arrived at the Aldous' residence. I thought he was scared. Now it seems old habits die hard, Aldous sighed. Morley said, Your Highness, the Sun and Wright families have been allied through marriage for generations. This relationship makes the Sun family different from the other powerful families. Many of the families involved in this plot are also connected to the Wright family in some way. Minister Paxton, Your Highness, let's put these matters aside for now. We need to discuss how to handle tomorrow's situation. The secret guards only have about 30 men. If the Sun family gets involved, things will get complicated, Elian said worriedly. Morley then looked at Aldous. But mobilizing the Qingzhou army will definitely alert them. I think these powerful families are keeping a close eye on the Qingzhou army right now. Yes, this is indeed a problem, Aldous said, feeling a headache coming on. Without the Qingzhou army, attending the banquet would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. After pondering for a moment, Morley suddenly said, Wait, I have an idea. Please speak, Minister Paxton, Aldous said. Morley explained, Your Highness, the Armaments Department is supposed to deliver a batch of newly forged equipment to the Qingzhou military camp today. Why don't we use this as a diversion? We can have the slaves transporting the equipment enter the camp, and then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguise themselves as slaves and leave. This way, we can secretly move the soldiers out. Aldous immediately understood. You mean to have the equipment transported in by slaves, then have the Qingzhou soldiers disguised as slaves leave, thus covertly transferring the soldiers out. Exactly. This way, we can bring out both the men and the equipment, since the equipment is all packed in crates, Morley said. Elian clapped his hands. Brilliant. But how many Qingzhou soldiers do we need to handle this? We don't need too many. 500 should be enough, Aldous said confidently. The slaves transporting the equipment would make hundreds of trips back and forth, making this plan feasible. After the three of them finalized the plan, Elian sent someone to the Armaments Department to make arrangements. That day, 500 Qingzhou soldiers quietly entered the city from the military camp. Orpheus also arrived at the Aldous' residence that evening. These scoundrels. This time I'll definitely chop off their heads. Orpheus cursed loudly upon learning of the powerful family's plot. Morley said, Captain Banks, the safety of His Highness is in your hands. If anything happens to His Highness, we'll have to commit suicide to atone for our failure. Orpheus said solemnly, I would give my life to protect His Highness. I've long despised these powerful families. If it weren't for their selfishness 3 years ago, delaying the deployment of troops, the Qingzhou army wouldn't have lost so many soldiers. Now that His Highness wants to cut off their heads, I won't hesitate. The four of them discussed the steps for the next day before preparing to leave. Outside the hall, Elian paused and looked thoughtfully at a servant hurrying away. However, he still followed Morley and the others out of the Aldous' residence. As night fell, the hustle and bustle of the day disappeared, replaced by silence. The vast city was quiet, with only the occasional bark of a dog or the call of the night watchman breaking the stillness. The moon hung on the treetops, casting silvery light that left dappled patterns on the ground. Just as the entire city seemed to be asleep, a shadowy figure sneaked out of the small gate at the back of the Aldous' residence. Keeping close to the walls and hiding in the shadows, the figure quickly made his way toward the Sun family residence. "Roman, where are you going so late?" Suddenly, a voice rang out in the dark night, and 5 men appeared, surrounding the shadowy figure. The figure was startled but seemed to relax when he saw it was Elian. "Oh, it's you, Elian. I was just bored in the residence and came out for some fresh air. Where have you been all these days? The servants in the residence are all envious of you." "Fresh air? Don't you know there's a curfew in Qingzhou City every night?" Elian said calmly. "Come on, you're out too, aren't you?" Roman's eyes darted around as the 5 men cornered him. Elian sneered. "I came out to find the mole for His Highness." "Huh, I didn't expect to beat Rafferty to it." "What mole?" "Elian, you got the wrong idea," Roman explained. No need to explain. 300 meters ahead is the Sun family residence. You've come quite a distance for some fresh air. Seize him," Elian shouted. The 4 men immediately pounced on Roman, and Elian struck him with a club. Roman grunted and fell unconscious. "Trying to report to Anton? Not a chance," Elian said. "Take this man to the secret guards prison." Luckily, I was alert, or His Highness's plans for tomorrow would have been ruined. One of his subordinates said admiringly, "Commander Wildwood, you're amazing. How did you know he was the mole? We've been investigating for so long and found nothing. To be honest, I never suspected him. He and I got along well in the residence and I never considered him a suspect. It wasn't until I noticed peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes that I became suspicious." "Ah, that's right. The only peach blossoms in the residence are planted outside the main hall." "Exactly. With peach blossom petals stuck to his shoes, he must have lingered outside the main hall. That's why I suspected he would go out to report tonight. I didn't expect to be right," Elian said, glaring fiercely at Roman. "Commander, you're truly wise. It's no wonder His Highness chose you from among all the servants. Unlike this guy, who can only do sneaky, underhanded things," one of the men flattered. Elian's face showed a hint of pride, and he gave the man an appreciative look. "If we're talking about wisdom and valor, that would be our His Highness. Now, I finally understand. His Highness endured humiliation in Qingzhou all these years just so he could wipe out these powerful families in one fell swoop today." "Exactly. He endured for 5 years, only revealing his brilliance now. His Highness's patience is truly remarkable," another man said. Then someone else added, "With a prince like this, who knows, maybe His Highness has a chance in the struggle for the throne." The man didn't finish his sentence as everyone, including Elian, turned to look at him. Elian said sternly, "Don't speak carelessly. His Highness is sternly biding his time and doesn't want to get involved in such matters. You're my men, so it's fine to say such things in front of me. But if I hear you gossiping outside, don't blame me for cutting out your tongues." The 4 men immediately fell silent and nodded. "Yes," the 4 men replied. 2 of them took Roman away, while the other 2 followed Elian out of the city. At the city gate, they showed their tokens and exited, heading toward the lotus pond outside the city. This lotus pond was one of Qingzhou's scenic spots. A tributary of the Shaoqing River flowed here, forming a clear lake several hundred meters long and wide, surrounded by trees and lush grass. Elian and his men were heading to this location. Under the moonlight, the faint light allowed them to see. The 3 of them didn't take the main road, but instead moved through the trees on either side. After traveling about 20 li, they saw the lotus pond shimmering silver in the moonlight. They also noticed many shadowy figures moving about. The 3 of them continued to advance stealthily, eventually crouching on the ground to observe. At Broad Learning Academy, Aldous had taught Elian many reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques. On the way to the lotus pond, Elian didn't take a direct route. In areas without tree cover, he moved in an S-shaped pattern. If they were being followed, this would make it harder for the pursuers to determine their destination. Moreover, the 3 of them didn't move together. Instead, they spread out, with significant distances between them, often stopping to listen for any unusual sounds. "Commander, there are at least 1,000 people here," one of the men whispered. Elian frowned deeply. "This is trouble. Can His Highness's 500 men handle so many?" "Should we go back and inform His Highness?" another man asked. "Not yet. Let's wait a little longer. We need the most accurate information, Elian said. The three of them continued to lie low. By midnight, all the people around the lotus pond had gathered in the grove to the south. There were about 1,300 of them. At this point, Elian led the two men back to Qingzhou City. Tomorrow was the day of the spring outing. The thought of this trap kept Aldous awake all night. Not long ago, he had been just a lab assistant, a homebody. Now, he had to face a brutal test like a true prince. This was the first time he would confront such a dangerous situation. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared. But he knew he had no choice. This was a trial that a prince had to endure. His status now didn't allow him to be cowardly or retreat. Throughout history, those who survived the rise and fall of dynasties were men of great talent, broad vision, and immense courage. He could easily create an industrial empire, but the art of ruling a fiefdom was what he truly needed to learn. Otherwise, everything he create would only become someone else's prize. By voluntarily attending this banquet, he aimed to lure out the snakes while also establishing his image in Qingzhou, a prince who dared to take risks and feared nothing. Only then would officials and commoners truly admire him from the bottom of their hearts. They would see a Aldous worth pledging their loyalty to. After all, who would pledge loyalty to a cowardly, despicable person? But a man who fought to eliminate powerful families for the greater good was a different story. Moreover, in his view, the founding prince of the Great Gabriel Empire, Stafford Anton, had established the feudal system precisely to select the most capable successor. He didn't care if his descendants fought each other, as the victor would be king, and the loser would be a bandit. A prince who couldn't even win the struggle for the throne had no right to rule a vast empire. Thus, among his siblings, there were many cunning and talented individuals. To compete with them, he needed to temper himself and experience major events. Otherwise, if he wet himself at the sight of swords, he would become a laughingstock. As he pondered this, footsteps sounded outside, followed by Elian's voice. "Your Highness, Anton has ambushed over 1,000 private soldiers in the grove by the lotus pond," Elian reported. Aldous, who had been waiting for Elian's news, opened the door and let him in. "Over 1,000?" Aldous asked again. "Exactly. It shouldn't be more than 1,500, Elian said. It seems Anton has gone all out this time. He must have mobilized all his private soldiers," Aldous said with a cold laugh. Elian looked worried. "Your Highness, please reconsider. This is no trivial matter. The arrow is already on the bowstring. It must be fired," Aldous said, though he was also concerned. But at this point, he had no choice but to press on. "Go quickly and summon Captain Banks and Minister Paxton to discuss our strategy." Elian acknowledged the order and left. Soon Orpheus and Morley arrived at the Aldous' residence. After hearing Elian's report, Orpheus said, "Your Highness, if that's the case, during the banquet, we can ambush the Qingzhou army to the north." Elian said no one entered the grove on the north side, but the grassland in front of the southern grove is where the banquet will likely be held. The northern grove is separated from the lotus pond by several hundred meters. "I'm afraid reinforcements might not arrive in time," Morley said. Orpheus said casually, "This time, I'll bring 30 elite soldiers to protect your Highness. We can hold out for a while." Morley fell silent and looked at Orpheus. Aldous sighed. "Captain Banks, my life is in your hands." At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning clouds and shone on the oil-paper windows of the Aldous' residence. The servants in the residence were already bustling about. Aldous, who had barely slept all night, rose early. Elian was busy arranging the servants who would accompany Aldous to the banquet. For a spring outing, a prince naturally had to bring many servants. Among these servants, Elian had secretly placed numerous secret guards. In addition to Orpheus's 30 elite soldiers, there were over 20 secret guards disguised as servants to ensure Aldous' safety. The Aldous' residence appeared calm, but Orpheus and Morley were already hard at work. The Qingzhou army had left the city the previous night and ambushed in the grove. Orpheus was also planning how to ensure the Qingzhou cavalry could quickly come to their aid. Ancient battles were akin to street brawls, often lasting a long time. As long as Aldous wasn't immediately captured by the powerful families, the Qingzhou army could buy plenty of time. By noon, Aldous set out, surrounded by servants. On the grasslands south of the lotus pond, William had already had his servants prepare the ingredients needed for the banquet, waiting for everyone to arrive. Your Highness, you finally arrived, William said obsequiously as he approached Aldous. The other powerful families stood up and bowed in greeting. Led by William to the main seat, Aldous returned the greetings and said, "Please, everyone, take your seats." Morley sat to Aldous's left and right, while 30 heavily armored guards stood on either side. Anton glanced at the fully armored Qingzhou soldiers and smiled. "Your Highness, today's banquet is meant to reconcile us with Your Highness. After this, we will disband our private armies and return the land. Having these soldiers here somewhat ruins the mood." Before Aldous could respond, Orpheus said, "Master Whitewood, you worry too much. Even when you travel, you bring your own guards. His Highness, a prince of noble birth, traveling with only 30 guards is already extremely modest." "Captain Banks is right," William flattered. "His Highness is a prince of the imperial family. When Her Highness the Princess traveled recently, she had over 1,000 guards. There's no need to make a fuss over this. Master Whitewood, you're overthinking it." Anton's expression was haughty. In his view, since Aldous had arrived, he had already fallen into his trap. That was why he dared to speak so disrespectfully. At this moment, he felt no need to grovel. He had his own plans. The Sun and Wright families had been allied through marriage for generations. The Wright family's secret dealings were all known to the Sun family, and they had participated in every one. Because of this, Anton knew that if Aldous uncovered the Wright family's crimes, the Sun family would also be doomed. The other powerful families he had coerced into this plot were unaware that they were merely pawns in Anton's game. The Sun family had made thorough preparations. If this plan succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, they would flee to the grasslands. By then, not even Aldous or even the Emperor could touch them. These were Kurt's original plans. Anton simply hadn't expected that the Sun family would be the ones to carry them out. After a moment of contemplation, Anton made up his mind. He said, "It's not that I'm overthinking things. It's just that Your Highness has always been wary of us. Otherwise, why would the Wright family suddenly be destroyed? Although I'm not a member of the Wright family, I know Kurt well. He would never dare to assassinate the princess. Your Highness, you know the truth better than I do." With a cold laugh, Anton continued, "Using the Wright family incident, Your Highness immediately issued decrees to weaken us, the powerful families of Qingzhou. You couldn't wait, which shows how deeply you despise us." Instantly, the grassland fell into silence. Everyone's breathing seemed as loud as thunder. William's face turned pale and his body trembled slightly. He said, "Anton, what do you mean by this? You invited His Highness to this banquet. Why are you speaking so disrespectfully? William, you've disgraced us, the powerful families of Qingzhou. Tell me, in the entire Great Gabriel Empire, where are the powerful families not treated as honored guests by the princes? Yet you willingly degrade yourself to the level of commoners, no better than pigs or dogs." "You shamed all of us," Anton said, pointing at William without any courtesy. Osric angrily said, "Anton, what do you mean by this? Are you here to cause trouble? This is a grave disrespect. Although we've disbanded our private armies and returned the land, we're conducting our business openly and honestly. What's shameful about that?" "That's right. What's shameful about it? It's a disgrace, a humiliation to the powerful families." As soon as Osric finished speaking, the powerful families led by Anton and those led by William began to argue, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. "Everyone, stop arguing. Let Master Whitewood finish what he has to say," Aldous suddenly said. Anton was impatient, eager to embarrass Aldous as soon as he arrived. "Your Highness, my meaning is simple. Please revoke your decrees and clear the Wright family's name," Anton said, a strange smile playing on his lips. "What a fine way to clear the Wright family's name. If I admit to this, will you rush to Nightblumen to report me, ensuring I'm punished and stripped of my title as prince?" Aldous said calmly. "Exactly. The title of prince is not for the unworthy. Your Highness is clearly unworthy, as evidenced by the opposition of so many powerful families. Even William is acting under duress. Those who have virtue gain support. Those who lack it lose it. Your Highness, can't you see that now?" "Ha ha." Aldous suddenly laughed. "What a fine saying. Those who have virtue gain support. Those who lack it lose it. Master Whitewood, why don't you ask the common people who has more virtue? What do those lowly commoners know? My virtue is the virtue of the powerful families. This empire belongs to the powerful families. This empire belongs to the powerful families. Our interests come first, And you, Aldous, are going against the tide. Since you refuse to repent, I have no choice but to seek justice for us." With that, Anton suddenly whistled. From the grove, the sound of charging soldiers erupted. Orpheus's expression changed drastically, and he immediately led the 30 guards to protect Aldous. At the same time, screams erupted from the banquet. Anton was shocked. The moment the whistle sounded, the servants at the banquet suddenly turned violent, killing over a dozen of the powerful families who had come with him. Several of them charged straight at him. "Protect me," Anton shouted, and a dozen servants rushed forward. William was frozen in fear, staring blankly to the north. From the grove, more people emerged, all clad in silver armor, radiating killing intent. "Anton has conspired to assassinate the Aldous. Anyone involved will be executed without mercy," Elian shouted at the top of his lungs. The servants who had suddenly turned violent were actually secret guards disguised as assassins. In an instant, most of the powerful families who had conspired with Anton were either dead or injured. Anton himself was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the secret guards. However, the private soldiers from the Sun family, charging out of the grove, quickly closed the distance, forcing the secret guards to temporarily withdraw to protect Aldous. Anton laughed maniacally. "Aldous, you're truly a fool. Even though you knew this was a trap, you still came. Since you delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for what happens next. If I hadn't come, how would you traitors have revealed yourselves? Everyone knows the principle of capture the leader to defeat the rebels. Now, let's see whose side fate is on," Aldous said coldly. The previous night, Anton and his allies had chosen to stay in a fortress outside the city rather than within Qingzhou, making it difficult to capture them. If Aldous had rashly led the Qingzhou army to attack Anton's ambush, Anton would have fled in advance. This was especially true for Anton's faction. If they fled to the grasslands, they would become a future threat to Qingzhou. It was for this reason that Aldous had taken the risk. After all, in an era of vast territories, sparse populations, and backward communication, capturing fugitives would be extremely difficult. As the two spoke, the private soldiers from the Sun family charging from the south were now less than 100 meters away from Aldous. These soldiers wore a variety of armor, cloth, leather, and chainmail, and wielded an assortment of weapons, from swords and spears to clubs and more. "Kill!" Roars erupted from the charging soldiers. Aldous noticed that among these soldiers, some wearing finely crafted scale armor were directing the troops to split into 3 groups. The central group charged straight at him, while the 2 flanking groups aimed to encircle him. Orpheus also noticed this. He shouted to Aldous, "Your Highness, retreat. If they complete the encirclement, we won't be able to escape." Without a word, Aldous and Morley sprinted northward, heading toward the approaching Qingzhou army. Seeing this, Anton was determined not to let Aldous escape. This was a high-stakes gamble. The loser would not only lose their life, but also their entire family and wealth. Anton had already staked everything. It was do or die. Charge! Anton brandished a sharp longsword and shouted to the other powerful families. The other powerful families drew their swords and, along with their servants, charged at Orpheus and his men. Their faces were twisted with rage, like vengeful spirits. "Your Highness, don't worry about us. You and Minister Paxton, go!" Orpheus shouted as he was immediately surrounded by Anton and his men. Morley grabbed Aldous. "Your Highness, we can't afford to be soft-hearted now. Otherwise, we'll only hold Captain Banks back." Facing 1,000 armed men charging at him was a scene Aldous had only seen in movies before. Now he understood the immense courage it took for those movie heroes to stand against thousands of soldiers. The sheer momentum of the charge was terrifying, even if these were just poorly trained private soldiers from powerful families. Nodding, Aldous quickly ran toward the Qingzhou army. Orpheus and his men formed a line, blocking Anton and his forces. Seeing Aldous fleeing toward the Qingzhou army, Anton's expression changed drastically. "Archers, fire!" he roared. As soon as he spoke, over 20 archers drew their bows and fired at Aldous. Orpheus, seeing this, let out a fierce roar. His sword moved with deadly precision. As a veteran of real battles, his strikes were efficient and lethal, with no wasted motion. The Sun family servants blocking his path were no match for him. Several fell in quick succession. Anton hid behind his servants, looking for an opening. As Orpheus drove his sword into a servant's chest, Anton seized the moment to slash at Orpheus's chest. Clang! A dull metallic sound rang out, and a deep scratch appeared on Orpheus's armor. Orpheus pulled his sword free, and a spray of blood erupted from the servant's chest, staining his armor. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Orpheus grinned savagely. "Master Whitewood, this armor was specially forged for me by His Highness." "Pretty tough, huh?" Anton cursed under his breath. Although Orpheus and his men numbered only 30, they stood like an iron wall, firmly blocking the path. These men were the elite of the Qingzhou army, each worth 10 ordinary soldiers. Their full body armor made them nearly impervious to ordinary sword strikes. In close combat, Anton's men had repeatedly struck at vital points, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Anton's servants were nearly all dead or wounded. Anton glanced at the private soldiers, now only 10 meters away, and sneered. "Let's see how long you can hold out." With that, he quickly retreated. The 1,000 private soldiers were now upon them, led by a burly man wielding twin hammers. Orpheus's heart sank. Aldous had warned him that plate armor was vulnerable to blunt force. The twin hammers in the man's hands would be far more dangerous than swords or spears. Glancing at Aldous, who was now halfway to safety, Orpheus let out a battle cry and charged forward. He couldn't retreat yet. Arrows whistled past Aldous' ears. He felt a strong impact on his back, nearly knocking him off his feet. Without looking, he knew he had been hit by an arrow. Before coming, he had specifically worn a breastplate with metal plates protecting his front and back. For extra safety, he had chosen a thicker set. Since it wasn't full body armor, the weight was manageable. After a frantic sprint, Aldous had used up almost all his energy. These past few days, he had been so busy with construction that he had neglected his archery and horsemanship. It seemed he would have to pick those up again. As the Qingzhou army came into view, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw Orpheus surrounded by Anton's private soldiers. Orpheus is truly a fierce warrior. When your highness first came to Qingzhou, you replaced many of the local generals but kept Orpheus. Looking back now, it seems your highness recognized his abilities, Morley said, panting heavily. When Aldous first arrived in Qingzhou, aside from bringing his own generals, he could also select some local officers to serve as his personal guards. At the time, Aldous had been foolish, allowing powerful families to replace many of his guards. Only Orpheus had been kept. In truth, Aldous had initially kept Orpheus out of spite, wanting to slowly deal with this troublemaker. But Orpheus's performance 3 years ago had impressed him, and despite his dislike, Aldous had decided to keep him. "I hope Commandant Banks is safe." Thinking of the past grievances with Orpheus, which were all matters from Aldous's previous life, but in recent days, Orpheus has indeed been the only reliable person in the army. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Back in the day, Commandant Banks could move freely even amidst the thousands of barbarian troops. These ragtag militias are no match for him," Morley said without a hint of concern. As they spoke, the Qingzhou army had already engaged in close combat with the Sun family's militia. The initially disorganized Qingzhou army quickly formed into a neat square formation amidst the chaos. The front row consisted of swordsmen and shield-bearers, followed by spearmen, and the last row was again swordsmen and shield-bearers. "Kill!" With a loud shout from the Qingzhou army, a row of spears thrust out from behind the shield wall, immediately felling a row of the Sun family's militia charging forward. "Kill!" The spears retracted. The shield-bearers advanced a step, and then the spears thrust out fiercely again, followed by another round of agonizing screams. In terms of individual skill, they were not inferior to the Qingzhou soldiers, but facing such a tight formation, they had no strategy to counter. As the spears thrust out, the Qingzhou army steadily advanced. When the front row of shield-bearers fell injured, those behind immediately filled the gaps, maintaining the formation without a hint of disorder. Soon, the Qingzhou army pushed forward to where Orpheus was. At that moment, Orpheus was locked in a fierce battle with a burly man wielding twin hammers. Orpheus's chest plate was deeply dented by a hammer blow. The burly man was even more severely injured, with long gashes on his exposed arms and legs, bleeding profusely. As the Qingzhou army approached, Orpheus glanced approvingly at the formation he had trained, and shouted to one of the commandants, "Advance!" Another roar erupted, and the Qingzhou army continued to advance like a harvesting machine. Anton, hiding in the distance, was filled with anxiety. He looked across at Aldous, knowing there was no longer any chance to capture him. A wave of despair washed over Anton, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Kill, kill, kill! Whoever brings me Aldous's head will receive 500,000 taels of silver." Under normal circumstances, the Sun family's militia would have erupted in frenzy. But now, they were only filled with fear. The Qingzhou army's sharp spears were like the scythe of death, each thrust reaping lives. Anton repeatedly ordered his men to break through the shield wall, but they were all speared to death. Fear among the Sun family's militia grew, exacerbated by the increasing pile of corpses at the front. "I don't want to die." Amidst the continuous losses, the Sun family's militia finally collapsed. Signs of rout began to appear, with those who had fought bravely now retreating, some even fleeing outright. Seeing this, Anton roared, "No one is allowed to retreat. Those who retreat will be executed." With that, he killed a fleeing servant. But more and more deserters appeared, scattering like a receding tide. For everyone Anton killed, 2 more took their place. Watching the growing number of deserters, Anton's face turned pale. He had failed. Once the militia scattered, the ambush would be a complete failure. After a moment's hesitation, he fled with a few close followers amidst the deserters. Some in the front lines of the Sun family's militia saw Anton fleeing and immediately shouted, "Master Whitewood has run away." Instantly, the Sun family's militia lost all will to fight. They had only been following orders, not even knowing whom they were supposed to kill. Now, with the Qingzhou army's appearance, they understood. With Anton gone, there was no reason to continue risking their lives. Most dropped their weapons and surrendered, while others scattered like birds and beasts. The battlefield was littered with over 500 corpses. The beautiful lotus pond was stained red with blood, the intense metallic smell of blood filling the air, nauseating. Looking at the devastation, Aldous said to Orpheus, "No matter what, we must capture Anton." "They won't escape," Orpheus replied. As soon as he spoke, the sound of hoofbeats approached from a distance. 300 cavalry appeared, blocking the path of the fleeing Sun family's militia. The deserters were driven back, dropping their weapons and surrendering. 500 had died, and the remaining 700 to 800 surrendered. 500 had died, and the remaining 700 to 800 surrendered. Anton's plan had been completely thwarted. Soon, the captives were herded together, but Anton and the other nobles were nowhere to be seen. "Where is Anton? Whoever speaks up will be rewarded." The 800 Sun family's militia squatted on the ground as Orpheus questioned them. Aldous and Marley also approached, scanning the crowd but not seeing Anton. "Strange, everyone should be here," Orpheus said, gritting his teeth. Aldous glanced at the dent in Orpheus's chest plate and said, "You should return to the city and see a physician. Looks like you might have broken a few ribs." "Who could have injured Commandant Banks like this?" Morley asked. Orpheus pointed to a large man squatting in the crowd. "That guy. He's got some serious strength. If it were anyone else, they'd be dead. He's quite something, Your Highness." "Can I have him?" "We'll discuss that later. Let's find Anton and the others first," Aldous said. The 3 of them scanned the surrendered militia again, and Aldous said, "Have them walk past one by one." Orpheus nodded and had the captives walk past Aldous one by one. Soon, all 800 had passed and several nobles hiding among them were captured. But Anton was still missing. "Damn it!" Orpheus frowned. Could he have been killed? Aldous and Morley looked at the piles of corpses, and Aldous asked, "What should we do with the bodies?" "Usually we hire some laborers to bury them," Morley said. After saying this, Morley understood and said to Orpheus, "Check each body." The Qingzhou army immediately began inspecting the corpses. Soon they brought someone over. It was indeed Anton. In the chaos, seeing no way to escape, he had disguised himself as a corpse among the dead, planning to escape when laborers came to collect the bodies. But he was discovered. "Master Whitewood went through so much trouble to kill me. How thoughtful. But 500,000 taels of silver for my head seems a bit low." They say Master Whitewood is stingy, and it seems true. Anton snorted. "Do as you will. I want all of the great Gabriel Empire to see how you, Aldous, treat the nobility. Your efforts to strengthen the Empire are all for the throne, aren't they?" Let's see which noble family will support you then. A spring breeze carrying a hint of warmth blew past, causing the leaves to rustle softly. If not for the current scene, this would have been a picturesque spring landscape. I do not need the support of the nobility, nor does the great Gabriel Empire. The history shaped by the nobility over thousands of years should now be written by the countless common people of the land. Aldous' impassioned voice rang out. In his eyes, Anton saw mockery, the same disdain they had shown toward the lowly commoners. How dare you? Anton could not believe that Aldous would treat the nobility this way. Since ancient times, local nobility had always been the target of royal court's efforts to win over. Yet, this Aldous was doing the exact opposite. It was precisely because of this that even Kurt had not anticipated Aldous would so decisively eliminate the Wright family, leading to his own demise. Morley and Orpheus cast admiring glances at Aldous. It was precisely because of his mindset that they were willing to follow him to the death. Otherwise, if he relied on the nobility like other feudal lords, how would he be any different from them? Having lived at the bottom of society, they had personally experienced the oppression of the common people by the nobility, and they had been powerless to do anything about it. Now, they could finally laugh heartily. Orpheus responded loudly and led the Qingzhou army to take the captives and Anton away. Morley then asked, "Your Highness, what about the families of these nobles?" Remembering Morley's earlier remark about being overly merciful, Aldous said, "Deal with them according to the law. Let this serve as a warning to the remaining nobility." "Your Highness is wise. This official will handle it immediately," Morley replied. According to the law, these nobles would have their families executed, their properties confiscated. Some would be beheaded, others sent to the army, and some exiled. If these rebellious nobles were let off lightly, it would only encourage other nobles to entertain more rebellious thoughts. When the cost of crime becomes low, people will take risks. This is human nature, unchanging through the ages. Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with us. We had no idea Anton harbored such intentions. William approached, his face filled with fear. His hair was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had fallen during the earlier escape, leaving him in a sorry state. Your Highness, please investigate clearly. The other nobles also knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. They were truly afraid. This was the first time the Qingzhou army had killed, and the corpses lying on the ground served as a warning to them. The dignity of the royal family was not to be violated. Rise. I know you sincerely support my decrees. I can clearly distinguish between good and evil. Aldous gestured for them to stand. William immediately burst into tears. Your Highness, from now on, we will follow your lead without any second thoughts. Otherwise, may heaven and earth condemn us. Aldous chuckled. William had been thoroughly frightened. In the past, when these nobles interacted with Aldous, the worst they had faced was a scolding. The current situation was vastly different from before, and they were naturally terrified. Because the Aldous before them was no longer a sleeping cat, but a man-eating tiger. To Aldous, the nobles who obeyed his decrees still had some use. Having removed the fangs of these nobles, they were, in modern terms, local private entrepreneurs. His business still needed to cooperate with them to drive the economic development of the 6 states. He helped William up and patted his shoulder. I have seen your efforts these past days, Huxley Yuan, and I am quite pleased. From now on, you will take over the businesses of the Wright and Son families in the Chamber of Commerce. To the enemies, he would make an example. To those who submitted, he would share the benefits. This was how to divide the nobility. As soon as Aldous spoke these words, the other kneeling nobles felt as if they had been given a reassurance. William was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Taking over the business shares of the Wright and Son families would quickly make up for his losses. Moreover, with the status of merchants in the 6 states rising, being a pure merchant no longer seemed so lowly. Thank you, Your Highness. From now on, whatever you command, the Huxley family will go through fire and water without hesitation, William said. With this matter settled, some laborers soon arrived to clean up the battlefield. Aldous bid farewell to William and the others and headed back to Qingzhou City. Although he had not directly participated in the battle, he was still injured. The arrow had pierced through the chest armor on his back, though it had only penetrated slightly, causing a superficial wound. However, he dared not be careless. He was well aware of the medical conditions in the Great Gabriel Empire. If he were to contract tetanus, he would be done for. Thinking of the medical conditions in the Great Gabriel Empire, He wondered if he should add a medical department to the broad learning academy. In ancient wars, many soldiers did not die on the battlefield but from injuries and illnesses. Before the advent of antibiotics, the mortality rate of injured soldiers on the battlefield was very high. It was only with the advent of antibiotics that this phenomenon improved. Your Highness, your back injury is minor, but Commandant Banks's injury is more severe. It seems like the bones in his chest are broken, the medical officer's son reported after examining Aldous in the medical hall within Qingzhou City. During the battle, Orpheus had not felt much, but now he was clearly in pain. Aldous said, "My injury is nothing, just clean it. Commandant Banks's injury needs to be bandaged." Medical officer nodded. Although Commandant Banks's ribs are broken, fortunately, his internal organs were not injured. Otherwise, this old man would have been powerless. "Your Highness, this kind of injury is just routine for me. No need to worry." Orpheus chuckled, then added seriously, "But this time, some soldiers were severely injured. I hope medical officer can take good care of them." Medical officer can take good care of them. Medical officer had already examined the soldier's injuries. One soldier had a severe sword wound, caused by a blade piercing through his armor. "He probably won't survive." Medical officer sighed. Orpheus's expression darkened. In truth, he knew that such sword wounds were usually fatal. Listening nearby, Aldous suddenly said, "He might still survive. First, disinfect the wound with alcohol, then apply some fresh meat to it." Medical officer was stunned. "What is this alcohol? Applying fresh meat to a wound? Does your Highness also know medicine?" "I know a little," Aldous replied. In ancient times, treatment methods for injuries were limited, especially for deep wounds. Many people died from infections and inflammation. The two measures Aldous proposed, disinfection and preventing infection, were crucial. High-rochen, concentration alcohol did not appear until after the Aldous and Leo dynasties in modern times. In the current Great Gabriel Empire, where even distilled liquor was scarce, the use of alcohol for disinfection in medicine was unheard of. However, while other places lacked it, he had the necessary conditions here. He, medical officer, just listened to His Highness. The current His Highness is truly knowledgeable and talented. Orpheus, lying on the bed, chuckled. Medical officer frowned. A physician's heart is benevolent. How can we act recklessly? If your Highness cannot provide a reason, this old man dare not use such methods. This put Aldous in a difficult position. The principle of alcohol disinfection couldn't be explained clearly with words alone. It required experiments to prove. Fresh meat contained antibiotics, which could prevent inflammation to some extent. However, while Aldous understood these things, he couldn't convince medical officer with mere words. Medical officer was a stubborn man, highly confident in his medical skills, and always scornful of unorthodox methods. Aldous said, "In that case, medical officer, why not follow my instructions? A human life cannot be treated so carelessly." Medical officer frowned. Orpheus interjected, "Since you can't save him anyway, there's no harm in trying. This old man only said he might not survive, not that he would definitely die. The method your Highness speaks of is unheard of. If your Highness truly can treat the wounded, I have a patient here with a festering wound that cannot be healed," medical officer said. After briefly treating the wound on his back, medical officer led Aldous to the outer room of the medical hall. There, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes lay on the ground emitting a foul odor. Beside him was a girl about 7 or 8 years old, softly weeping. Seeing medical officer, the girl pleaded tearfully, "Medical officer, please save my father. My mother died early and he's all I have left. I'll even sell myself to pay the medical fees." Medical officer sighed. "Rosemary, it's not that I won't save him, but his wound has already festered. I am powerless." Rosemary continued to sob, heartbroken. The pitiful cries made Aldous' heart ache. Although he was now a prince of the kingdom, his soul was still that of an ordinary person from his previous life. He understood the hardships of the common people and knew how difficult life was for those at the bottom of society. A simple illness could often ruin a family. Now, such an event was unfolding before his eyes, and these were his own subjects. "Medical officer, go find some maggots from green-headed flies and place them in the patient's wound," Aldous said. Medical officer was stunned and said indignantly, "Your Highness, how can you be so frivolous? Maggots eat flesh and bone. How can they be used to treat wounds?" Medical officer, "Just do as I say, otherwise he will only die. Tell me you to treat wounds." Medical officer, just do as I say. Otherwise, he will only die. Tell me, do you have any other methods? Aldous suddenly spoke sternly. He didn't blame medical officer. The gap in knowledge was too vast. To people of this era, the methods he proposed seemed utterly absurd. Medical officer fell silent. The Aldous had repeatedly suggested these strange methods, and now, seeing his serious expression, it was clear he wasn't joking. With a sigh, medical officer complied. Maggot therapy was no secret in modern times. It wasn't used for fresh wounds, but for treating infected, festering wounds. In modern medicine, this was called debridement. Only by completely cleaning away the necrotic tissue could the wound heal. The larvae of green-heated flies were easy to find in the Great Gabriel Empire, where toilets were everywhere. Medical officer ordered an apprentice to quickly fetch clean larvae and place them in the middle-aged man's wound. Your Highness, what should we do now? Medical officer asked, now completely at a loss. Remove the outer layer of necrotic tissue and let the maggots clean out the remaining rotten flesh, Aldous instructed. He wasn't a medical professional, but the detailed steps for this treatment, along with visual materials, were clearly documented in the technology database. While an apprentice handled the festering wound, Aldous began explaining the principles of maggot therapy for infected wounds to medical officer, also touching on the roles of alcohol and fresh meat. However, while maggot therapy was somewhat understandable, the concepts of alcohol disinfection and antibiotics left medical officer utterly confused. Without empirical evidence, he couldn't grasp these ideas, especially since they were entirely foreign to him. I've said all I can. A physician's heart is benevolent. If there's hope to heal the patient, why should medical officer care about the method? Aldous tossed the ball back to medical officer. The man was stubborn and pedantic, always preaching about a physician's benevolence. This argument left medical officer in a dilemma. If he didn't follow the instructions and something went wrong, it would damage his medical ethics. Aldous had Jack fetch some alcohol and fresh meat for the medical hall, instructed Orpheus to rest there, and then return to the palace. He would return in a couple of days to see the results. The rebellion of Anton had to be addressed properly. Back at the palace, Aldous personally wrote an article condemning Anton and his accomplices for their treasonous acts. After receiving the draft, Herbert had the newspaper office typeset and print it. Over the next few days, news of Anton's rebellion spread throughout the 6 states. Aldous' personal involvement in rooting out the Sun family became a hot topic of discussion in streets and alleys. In a tavern in Qingzhou, several scholars sat together, reading a newspaper. The scholar holding the newspaper was dressed more elegantly than the others. He had bought the newspaper, which could only be purchased at the newspaper office. Although each copy cost only 1 copper coin, many scholars still couldn't afford it. Brother Carmichael, what does the newspaper say? Hurry up and read it. The scholar addressed as Brother Carmichael was swaying his head as he read the newspaper, while the others grew impatient. The events of the previous day's battle outside Qingzhou had already spread into the city, but few knew the details. Now that the newspaper had published the story, many were eager to learn the truth. Jorik Carmichael gently put down the newspaper and clasped his hand toward the direction of the Aldous' palace. Who would have thought that His Highness the Aldous would personally risk his life to root out the traitorous Sun family? Such bravery is truly a model for us all. What do you mean by risking his life? The other scholars grew even more anxious. Only then did Jorik begin to recount the story, and the scholars listened as if entranced. After hearing the tale, one scholar said, His Highness first eliminated the Wright family and now the Sun family and nearly 30 other noble families. Almost half of the nobility in the 6 states have been removed. Exactly. Now the Huxley and Hardy families have published articles in the newspaper, firmly supporting His Highness's policies. It seems the winds of change are blowing in the 6 states. With the nobility losing power, it's the perfect time for us commoners to rise. We must all strive harder, another scholar added. Of course, I'm currently taking the selection exam for the Broad Learning Academy. If I can get in, my career is half set. The other scholars were also aware of the Broad Learning Academy selection exam. One of them asked, But what confuses me is why the Broad Learning Academy has so many different categories. Isn't it obvious? Different categories mean different things to do after graduation, York said matter-of-factly. That's why it's strange. The sages taught us that studying is for self-cultivation, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. It's about becoming a high-ranking official and serving the nation and its people. If that's the case, why does the Broad Learning Academy need so many categories? The classics, history, philosophy, and literature should suffice, one scholar argued. I disagree. I think the Broad Learning Academy is different from private schools. Scholars don't have to focus solely on passing the imperial exams. They can do other things too, another scholar countered. Brother Fallowfield, are you saying you won't take the imperial exams anymore? Jorik asked a scholar wearing patched clothes. Fletcher Fallowfield nodded. I take the imperial exams every year, and every year I fail. My family is getting poorer, and I can't even afford the travel expenses for the exams anymore. Rather than copying books in the bustling market, I'd rather take the Broad Learning Academy exams. Even if I don't become an official, I can still live a decent life. Brother Fallowfield, that's not the right attitude. As the saying goes, wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway. Even if you don't take the imperial exams, you can still apply for the political history category at the Broad Learning Academy. Serving in Qingzhou's government would be a good path. Brother Winters, it's not that I don't want to, but just look at the number of applicants for the political history category. It's like 10,000 people trying to cross a single log bridge. I'm already in my 20s. I can't afford to waste more time. Fletcher sighed deeply. The atmosphere grew awkward. Jorik said, "We've gone off topic. We were talking about the Sun family's rebellion, and now we're discussing the Broad Learning Academy." Unlike the scholars' reactions, when the newspaper reporters read the news to the villagers of Finch Family Village, there was an outburst of cheers, followed by continuous shouts of, "Long live the prince!" The reputation of the Aldous was once again deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He was a feudal lord who feared no noble clans and worked for the benefit of the common people. Now, this feudal lord stood tall in their hearts like a hero. Who else would dare to attend a banquet knowing it was dangerous? All for the sake of eradicating the harm caused by the noble clans. More villagers were concerned about what would happen next. According to the newspaper, the properties of these noble clans would be confiscated, and families whose lands had been seized by the nobles could report to the local government. After verification, the land would be returned to them. This news excited the villagers even more. Many had already received fertile land after the Wright family incident. The tangible benefits made the villagers believe this was no lie. The Aldous kept his promises. After cheering, they listened carefully while calculating how much land had been taken from them by the noble clans, including the newly cultivated land. Many families now had over 100 acres. "Father, if we get all our land back, will we be able to farm it all?" Bastian asked his father. Slade Finch said, "Your third brother is right. With so much land in the production team, we won't be able to farm it all unless we buy more plow oxen. Let's wait and see after this harvest." The production team said if the harvest is good, we'll sell some grain to buy plow oxen. Before, we worried about not having enough land to farm. Now, we worry about having too much. Bastian's father laughed heartily. Bastian's mother glared at her husband. "You're happy now, but don't complain when your back breaks from the work." "I'll still be happy," Bastian suddenly said. "I still need to get married." The whole family burst into laughter. On the threshing ground, the villagers of Finch Family Village gathered in groups, their eyes filled with dreams of a better future. Land was the lifeblood of farmers. Now that Aldous had given them land, he had given them everything. As the Finch family chatted and laughed, Clancy, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Father, Mother, I want to join the army." "What the hell are you talking about? We don't even have enough people to farm the land, and you want to join the army?" Bastian's father scolded, almost kicking him. When the Qingzhou army surrounded the Sun family's militia, Clancy had been carrying firewood to sell in the city. Seeing the battle, he wasn't scared. Instead, he was awed by the majestic armor of the Qingzhou soldiers. Back home, he couldn't stop thinking about the Qingzhou army, itching to wear such impressive armor himself. How wonderful it would be to be one of those soldiers in the battle formation. "Father, if the Qingzhou army hadn't surrounded the noble clan's militia, could we have gotten our land back? To put it bluntly, what if the barbarians attack again? What good is all this land if we can't protect it?" Clancy argued. Clancy's father fell silent, and the surrounding villagers stopped talking, struck by his words. Only then did they realize that everything they had now was something the Aldous had fought for through blood and sacrifice. The prince was willing to risk his life for the people of his fiefdom. Shouldn't they also do their part to protect the prince and their land? Clancy, have you thought this through? If you join the prince's army, you can't be a coward on the battlefield, Clancy's father said seriously. Clancy was thrilled. Father, you agree? This kid is usually quiet, but what he said today left me with no rebuttal. You're right. If no one joins the army, how will the prince fight the barbarians? I'll join the army too, a voice came from a nearby family. Soon, the threshing ground was filled with the voices of young men eager to enlist. The reporter reading the newspaper in the middle stopped. He silently recorded what he had seen today. Suddenly, he remembered a question he had asked his teacher years ago. What is the people's will? His teacher had replied, the people's will is food. The people's will is an endless supply of soldiers. The people's will is an endless supply of soldiers. The people's will is the laborers who transport grain to the battlefield. Lose the people's will, and a nation will lack soldiers, unable to afford even a single defeat. With the people's will, even after 100 defeats, an endless supply of soldiers will eventually win the war. This was exactly the scene his teacher had described. As a reporter, the more places he visited, the more he saw. Qingzhou was constantly changing, and these changes reflected the Aldous' vision. Although he had initially resisted this job, he now found himself enjoying it, continually delivering news and reflecting the issues of the common people to the higher-ups. The newspaper office was the bridge between the prince's palace and the grassroots. He felt he wasn't an official advisor, but he was doing even more than one. Putting away the newspaper, he headed to the next village, eagerly anticipating more changes in Qingzhou's future. Morley was reviewing reports submitted from various prefectures. The Sun family's militia had been annihilated, and the next day, at the eastern market of Qingzhou, all participants in the incident were publicly executed. The crowd that gathered to witness the event was so large that the execution ground was completely packed. People came to see this extraordinary event with their own eyes. Having been oppressed by the nobility for many years, the common folk now saw the downfall of the noble clans. When Anton was brought to the execution ground, countless people threw stones and rotten vegetables at him, a clear reflection of the deep resentment the people held against the oppression they had endured. However, while Aldous was now recuperating from his injuries, Morley found no time to rest. On one hand, he had to deal with the problem of the noble family's dependents, and on the other, there was the matter of the Broad Learning Academy. After assigning these two tasks to him, Aldous seemed to have washed his hands of the matter, leaving Morley to handle everything while he went off to compete with medical officer and medical skills. Looking at the pile of official documents on his desk, Morley couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The Aldous could be so serious at times, yet at other times, he seemed completely unserious. Chief Secretary Paxton, here is the registration list for the Broad Learning Academy. In the Great Gabriel Empire, the color of an official's robe indicated their rank. Officials of the 3rd rank and above wore purple robes. Those of the 4th and 5th ranks wore vermilion. 6th and 7th ranks wore green, and 8th and 9th ranks wore blue. Additionally, the ornaments on their belts were made of jade, gold, silver, or copper, further distinguishing their ranks. Morley glanced at the young man and smiled, asking, "Theodore, it's been a month since you arrived in Qingzhou. How do you find it?" The young man, named Theodore Barker, was from Nightblumen. Morley had noticed his talent back when he was in Nightblumen. After Qingzhou needed a large number of talented individuals to fill official positions, Morley had written to Nightblumen, and a month ago, Theodore arrived in Qingzhou. Morley appointed him as the Sima of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is indeed different from other places, and the Aldous is also unlike other princes, Theodore said after a moment of thought. Morley seemed intent on testing Theodore, so he asked, "What exactly is different? Tell me." Since ancient times, the foundation of a nation has always been agriculture. Although His Highness also values agricultural production, he seems to place even greater emphasis on the profits of commerce. While commercial profits can bring sudden wealth, they are like rootless duckweed. If war breaks out and supplies run short, trade routes will be cut off, and the people of the fiefdom will ultimately rely on grain to survive, Theodore explained. Moreover, merchants chase profits, much like how barbarians follow water and grass. Wherever the profit lies, the merchants will go, never staying in one place for long. They lack a sense of responsibility toward their nation and people. Some even bribe officials for personal gain, harming the country and its people. While merchants are not yet a significant force and can be suppressed, if they grow too powerful in the future, their harm could rival that of the noble clans, Theodore added calmly. Morley looked surprised, his eyes filled with delight as he gazed at Theodore. Your views are quite similar to His Highness's, Morley said. His Highness said the same thing? Theodore asked in surprise. Morley nodded. His Highness said that agriculture is the foundation of the nation. Commerce is the foundation of the nation. Commerce is the foundation of wealth, and industry is the foundation of strength. None of the three can be neglected. While merchants do chase profits, as long as the state controls the businesses that are vital to the nation's survival, they won't be able to cause trouble. Theodore said, Since His Highness has such foresight, I need not worry. Morley laughed heartily. Theodore, having you travel thousands of miles to Qingzhou only to appoint you as the Sima of Qingzhou. Isn't that too demeaning for you? Theodore bowed and clasped his hands. How could I dare to complain? I was merely waiting at home for an official position. Now that I have a post and can serve His Highness, I am already satisfied. Good. Your ability to remain calm in the face of honor or disgrace is one of the reasons I value you. I've been serving as the governor of Qingzhou concurrently, and the position of Sima is meant to assist the governor in handling administrative affairs. When the time comes and you are capable, I will recommend you to His Highness to be appointed as the governor. Theodore's expression remained unchanged, showing no trace of excitement. He said, If I were to become the governor of Qingzhou based solely on your recommendation, how many officials in Qingzhou would truly respect me? I only wish to prove myself through my abilities. Morley's smile grew wider. I know your temperament, but even a talented individual needs a discerning patron. How about this? I currently have a task that I cannot handle alone, and I have never been fond of the business of confiscating properties and exterminating families. I will leave the problem of the remaining noble clans to you. This will also give His Highness a chance to see your capabilities. Chief Secretary Paxton, this matter is of great importance. Theodore hesitated. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't have assigned it to you, Morley said seriously. Consider it part of your official duties. You must complete it. Seeing Morley's firm expression, Theodore had no choice but to nod in agreement. After discussing this matter, the two turned their attention to the Broad Learning Academy. Both of them had anticipated the rush of scholars from the 6 prefectures to apply for the political history category. It's a pity that His Highness's efforts are being misunderstood. Isn't the purpose of studying to pass the imperial exams and achieve success? Morley's thoughts were no different from those of the scholars. Theodore remained silent. After arriving in Qingzhou, he had carefully observed the local customs and thoroughly investigated the Aldis's various unusual decrees. In the end, he reached a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. That is, the Aldis did not believe that the purpose of studying was solely to become an official. Since ancient times, the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants placed scholars at the top. A single step into officialdom could elevate one above 10,000 others. Moreover, the Aldis seemed to hold Confucian teachings in low regard, as there was not a single Confucian scholar among his subordinates. The ancient lands of Henrian Banks were the hometown of Confucius, and the Kong family of Khufu had been revered for generations, admired by scholars. Yet, despite the many vacancies in the 6 prefectures, the Aldis seemed to have no intention of considering the Kong family of Khufu. Instead, he established his own academy to select officials, a truly unique approach. This prince's way of doing things is different from ordinary people. If he were like everyone else, he wouldn't be the Aldis, and the 6 prefectures would still be in the hands of the noble clans, Theodore said with a faint smile. Morley was momentarily stunned, then chuckled wryly. Theodore was right. If the Aldis had followed the old ways, Qingzhou would not have undergone such changes. Times create heroes, and perhaps this Aldis was an eccentric genius. At that moment, in the medical hall, Aldis, who was discussing medical techniques with medical officer, sneezed. Medical officer joked, "Your Highness, is someone speaking ill of you behind your back?" "Perhaps it's Chief Secretary Paxton. He's always been sharp-tongued. Whenever I see him, I feel like avoiding him," Aldis said. Medical officer, nearing 70, had a keen eye for people. He said, "Chief Secretary Paxton may be quick-tempered, but the common folk in the city have a good impression of him. However, the new Sima in the Qingzhou government office also seems quite capable. You're talking about Theodore, the Sima of Qingzhou? Aldous had some impression of this person. He had been recommended by Morley and later appointed as the Sima in the Qingzhou government office. The position of Sima in the Great Gabriel Empire was relatively minor, roughly equivalent to a modern-day city mayor's secretary. Yes, I think his name is Theodore Barker, medical officer seemed to recall. Currently, among Aldous's advisors, Morley was his top civil official, Orpheus his top military officer, and Caspar his top merchant. Beyond these, he truly lacked capable individuals. In the past, when he hadn't been involved in governance, he hadn't noticed this. But now that he needed capable people, he found himself short-handed. Although Morley was competent, his abilities were limited. He couldn't handle everything. Moreover, Morley excelled in logistics. He was adept at managing horse administration, agricultural production, and infrastructure construction. However, when it came to handling special events, he often found himself at a loss. Simply put, Morley was somewhat rigid and lacked finesse in political maneuvering. Almost every scheme against the noble clans had been planned by Aldous alone, with Morley offering little assistance. So, what exactly is impressive about him? Aldous asked. He has many ideas, medical officer said casually, as he didn't have a deep impression of this Sima. It's just that the common folk who come to me for treatment often mention this Sima. They say that a few days ago, Theodore set a trap and captured a group of bandits, which amazed the local people. Really? Aldous showed interest. Medical officer continued. Indeed, the people spoke of it as if it were a miracle. They said Theodore used some empty city stratagem, and over 100 bandits didn't dare to enter the village. At the time, only Theodore and a few constables were in the village. Aldous had been busy dealing with the local noble clans and had neglected many administrative matters in Qingzhou. He hadn't heard about this incident. As for why bandits appeared outside Qingzhou, it was simple. These bandits were former militiamen of the noble clans. When the Wright family was destroyed, some of their militiamen joined the Qingzhou army, while others became bandits. It wasn't unusual for a former militiaman to become a bandit leader. That's impressive. He has courage, Aldous praised, though he remained somewhat skeptical. Recently, he had developed the habit of doubting first and verifying later. At his position, he had to question everything. Otherwise, he might die without knowing how. What others said was one thing, but seeing it for himself was another. Setting aside the matter of Theodore, Aldous asked medical officer, how effective is the maggot treatment for festering wounds? Over the past 2 days, medical officer had been using the method Aldous taught. Admittedly, the maggots had cleaned the patient's necrotic flesh very thoroughly. Now, following Aldous's instructions, he disinfected the wound with alcohol, covered it with fresh meat, and changed the dressing every 3 hours. The patient seemed to be showing signs of improvement. Your Highness, where did you learn these unorthodox medical techniques? Medical officer almost called them unorthodox methods, but quickly corrected himself. In truth, Aldous was also sweating. He was betting on the fact that the environment of this era was relatively clean, with fewer bacteria on insects. Moreover, the maggots weren't dug out of a latrine, but were found in a rotten egg. That's a long story. I'll tell you when the time is right. Aldous avoided explaining. Medical officer was frustrated. Since Aldous wouldn't say, there was nothing he could do. After all, this was the ruler of the 6 prefectures, a prince of the empire. He couldn't force him to speak, though he really wanted to. For medical officer, this was undoubtedly a breakthrough in medical techniques. However, Aldous suddenly said, I can teach you more methods. I've established a medical division in the Broad Learning Academy. If you're willing to pass on your lifelong knowledge to the students, I'll teach you. How about that? Medical officer's expression shifted repeatedly. His skills had been passed down from his father, who had learned them from his grandfather, and so on. Outsiders were never taught. This was their livelihood, passed down through generations. Your Highness, I'm afraid this old man is incapable of that. Medical officer politely declined. Aldous was immediately displeased. Over the past few days, he had discovered a frustrating truth. Whether it was medical skills or culinary techniques, these people never shared their knowledge with outsiders. It was always passed down from one generation to the next. This was why they placed such importance on having male heirs and were extremely patriarchal. Since women rarely engaged in business, skills were only passed down to men. As a result, these people relied on ancestral skills to make a living, but it also led to a severe lack of social resources. The reason medical officer had become the medical officer was simply that his family was the most renowned medical family in Qingzhou. There was no one else. In that case, I won't force you, but I won't hide my medical knowledge. Anyone who comes to the Broad Learning Academy to study medicine will be taught by me. And I believe that once they graduate, they won't be inferior to your descendants, Aldous declared. Sweat broke out on medical officer's forehead. The man before him was someone who had manipulated the noble clans of the 6 prefectures with ease. How could his small medical family withstand the Aldous' schemes? But if he really went to the Broad Learning Academy to teach, it would violate his family's ancestral rules. Medical officer was torn. Seeing medical officer's satisfaction, Aldous thought his combination of carrot and stick was working. He had only been bluffing. He was human, not a Superman. Teaching Riley and others physics had already drained his energy, and Henry and others physics had already drained his energy. He truly didn't have the strength to lead a medical division now. But if medical officer joined, it would be different. At the very least, he could teach some basic medical knowledge. All this only needed to transcribe the medical knowledge from the technology database for him to study. He didn't expect Qingzhou's medical standards to reach any great heights in a short time. He just wanted these people to learn some basic surgical knowledge. After all, he didn't want his soldiers to die from minor injuries. As the two stared at each other, a figure in green entered the medical hall. It was Lukili. She walked up to Aldous and whispered something in his ear. Aldous' expression immediately turned strange. Unlike the usual tranquility, the entrance of the Aldous' mansion was unusually lively today. A small sedan chair with green embroidered curtains was parked in front of the mansion, and the sound of a woman's soft weeping could be heard from inside. Outside the sedan chair stood 2 fierce-looking matrons who were cursing and scolding. Saul Wiln stood at the entrance of the mansion, her hands on her slender waist, her willow-like eyebrows furrowed, exuding an air of unyielding determination. Miss, do you even know who is inside this sedan chair? When His Highness the Aldous and our young lady were inseparable, you probably didn't even know where you were. One of the matrons said, waving a handkerchief with an arrogant expression. That's right. At this time last year, His Highness would always send a sedan chair to fetch our young lady. You have quite the nerve to block us. When His Highness arrives, you'll regret it, the other matron snapped angrily. Zoel's delicate face turned pale. Shut up! Who do you think you are, daring to make a scene in front of the prince's mansion? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart. Oh ho, you little brat, try it. Oh ho, you little brat, try it. Come on, one of the matrons taunted, putting on a shameless face. At that moment, a man on horseback approached the mansion. It was Qian Dafu, returning from the mines. Although Qian Dafu was now in charge of mining operations, he still lived in the Aldous' mansion. Every time he returned, he would come to see Aldous' mansion. Every time he returned, he would come to see Aldous. When the 2 matrons saw Qian Dafu, their faces lit up with joy. One of them scurried over to him and leaned in close. Steward Qian, you're finally back, the other matron quickly added. Steward Qian, look at this maid from the prince's mansion. She's utterly lacking in discipline. When Qian Dafu saw the 2 matrons, his expression turned strange. Unlike Zafu saw the 2 matrons, his expression turned strange. Unlike Zakian, he didn't seem angry but instead wore a polite smile. Aren't you the matrons from Miss Han Yun's entourage? Qian Dafu said with a smile. Seeing Qian Dafu's courteous demeanor, the 2 matrons immediately became more emboldened. One of them turned to the sedan chair and said, Young lady, Steward Qian is here. Now we don't have to deal with this wicked maid. Dafu was even more furious. The sedan chair had arrived at the mansion's entrance an hour ago, and the 2 women had tried to barge in without explanation. When Zhang Qiuel came out, the 2 matrons had immediately started berating her, acting as if they were the mistresses of the prince's mansion. Zhang Qiuel Kane was initially frightened, but she was not one to back down. She stood her ground and refused to let them in. Now she asked, Steward Qian, what exactly is going on? She asked, Steward Qian, what exactly is going on? Qian Dafu chuckled and pulled Zhang Qiuel Ailan aside. The young lady in the sedan chair is named Hogyun. She was His Highness's acquaintance from the pleasure houses. Just leave this matter alone. When His Highness returns, let him handle it. We servants shouldn't meddle in our master's affairs. Zahuan's anger subsided slightly. She snorted and turned back into the mansion. She couldn't believe that in the past 6 months, Aldous had never mentioned having such an acquaintance. She wasn't afraid. Even though they were maids serving consort Jin, their status was still higher than that of a pleasure house woman. The gates of the prince's mansion opened, and the two matrons exclaimed with joy, "Young lady, the gates are open. Let's go in." A woman in a red dress stepped out of the sedan chair. Though not stunningly beautiful, she had a certain charm. She glanced at the gilded plaque of the prince's mansion and gracefully walked inside. With Zhao Wang stepping aside, Qin Dafu had no choice but to lead the woman to the main hall to wait. Not long after, Aldous and Zhao Wang cringed returned to the mansion. When Zhao Wang told him that a woman named Hong Yun had come looking for him, Aldous's heart nearly sank. This was a debt left behind his predecessor. He had no obligation to take on this burden and felt no emotional attachment to this woman. On the way back, all he could think about was how to send her away. "Your Highness," Qian Dafu greeted as Aldous entered the mansion. After bowing to Aldous, Qian Dafu gestured toward the main hall. "Your Highness, Miss Hong Yun is waiting for you inside." Aldous sighed in frustration. "Couldn't you have found an excuse to send her away? Why did you bring her into the mansion?" "Your Highness, this..." Qian Dafu was at a loss for words. Had he been away for so long that he no longer understood Aldous's temperament? In the past, Aldous would have given him an approving look at a time like this. Frowning, Aldous said, "Never mind, I'll handle it myself." Yao Will, standing beside Qian Dafu, was beaming with joy. She said, "Your Highness, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll have someone drive her out right away." "Yes, drive her out." Zhaoan Chamal then. As they spoke, a voice called out, "Your Highness." The voice carried a tone of melancholy. Aldous looked over and saw Han Yun, his predecessor's former lover. Han Yun was once the top courtesan in Qingzhou, with both beauty and charm. In a small place like Qingzhou, even a mediocre woman could be appealing. Han Yun was far from mediocre. And Han Yun was far from mediocre. Back then, Aldous had spent his days frolicking with Han Yun. To the current Aldous, those memories felt like scenes from a cheesy romance novel. However, no matter how one looked at it, this was just a fling from his predecessor's life. Moreover, Hong Yun had been recommended by Wang Shijie. After that, Hong Yun had returned to her hometown for a visit and had been gone for over half a year. "Miss Hao Yun," Aldous forced the words out of his throat. Han Yun looked at Aldous, a smile in her eyes. But to Aldous, the smile seemed fake, the kind of smile one puts on for show. He had seen plenty of such smiles in his previous life. "Your Highness, it's been half a year. Why are you calling me Miss Han Yun now?" Han Yun said. Although Han Yun had been Aldous's lover in the past, it wasn't like her to come running to him as soon as she returned. Moreover, their relationship had been purely transactional. His predecessor had paid for entertainment, and to put it bluntly, Hong Yun had been nothing more than a plaything. After all, the previous Aldous had been a product of his time, deeply entrenched in feudal thinking. Therefore, Aldous felt no emotional burden, but, as he thought about it, he found it strange. He decided to cut to the chase. "Miss Hao Yun, you must have come here for a reason." Hao Yun nodded. "I never expected that in just half a year, Qingzhou would have changed so much. On my way here, I heard about your Highness's efforts to govern diligently. Today, I came to share a secret about the Wang family." "What is it?" Aljun glanced at Qin Dafu and Wang family. "What is it?" Aljun gowned, Dafu and White. "What is?" asked Hao Yun glanced at Qin Dafu and White. "Your Highness, may we speak in private?" Zahuan said. "Your Highness, be careful." Ang Yun smiled lightly. "Don't worry, miss. I'm just a weak woman. I couldn't possibly harm His Highness." The atmosphere in the main hall was tense. Aldous and Han Yun stared at each other for a long time before Han Yun let out a soft sigh. "It's only been half a year, yet your Highness treats me like a stranger." "Miss Han Yun, Let's get to the point. Do we really need to exchange sweet nothings and talk about eternal love? Besides, you've always been entangled with the Wang family. Do you think I don't know that? Aldous said indifferently. Hang Yun chuckled lightly. Your Highness has indeed changed. It seems that over the past 5 years, Your Highness has truly been biding your time. Back then, I found it strange why a prince of the empire would mingle with the Wang family. Aldous frowned and remained silent. Hang Yun had first met Aldous at a banquet hosted by the Wang family. Aldous frowned and remained silent. That very night, Wang Xie had sent Hang Yun to Aldous's mansion, and Aldous had been overjoyed at the time. But now, things had changed. Looking back, Aldous couldn't help but feel wary of Hang Yun. Turning to gaze at the blooming peach tree outside the main hall, Hang Yun continued, "Now that the Wang family is gone, I have no more reservations. Your Highness is of noble birth, and I know I am unworthy of entangling with you. All I ask is for my freedom and a comfortable life in my later years." However, from his memories, Hang Yun had always been a shrewd woman, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. If she had thrown a tantrum or made a scene, she would have been driven away, but by offering a secret about the Wang family in exchange, she had earned herself a favor. "What do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I will grant it," Aldous said, treating this as a debt his predecessor had left behind. Hang Yun thought for a moment and said, "I hope Your Highness can redeem my freedom and provide me with some silver. After this, we shall never meet again." "That's simple enough," Aldous replied. "I can agree to that. Now, can you tell me the secret about the Wang family?" Hang Yun lowered her head as if weighing her words before finally saying, "Wang Chenchou conspired with the Hu Yantuo tribe to launch a joint attack on Qingzhou this autumn and winter." "What?" Aldous's expression changed drastically. "This is no joking matter," Hang Yun explained. "I was in the Wang mansion at the time and overheard this while passing by the rooms of Wang Chenchou and his son. At first, I thought it was just a joke between father and son, but after returning to Qingzhou and learning about the barbarian cavalry, I realized it was true. Those barbarian cavalry had entered Qingzhou through a cave in Kanzhou to scout the area." Aldous's expression turned grave. Only a few people, including Lefo, Bath, knew about the cave in Kanzhou. Now that Hang Yun mentioned it, there was no doubt about the truth of her words. Traitors. Aldous slammed his fist on the table. In history, it was not uncommon for borderland noble families to collude with foreign tribes, but he never expected it to happen in his own fiefdom. Hang Yun sighed. "Though I am just a woman, I understand the importance of loyalty to one's country. That's why I came to inform you, hoping Your Highness can report this to the court and prepare early." "Thank you, Miss Hang Yun. Though you may have fallen into the world of pleasure, your sense of righteousness surpasses that of many men," Aldous said with a faint smile. Hang Yun shook her head. "I am just a woman who wishes to live a peaceful life. I do not want to see the world plunged into chaos. Regardless, your information is crucial. I will have Steward Qian redeem your freedom and prepare 5,000 taels of silver for you," Aldous said. Hang Yun nodded, gave Aldous a deep curtsy, and then slowly walked away. Watching Hang Yun's retreating figure, Aldous fell deep in thought. From the very beginning, he had been puzzled by the appearance of barbarian cavalry deep within Qingzhou. The cave-lac Fei had discovered was extremely well hidden. How could the barbarians have known about it? The only explanation was that someone had colluded with them and provided the information. Moreover, the recent ban on warhorse trade by the barbarians now made sense. Prohibiting the sale of war materials before a conflict was a clear sign of impending war. However, now that the Wang family had been eliminated, the Hu Yantuo tribe had lost their internal collaborators. It was unclear whether their plans would change. If this was part of the barbarians' grand strategy, they might still attempt to attack Kanzhou, regardless of the Wang family's involvement. 6 months. This is going to be tough, Aldous muttered, stomping his foot in frustration. The barbarians were a constant threat hanging over the great Gabriel Empire like a sword. The Empire's repeated defeats in wars had left its officials terrified at the mere mention of the barbarians. The great Gabriel Empire was no longer the ambitious nation it had been at its founding. It had become a nation focused on maintaining the status quo. The officials were only concerned with maintaining internal control, while they chose to retreat step by step in the face of the barbarian threat. Tribute payments and land concessions seemed to have become the go-to solutions for dealing with the barbarians. But a wolf could never be satiated, and the barbarians were precisely such insatiable wolves. This matter was of grave importance, as it threatened the safety of his fiefdom. Aldous couldn't afford to take it lightly. Moreover, he had to admit a harsh truth. The barbarians held a relative military advantage over the great Gabriel Empire. Due to the Empire's chaotic horse administration, there were virtually no cavalry units within the Empire. This meant that the Empire was perpetually on the defensive, lacking the ability to launch offensives, while the barbarians could come and go as they pleased, leaving the Empire in a passive position. However, in Aldous' view, human factors played a significant role in the Empire's repeated defeats against the barbarians. In any war, the training, discipline, and fighting spirit of the soldiers were crucial. Yet, the great Gabriel Empire's armies lacked the fighting spirit to face the barbarians, and their training and discipline were relatively weak. This only exacerbated the Empire's already disadvantageous position in wars. "It seems it's time to start propaganda and foster hatred," Aldous muttered to himself as he slowly walked out of the main hall. Only by making the people of his fiefdom despise the barbarians could they unite to fight against them in the future. Otherwise, if the people remained fearful of the barbarians and lacked the will to fight, his fiefdom would remain in grave danger. As he stepped out of the main hall, Shan Jiafu had already seen Han Yun off. He said, "Your Highness, Miss Han Yun has left." "Hani Yun off," he said. "Your Highness has truly changed. Even Miss Han Yun is no longer of interest to you." "Do I have time to indulge in women now?" Han Yun told me that Wang Qianxiaoho had colluded with the barbarians, planning to attack Kanzhou this autumn. "This is what we should be worried about," Aldous said sternly. "Qian Dafu this autumn. This is what we should be worried about," Aldous said sternly. Qian Dafu's face immediately paled. In his eyes, Aldous saw fear. "Your Highness, what should we do? Should we report this to the Emperor? The barbarians have always coveted the Central Plains. It seems they are planning to make a comeback." "Report to the Emperor? 3 years ago, he didn't care if I lived or died. Do you think he'll care now?" "Your Highness, are you saying you plan to face the barbarians alone?" Qian Dafu looked incredulous. Aldous nodded. "That's right. This time I will protect my fiefdom myself. In these times, no one can be relied upon. I can only depend on myself." The Wang family schemes, Princess Camilla's calculations, and King Hardy's secret plots. Each incident reminded Aldous that he was surrounded by wolves. There was no one he could truly trust. The only person he could rely on was himself. "Your Highness, this is no trivial matter. Even with the full strength of the great Gabriel Empire, we have been ceding territory and paying reparations for years. How can your Highness expect the 6 prefectures to stand against the barbarians?" Qian Dafu continued to persuade. From the moment he could remember, the name barbarians had been synonymous with terror. As a child, the maids in his household would often scare him by saying, "The barbarians will come and take you away." This showed how deeply ingrained the fear of the barbarians was in the hearts of the great Gabriel Empire's people. At that time, when Changzhou fell, the barbarian cavalry surged into the heart of the 6 prefectures, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. On their way to Changzhan, they could see corpses lying in pools of blood. Many of the bodies were missing their heads, as the barbarians used heads to tally military achievements. To boost their records, many barbarians slaughtered civilians indiscriminately. This memory was vivid in Aldous' mind, showing how deeply the incident had affected his predecessor. It was also because of this invasion that the 6 prefectures suffered greatly, and even after 3 years, they had not fully recovered. "All I need to do is defend Kanzhou and prevent the barbarians from setting foot in my fiefdom." At this stage, this was the extent of what Aldous could do. Launching a counterattack into the grasslands was virtually impossible, as Qingzhou's overall strength was insufficient to support an offensive against a grassland empire whose power rivaled that of the great Gabriel Empire. After all, the population base was limited, the army was limited, food supplies were limited, and silver reserves were limited. But can we hold them off? Qian Dafu grew anxious. "Your Highness, as long as we preserve our strength, there will always be opportunities in the future." Yan Dafu. Aldous' patience wore thin. "This is my fiefdom. Without it, I am nothing. If I return to Changhan, forget about my father. Do you think the other princes will let me live out my life in peace? This. Yan Dafu fell silent. Aldous was right. Davu fell silent. Aldous was right. Since the founding of the Great Gabriel Empire, each emperor had sired numerous sons, but only a handful had survived to the end. Take Emperor Xiao Wenshua's line, for example. Of his sons, only King Hardy and King Grant remained alive. The other 10 princes had all turned to dust. This pattern had repeated with each generation of princes, and now it was Aldous's turn. This old servant understands. Kai Dafu's expression suddenly became resolute. Consortia, Numbo once instructed me to protect your highness at all costs. If your highness stays in Kanjo to resist the barbarians, this old servant will stand by your side. Good. That's the kind of loyalty I expect from my people, Aldous said. This wasn't blind courage or overconfidence on his part. Over the past few months, he had come to realize one thing. He had no way out. If he wanted to survive, he had to carefully manage his fiefdom. And now that the barbarians were eyeing his territory, he couldn't let that happen. The suddenness of this matter left Aldous with no desire to stay in the mansion. Instead, he headed to the governor's office. At that moment, Morley was discussing something with a young official. Seeing Aldous arrive, Morley said, "Your Highness, weren't you discussing medical techniques with medical officer? Why are you here? The barbarians plan to attack Kanjo this autumn and winter." Before Aldous could speak, Qian Dafu this autumn and winter. Before Aldous could speak, Qian Dafu, who had followed him, blurted out. The young official standing beside Morley smiled lightly and asked, "If the barbarians plan to attack Kanjo, it must be a highly secretive matter. How did your highness come to know of it?" Morley seemed to share the same thought, but then he remembered something and said to Aldous, "Your highness, this is Theodore, the one I mentioned to you." Aldous took a closer look at Theodore and said, "So you're Theodore. Chief Secretary Paxton said you are resourceful and decisive. Why don't you tell me how we should respond? To achieve victory, one must know both the enemy and oneself. First, how did your highness come by this information?" Theodore asked calmly, without a hint of subservience. Exchanging a glance with Qian Dafu, Aldous explained how Ho Yangyun had come to him and revealed the Wang family's plans. Morley frowned and said, "Your highness, the words of a courtesan may not be reliable." "Isn't your highness, the words of a courtesan may not be reliable. Isn't your highness being a bit hasty? It's better to believe it and be prepared than to dismiss it and regret it later." "Chief Secretary Paxton, have you forgotten about the barbarian cavalry last year? Those riders likely didn't end up outside Qingzhou by accident. It seems they took a wrong turn while searching for someone," Aldous said. Theodore said, "In that case, we should send people disguised as merchants to the grasslands to gather intelligence and closely monitor the barbarians' movements. That's the first step. But if this is confirmed, what then?" Aldous asked again. "Your highness should know better than I do. We must defend Kanjo at all costs to protect the 6 prefectures." "What if I want to reclaim the lost northern territories?" Aldous asked. "Of course, we should also build fortresses and implement a scorched earth policy. This is what is known as the advance and fortify strategy," Theodore replied, his expression unchanged. Morley stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Theodore, please elaborate on this advance and fortify strategy." Theodore continued, "The most critical aspect of attacking the grasslands is the supply line. However, facing the powerful barbarian cavalry, the supply line is extremely vulnerable. Therefore, we should build a fortress every day's journey apart. This will ensure that supplies can be transported to the fortresses. Secondly, the grassland cavalry is not skilled in siege warfare, while defending cities is our strength. With the fortresses close together, they can quickly support each other. If the barbarians bypass the front-line fortresses and attack Kongzhou, we can dispatch troops from the fortresses to cut off their supply lines, ensuring an invincible position." Aldous nodded. This Theodore truly had some skills. The best way to deal with nomadic tribes was the fortress advancement tactic, combined with a scorched earth policy to deprive the barbarian cavalry of supplies. However, this strategy also required the Qingzhou army to have sufficient field combat capabilities to ensure the fortresses could advance. Let's set aside the advance and fortify strategy for now. We don't have the capability to launch such an offensive yet. Let's focus on how to defend the city, Aldous said. Theodore replied, we need strong city walls and fire tubes. Aldous' eyes narrowed slightly. Fire tubes, an early form of cannon, were already in use in the Great Gabriel Empire. However, they fired stone projectiles and had limited range, so they were not taken seriously. Yet Theodore proposed using fire tubes for defense, a remarkably forward-thinking idea for this era. These fire tubes were the predecessors of cannons. With the capabilities of Aldous' steel workshop, crafting precise firearms was impossible, but crude cannons like fire tubes were within reach. Fire tubes? What are those? Morley looked puzzled. As a civil official, he had little knowledge of military weapons, so he asked. Fire tubes were the local term for cannons in the Great Gabriel Empire. The earliest cannons came in various shapes, with tube-like designs being the most common, hence the name fire tubes. In Aldous' previous world, fire tubes were also known as fire lances. Back then, the use of fire lances began in the Song dynasty and matured during the Thompson and Aldous dynasties. By the late Aldous dynasty, the Aldous army was heavily equipped with firearms. However, even with firearms more advanced than those of the Leo army, the Aldous dynasty still met its downfall. Therefore, Aldous did not believe in the supremacy of weapons, as it was the people who wielded them that determined the outcome of wars. Over the past few months, Aldous had deeply realized that the core of governance was to unite the people of his fiefdom around him. Only when his commands were followed by all could he achieve true stability. As for fire tubes, Chief Secretary Paxton will soon find out what they are, Aldous said, exchanging a glance with Theodore before smiling. Then he added, but the name fire tube is too crude. Let's call them cannons instead. Cannons? Theodore was momentarily stunned. That name does have a ring to it. Theodore had brought up the idea of using cannons for defense, indicating that he had some understanding of them. Aldous then asked, since you mentioned cannons, do you know how to cast them? I'm afraid not, Theodore admitted. But I have seen the power of fire tubes, no, cannons. A single shot can reach about 300 meters. If filled with stone pellets, they can cause widespread damage to the enemy. Morley chuckled upon hearing this. After all that talk, you don't even know how to make cannons. How can we achieve strong city walls and powerful cannons? Theodore looked embarrassed. He had forgotten that this was not Chang'an. Theodore may not know, but I do, Aldous said with a faint smile. He had only wanted to find out if the Great Gabriel Empire's cannon making techniques were similar to those of his previous world. Since Theodore didn't know, he decided not to press further. Your Highness knows? Morley and Theodore were both surprised. Aldous nodded. Without some trump cards, how could I dare to boast about defending Kanzhou? Theodore's face lit up with excitement. If we place 100 cannons on the gates of Kanzhou and command them effectively, the city will be impregnable. Aldous gave a bitter smile. 100 cannons sounded easy, but it was incredibly difficult. Cannons were not like plate armor. They weighed several tons each. After all, when materials were not up to standard, the only solution was to make the cannon barrels thicker and sturdier to reduce the risk of explosions. Although Qingzhou's steel industry had advanced, casting cannons was still a highly technical task. The first challenge was the material. The cannons Aldous planned to produce would not be comparable to the crude fire tubes of the Great Gabriel Empire, which Theodore had marveled at for their 300-meter range. Those were practically garbage. Without knowing the technological levels of the West, Japan, or the barbarians, Aldous could only rely on his knowledge to improve the performance of the cannons as much as possible. Even so, he estimated that the best he could achieve was the level of the late Aldous dynasty, with performance comparable to the Redcoat cannons. The technology database contained various methods for manufacturing cannons, but even the most skilled chef couldn't cook without ingredients. More advanced cannons required materials and boring techniques that Qingzhou did not yet possess. It would take time to explore and develop these. If they were to produce Redcoat cannons now, whether made of bronze or iron, the cannons would have to be cast, which required molds. Creating these molds was no simpler than producing the cannons themselves. 100 cannons? I'd be satisfied with 10, Aldous sighed. Casting cannons from scratch was a daunting task. The experimental phase alone would likely take several months. Moreover, cannons required trained operators, and training artillerymen was another challenge. Theodore did not argue with Aldous. He understood that even the artillery bureau in Chang'an found it difficult to produce cannons, let alone Xingzhou. Setting aside the matter of cannons, Aldous changed the subject. You may not know about cannons, but do you know how to build fortresses? I have some knowledge in that area, Theodore replied confidently. Aldous nodded. Ancient scholars were often modest, and some knowledge usually meant expertise. He said, in that case, go to Kanzhou and conduct a field survey. When you return, submit a plan for how to improve the city's defenses. Theodore had traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou to fulfill his ambitions and put his knowledge to use. Now was his chance to prove himself in front of Aldous. He solemnly said, "Yes, Your Highness." Morley nodded slightly beside him and said to Aldous, "By the way, Your Highness, I've also assigned Theodore to handle the problem of the remaining noble clans. He'll have his hands full with so much work." "Oh? Is that so? It seems Chief Secretary Paxton holds you in high regard. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with the remnants of the noble clans?" Theodore was about the same age as Aldous had been in his previous life, so their mental ages were similar. Faced with Morley, an old stick in the mud, Aldous preferred interacting with people like Theodore. "Your Highness, Qingzhou is in a state of recovery. Taking drastic measures would harm us as much as the enemy. The rise of the noble clans began with large families relying on their numbers and influence, gradually growing into the unmanageable situation we see today. Therefore, in dealing with these remnants, I believe the ringleaders should be executed as a warning, the secondary leaders enslaved, and the rest, numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands, should not be punished too harshly. Instead, they should be dispersed to other prefectures. This way, they can no longer form a cohesive force in their new locations." Theodore explained. "You're right. The Sun family, including its main and branch lineages, numbers over 10,000 members. With Anton dead, these people can no longer remain in Qingzhou. By splitting them up and relocating them to other counties and prefectures, large clans will become small, and small clans will become ordinary families, never to reunite. From then on, the 6 prefectures will no longer have noble clans." After a brief exchange, Aldous left the governor's office. Theodore had left a good impression on him, but whether he was truly capable remained to be seen. For now, Aldous' most important task was figuring out how to produce cannons as quickly as possible. With Qingzhou's limited troops, he couldn't afford a war of attrition with the barbarians, especially with King Hardy lurking in the shadows with ill intentions. The possibility of a barbarian invasion in the autumn. Apart from Morley, military generals like Orpheus soon received the news. "Your Highness, as long as the equipment and weapons can keep up, defending Kangzhou City won't be a problem. But so far, even the equipment for the Qingzhou camp hasn't been settled. Can you hurry Halvar along?" Orpheus shot a sideways glance at Halvar, who stood with his eyes fixed straight ahead, his teeth clenched in frustration. Halvar had a calm temperament, while Orpheus was hot-headed. Naturally, the two didn't get along. Halvar replied, "Commander Banks, producing plate armor isn't easy. Producing 1,000 sets in a month is already quite an achievement. But Your Highness said we could produce 100 sets a day. Are you trying to deceive me?" Orpheus, his chest wrapped in bandages, glared and questioned. Now it was Aldous' turn to blush. When the hydraulic hammer was first implemented in the steel workshop, he had confidently claimed they could produce 100 sets of plate armor a day. Later, reality had slapped him in the face. It wasn't that he had misjudged the production capacity. The problem was the insufficient supply of iron ore. Now he understood that while smelting iron and steel was relatively easy, mining was a different story. Once the rain stopped, the first task was to drain the water from the mines before mining could resume. At the same time, the deepening of the mines increased the difficulty of transporting the ore. The 3 iron mines under Cade's management were producing less and less ore. The same problem was occurring with the coal mines. In the past, Qingzhou had never engaged in large-scale steel production, so the shortages of coal and iron ore during the rainy season hadn't been noticeable. But now, the steel workshop was not only producing weapons and armor, but also bearings for ox-powered water wheels and farming tools for civilian use. Halvar glanced at Aldous and said to Orpheus, "Your Highness is clearly worried, so you can see I'm not deceiving you." "Your Highness, what's going on? If this continues, we'll only have 8,000 or 9,000 soldiers ready in 6 months. These soldiers, trained for only half a year, are no match for the barbarians, who were born riders and archers. Without the advantage of superior armor and weapons, we'll suffer heavy losses. Aldous rubbed his forehead and leaned back in his chair. Do you think I don't want to equip the entire new army with plate armor? The reality is what it is, and I'm helpless. With plate armor production already lagging and now the need to produce cannons, Aldous was truly overwhelmed. Now he understood why ancient states struggled to maintain a standing army of even 100,000 soldiers. Feeding, clothing, and equipping an army was expensive, and maintaining weapons like plate armor added to the cost. Cavalry was an even greater expense. Each cavalryman needed 4 horses and a dedicated auxiliary soldier to tend to the equipment and horses. These auxiliary soldiers were similar to the squires of Western knights, responsible for maintaining the cavalry's gear and horses. And the war horses were no small expense either, requiring high-quality fodder, which cost a fortune. The workshop district was a major source of income, but also a major expense. The slaves in the workshops needed food, clothing, and other necessities, not to mention the costs of Cade's mines. In short, while he had earned a lot recently, he had also spent a great deal, with most of the silver going into production. Even agricultural investments like oxen and farming tools had consumed a significant portion. Halvar comforted him. Commander Banks, don't worry. If we have enough materials, military needs will naturally take priority. That's right. You focus on training the troops. I'll handle the armor and weapons, Aldous said. Orpheus had no choice but to relent. After sending Orpheus away, Aldous said to Halvar, with Qingzhou's mineral supply insufficient, it seems we'll have to purchase from outside. That's possible, but your highness must be wary of slander in the court, Halvar warned. Aldous frowned. Although he was a feudal lord, he wasn't free to act as he pleased. He was still subject to the court's restrictions. Iron ore was strictly controlled in the Great Gabriel Empire. Generally, other feudal lords rarely purchased iron ore from outside, relying instead on internal supplies. Because large-scale purchases of iron ore could only mean one thing: the feudal lord was mass-producing weapons and armor. This was a sensitive issue. With no major conflicts in the Great Gabriel Empire, if a feudal lord couldn't meet his needs with local ore and had to purchase from outside, what were his intentions? I understand. I may have to report this to the court. In the meantime, balance production as best you can and prioritize the needs of the Qingzhou army, Aldous sighed. With his power still growing, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. Otherwise, he might lose his life and all his hard work over the past months would be for nothing. Yes, your highness. Halvar nodded. Cade had been silent in the main hall. After Halvar left, he asked, Your highness, how should we deal with the water in the mines? I'll have the machinery department prepare a few more ox-powered water wheels for you. Since mining is temporarily halted, focus your efforts on prospecting, especially for wolframite, followed by tin and lead ores, Aldous said. The reason for seeking the latter 2 ores was to prepare for the possibility of cast iron cannons failing, in which case they would have to resort to bronze cannons. Cast iron cannons had a high risk of exploding. Pure copper cannons were simply too expensive. Copper coins were still in use throughout the Great Gabriel Empire. After giving instructions to the 3 regarding the barbarian threat, Aldous personally wrote a report about the barbarians and sent it to the courier station for swift delivery to Nightblumen. Meanwhile, he went to the machinery department to discuss cannon production with Henry. In the imperial palace, the willows were sprouting new leaves, and peach blossoms were in full bloom, creating a vibrant scene. Empress Lark was strolling through the rear garden with a group of concubines. Fiora walked beside Empress Lark. Over the past 6 months, the concubines had noticed that Empress Lark and Fiora were growing closer. Some of the more astute concubines had already discerned the underlying implications and dared not show any disrespect to Fiora. A few days ago, Prince Lark had arrived in the capital to meet the Emperor. Kier personally went out of the city to welcome him, showing the importance he placed on Prince Lark. Back in the day, without Prince Lark's assistance, Kier would never have secured the throne. It was no surprise that Prince Lark's daughter had become the current Empress Lark. Now, with the position of Crown Prince in flux, Prince Lark's arrival in the capital spoke volumes. However, the Crown Prince's recent assertiveness in court suggested he was feeling confident. As for Fiola, she seemed to be gaining more of the Emperor's favor lately. But the palace was a place where news traveled fast. The actions of Prince Henry Aldous against the local nobility in Qingzhou had already caused a stir in the palace. Fiora, yesterday in court, many ministers impeached Prince Henry, seemingly quite dissatisfied with his actions in Qingzhou. As they strolled leisurely through the garden, Empress Lark spoke to Fiora. The imperial harem was a place where news traveled fast, and the concubines close to her had already informed her of this matter. Not only were Qingzhou's policies vastly different from those of the Great Gabriel Empire, but recently, rumors of Aldous targeting and massacring local noble families had also been spreading like wildfire. What kind of place was the Great Gabriel Empire? It was a land where aristocratic families had ruled for thousands of years, deeply entrenched in the empire. Aldous' actions had greatly displeased other noble families. Moreover, the Wright and Son families of Qingzhou had been active in Nightblumen for some time, and some court officials had accepted bribes from the Wright family. Naturally, they now sought to speak out on behalf of the Wright family. After all, Prince Henry was far away in Qingzhou, and even if they criticized him openly in Nightblumen, there was little he could do about it. I have also heard about this matter. However, the Wright family attempted to assassinate the princess, and the Son family later plotted a rebellion. Aldous likely had no choice but to act, Fiora defended Aldous. Your Majesty, the ministers who say such things are truly malicious. They are slandering my Aldous. I beg your Majesty to stand up for Prince Henry. Fiora's face turned pale, and she moved to bow to Empress Lark. Empress Lark quickly stopped her, her expression gentle. Sister, the ministers wouldn't speak without reason. There must be someone behind this. After Princess Camilla detoured to Jinling City, she sent someone to Nightblumen in haste. Only then did the impeachment of Prince Henry begin. Princess Camilla? King Hardy? A chill ran down Fiora's spine. Where has my Aldous offended them? Both of these individuals held immense power and enjoyed the Emperor's favor. However, Empress Lark had always been wary of King Hardy and Princess Camilla. In her eyes, King Hardy and Princess Camilla were not people she could control, especially now that the two were growing closer. In Nightblumen, the two had not aligned themselves with any prince, and her attempts to win them over had all failed. If the two were to side with her, the crown prince's position would be truly secure. But the problem was this: in the struggle for power, there were only enemies and allies, no neutral parties. Since she couldn't figure out these two, she remained cautious. Qingzhou bordered King Hardy's fiefdom, making it the perfect place to keep King Hardy in check. Who can say? Empress Lark said casually. Now that King Hardy is wealthy and powerful with a strong army, perhaps he has other ambitions. At this point, she suddenly stopped. You should just take my words as they are and not spread them. I was merely speaking offhand. But don't worry, the Crown Prince has spoken up for Prince Henry in court. Fiora breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. And the Crown Prince? There's no need for such formalities. The Crown Prince has always held Prince Henry in high regard. When they were in Nightblumen, they got along well. After all, they are brothers and should help each other. Empress Lark chuckled. Fiora, though without power or influence, had managed to maintain her status in the palace through her intelligence. From the beginning, she had understood Empress Lark's intentions to pressure her into aligning with the Crown Prince and ensuring Aldous' loyalty. But now, she had little choice. When Aldous had been indulging in pleasure and showing no ambition, she hadn't worried much about him. But now, with Aldous' actions in Qingzhou making waves in Nightblumen, she couldn't sit still. She had always loved reading and knew that in the rise and fall of dynasties, few princes survived. Those who did were often powerless and insignificant. Previously, she had hoped Aldous would improve himself, but not to become a powerful feudal lord. She had wanted him to live a peaceful and stable life. But now, everything was moving in an unpredictable direction. She had never been fond of political schemes, but for Aldous' sake, she had no choice but to act in Nightblumen. She saw things clearly now. Although the Emperor was somewhat dissatisfied with the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince's position remained secure, especially with the support of Empress Lark's father, Prince Lark. For now, the Crown Prince's position was stable, and what Aldous needed most was time. Aligning with the Crown Prince would give him a powerful ally in Nightblumen, someone who could shield him from slander and schemes. Empress Lark's earlier mention of the Crown Prince defending Aldous in court was a clear hint. Your Majesty is absolutely right. The Crown Prince and Aldous are as close as brothers and should support each other, Fiora said slowly. Empress Lark's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Fiora had never explicitly supported the Crown Prince, but now, with Prince Henry under attack in court, This was her opportunity. The Crown Prince, following her instructions, had led his faction in defending Aldous in court, and now she had reaped the rewards. She pressed on. Prince Henry is no longer a child. It's time for him to marry. I have a niece named Lark Wronger. I'll bring her to the palace soon. If you find her suitable, I'll bring it up with the Emperor. If he agrees, it will be a joyous occasion. That's true. I have been worried about Aldous' marriage. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your thoughtful consideration. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your thoughtful consideration. On behalf of Aldous, I thank you. Fiora smiled, though inwardly she was reluctant. But at this point she had no other choice. The marriages of princes were nothing more than political alliances, a fact Fiora understood well. Aldous' wife would inevitably be a woman from a prominent family. Empress Lark sought to further bind Aldous to her through marriage, but the Emperor's thoughts on the matter remained unknown. With a sigh, Fiora realized that, whether she and her son wanted it or not, they were now entangled in the power struggles of the great Gabriel Empire. As they walked, a voice suddenly called out from nearby, "The Emperor approaches." The concubines turned and bowed in the direction of the voice. Kier was walking toward them. "Empress, consort, what are you discussing so cheerfully?" Kier seemed to be in a good mood, his face beaming with a smile. Empress Lark replied, "Your Majesty, Fiora and I were just discussing selecting a consort for Prince Henry." Selecting a consort for Prince Henry. Selecting a consort for Prince Henry. Kier's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of something passed through his eyes. "So, you already have someone in mind?" "Indeed. My niece, Lark Wronger, is well educated and quite beautiful. I think she would be a good match for Prince Henry," Empress Lark said. Kier nodded thoughtfully. "I have met Lark Wronger. She is indeed a fine young lady. But there's no need to rush Prince Henry's marriage. I have my own plans. Your Majesty has already made arrangements?" Empress Lark was genuinely surprised, her expression one of astonishment. Fiora was equally taken aback, as she had never heard Kier mention this before. Kier nodded. "The marriages of the princes of the great Gabriel Empire are no trivial matter. They must be considered with the stability of the empire in mind." Empress Lark bowed, her expression tinged with disappointment. Her plan to further win over Aldous had failed. Seemingly unwilling to dwell on the matter, Kier turned to Fiora with a smile. "Fiora, I hear that Aldous has created something called glass in Qingzhou. Princess Camilla was so intrigued that she went there to see it. I, too, am curious. What exactly is this glass? Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs these days, and I dared not disturb you." "The treasures Prince Henry sent have been kept with me," Fiora replied, her face showing a hint of guilt. Kier chuckled. "Perfect. Since I have some free time today, let's go and see what this glass is." "Yes, Your Majesty," Empress Lark replied, understanding that Kier wanted to be alone with Fiora. As they walked to the Jade Water Pavilion together, Kier's expression darkened, and he said sternly, "Fiora, do you know your crime?" I know my crime," Fiora replied. Kier was a man who had weathered many storms, and it was impossible for him not to have guessed the general situation. Kier's anger flared. "Isn't the struggle among the princes chaotic enough? Now you've dragged Aldous into it. Do you realize you're harming him?" Tears welled up in Fiora's eyes. "How could I not know Empress Lark's intentions? But Aldous is far away in Qingzhou, and so many ministers in court are slandering him. I am powerless to defend him. What else can I do?" Kier sighed. "Do you really think I've grown senile? Do you think I can't discern the truth from the minister's words? I have indeed been harsh with Aldous, but that's because I was frustrated with his lack of ambition. If I truly hated him to the core, would he still be alive 3 years ago?" "Your Majesty." Fiora was stunned. But why did I send him to Qingzhou, right?" Kier shook his head. "You often say that parents who love their children plan for their future. If a powerless prince were given a prosperous fiefdom, it would only harm him. Now that he's far from Nightbloomin, which prince would see him as a threat? Your Majesty's coldness and harshness toward him were to prevent Aldous from becoming the target of other princes' jealousy?" Fiora asked, puzzled. Kier smiled with satisfaction. "If I hadn't been harsh and strict with him, would he have curbed his unruly behavior? Now his actions in Qingzhou are like night and day, proving that my decision back then was correct. He has finally turned over a new leaf. Fiora wiped away her tears and smiled. It was my and Aldous' misunderstanding of your majesty. It turns out your majesty truly had his best interests at heart. Kier helped Fiora sit down. That's why I don't want Aldous to be dragged into the struggle for the throne. I will ignore the rumors and slander in court. If that's the case, I thank your majesty on behalf of Aldous, Fiora said joyfully. Compared to Empress Lark, the Emperor was the true pillar of support for the great Gabriel Empire. With Kier's promise, she no longer needed to worry. However, if not for today's events, Kier might never have revealed his true thoughts. Having been married for over a decade, Fiora knew Kier well. He was a man who kept his thoughts hidden deep within. Without this ability to endure, he would never have attained his current position of supreme power. We are husband and wife. There's no need for thanks, but now, Aldous has finally proven himself useful, Kier said with a smile. The reason for his good mood today was not unrelated to the minister's impeachment of Aldous for massacring the noble families in his fiefdom. As the ruler of the empire, Kier was well aware of the deep-seated issues plaguing the great Gabriel Empire. After nearly 200 years of rule, some problems had become too entrenched to resolve, like a disease that had spread too far. The most serious of these issues was the 6 major families carving out their own territories, while local noble clans dominated the counties. Having ascended the throne with the support of Prince Lark, Kier understood better than anyone the dangers posed by these non-imperial princes. The current struggle for the throne might appear to be a conflict among the princes, but in reality, it was a power struggle among the non-imperial princes. As their influence grew, they were no longer content with merely manipulating the princes. Their ambitions were becoming increasingly apparent. Thus, when Kier learned that Aldous had eradicated the noble families in his fiefdom, his initial reaction was shock, followed by excitement. It was as if the frustration he had long harbored toward the non-imperial princes had found an outlet in Aldous. Fiora smiled. I wouldn't say he's proven himself useful, but as long as he doesn't cause trouble for your majesty, that's enough. Kier chuckled. This time, he has truly impressed me. In front of the other concubines, Kier rarely spoke so candidly, as his words would quickly reach the ears of the princes behind them. Only in front of Fiora did he feel at ease, free from the need to overthink his words. Though the harem was filled with beauties, how many of them had he truly chosen himself? Most had been accepted to consolidate his power, women he did not truly care for. Only Fiora had caught his eye during the selection process, as she was a woman whose thoughts he did not need to constantly decipher. It was precisely because of this that his love for Aldous was deep, but so was his frustration. Being a man who disliked explanations, this had led to a situation where father and son did not understand each other. Fiora smiled faintly, recalling Kier's mention of selecting a consort for Aldous. Your Majesty, earlier you mentioned selecting a consort for Aldous. Was that truly your intention, selecting a consort for Aldous? Was that truly your intention? At this, Kier frowned. The consort I have in mind for him is not from a noble family, but from the Orpheus family. This way, his safety in the latter half of his life will be assured. After all, no matter what, he will only ever be a feudal lord. Do you understand? Fiora nodded. She understood Kier's meaning. While he was not as cold toward Aldous as he appeared, among all the princes, Aldous was not his favorite. Among all the princes, Aldous was not his favorite. This was simply a father's love for his son. In the end, Kier's primary concern was the stability of the empire, and at this point, Aldous was not particularly significant, as he held little weight. The Orpheus family? Fiora exclaimed in delight. The Orpheus family, known for producing 3 generations of high-ranking officials and having disciples and former subordinates all over the empire? Exactly. Although the Orpheus family is not a local power or prince, their reputation is unmatched. If Aldous marries into the Orpheus family, no matter who becomes emperor in the future, they will have to consider the Orpheus family's influence. Of course, this is assuming Aldous has no intentions of rebellion, Kier explained. Fiora's heart swelled with joy. The Orpheus family was a prestigious clan that many princes had sought to marry into but failed. A gentle, warm breeze wafted through the Jade Water Pavilion, carrying with it the faint scent of spring from the newly sprouted greenery in the courtyard. Fiora's delighted expression did not escape Kier's notice. He smiled and said, "However, don't get too excited just yet. The Orpheus family is not an easy one to deal with. Prince Henry's marriage will have to wait for some time. As long as the consort is a daughter of the Orpheus family, it will be worth it even if Aldous has to wait a few more years. But Your Majesty, please make sure to choose a good one from the Orpheus family for Aldous. Of course. At the very least, it must be a daughter from the main branch of the Orpheus family to be worthy of my son. Although Aldous had many faults in the past, a prodigal son who returns is more valuable than gold. Now, he must be worthy of the Orpheus family. Fiora nodded. But Your Majesty, what about Empress Lark? You don't need to worry about that. The Crown Prince's consort is the daughter of the current Grand Chancellor, Ivor Fairwind. If Prince Henry also marries a daughter of the Orpheus family, it will only strengthen the relationship. Empress Lark won't oppose it. Then I can rest easy, Fiora said. After discussing Aldous' marriage, Keir changed the subject. By the way, where is the glass that Prince Henry sent me? Keir's eyes widened in amazement as he picked up one of the goblets and examined it closely. Pure as water, smooth as jade. Was this glass really produced in Qingzhou's workshops? There's no doubt about it. These days, many merchants have flocked to Qingzhou just for this glass, Fiora replied. This Prince Henry. In the past, I refused to give him silver to squander. Now it seems the 1,000,000 taels I gave him are probably beneath his notice. But engaging in commerce is one thing. He must not neglect the governance of his fiefdom. After all, a calamity is about to strike. Keir frowned. A calamity? Fiora felt a sudden sense of foreboding. This year, the barbarians of the grasslands suddenly banned the sale of war horses to the Great Gabriel Empire. I've received news that the barbarians intend to cross Qingzhou and continue south. Last year's heavy snow caused significant losses for the barbarians, and they now covet the lush, fertile lands of the south. Fiora covered her mouth in shock. Your Majesty, if that's the case, what should we do? When the founding emperor established the system of enfranchisement, it was to have the princes guard the borders, protecting the nation above and bringing peace to the people below. As a prince and feudal lord, Prince Henry must defend Sangzhou. Otherwise, what use is his title as a feudal lord? But Your Majesty, Qingzhou was ravaged by the barbarians 3 years ago and has yet to recover its former glory. How can Prince Henry defend it now? Fiora, concerned for her son, knew all too well the dangers posed by the barbarians. Currently, there were 4 feudal lords guarding the northern borders. Prince Lark, who guarded Liangzhou. Prince Doran, who guarded Lingzhou. Prince Brandon, a member of the imperial clan who guarded Jizhou. And Prince Henry, who guarded Zhengzhou. In the north, these 4 feudal lords guarded the key entry points for the barbarians into the Central Plains. Among them, Prince Lark's fiefdom was famous for its Xuanjia cavalry, which had fought the barbarians to a standstill in numerous battles, with victories and defeats on both sides. Behind Prince Lark was Nightblumen, the seat of the Great Gabriel Empire's emperor. It was precisely for this reason that Keir placed such importance on Prince Lark. Prince Doran's Black Feather Iron Guards were equally renowned. Unlike Prince Lark, who relied on cavalry to counter cavalry, Prince Doran had built numerous fortresses along the border with the barbarians, garrisoning them with his Black Feather Iron Guards. Over the years, several fortresses had been breached, but his fiefdom remained secure. Prince Brandon of Jizhou was Keir's youngest brother. His fiefdom bordered Prince Henry's to the east. Compared to Prince Doran, Prince Brandon's situation was somewhat worse. However, relying on fire tubes and crossbows, Prince Brandon had repelled several barbarian invasions. As a member of the imperial clan, he received support from the imperial guards sent by Keir, as well as large quantities of fire tubes and crossbows from the Nightblumen Artillery Bureau. Compared to these 3 feudal lords, Prince Henry was clearly in the worst position. Qingzhou was far from Nightblumen, and by the time reinforcements arrived during a barbarian invasion, it would already be too late. Moreover, the events of 3 years ago had left Qingzhou severely weakened, its people impoverished, and its army reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Thinking of this, how could Fiora not worry? Keir frowned at Fiola's words. You underestimate your son too much. In the past 6 months, Prince Henry has earned enough silver to make up for the losses of 3 years ago. Moreover, he has reorganized the Qingzhou army, equipping them with a strange type of armor and restoring a military system similar to the militia system. Now, his fiefdom's army numbers at least 20,000. Both you and I have underestimated his capabilities. With the incorporation of the local militias, I believe his forces now number at least 30,000. So many? Fiora could hardly believe that in such a short time, Aldous had rebuilt the Qingzhou army to half its former strength at its peak. A strange smile played on Kier's lips. Is there any doubt? That boy even managed to win over Morley, the chief secretary I sent to him. He probably thinks I don't know anything, but he's still too naive. This child, there's nothing in the world that your majesty doesn't know. But your majesty, although Prince Henry is not the most filial, he would never dare to defy you. Fiora's heart raced as she thought about how reckless Aldous had been to poach someone from the Emperor's side. Seeing Fiora's worried expression, Kier suddenly laughed. It's fine. I never liked Morley anyway. Let him stay in Qingzhou. He probably knows he can't return to Nightblumen. That blockhead has finally come to his senses. So your majesty means to let Prince Henry defend Changzhou on his own this time? Fiora probed. Exactly. 3 years ago, he brought great shame to the royal family. If he can't defend Changzhou this time, he might as well die there. If he succeeds, he will prove his worth. No matter who ascends the throne in the future, they will still need him to guard the north. Otherwise, he will still face death. And if he succeeds, I will swallow my pride and send him a daughter of the Orpheus family. Fiora's heart ached. She understood that Kier was not targeting Aldous specifically. Even if it were the crown prince defending Changzhou, Kier's attitude would be the same. A prince fleeing from battle was a disgrace to the royal family and would bring ridicule from the entire empire. She finally understood why Kier had said that Aldous's marriage would have to wait. A family like the Orpheus, with 4 generations of high-ranking officials, would never willingly marry their daughter to a prince who abandoned his fiefdom and people to flee back to Nightblumen. She also finally understood why Kier had repeatedly said that he would rather Aldous die than see him return to Nightblumen in disgrace. Looking in the direction of Qingzhou, Fiora thought, Aldous, sir, this time you must prove yourself. From now on, success or failure depends on this. In the Jade Water Pavilion, Kier continued to admire the glass goblets for a while longer. Seeing that Fiora still looked worried, he comforted her. But you don't need to worry too much. The barbarian southern invasion is a matter of national importance. I won't treat it lightly. If Prince Henry can't hold out, I will order King Hardy to send reinforcements. To the west is Prince Brandon, and to the south is King Hardy. If even that isn't enough, there are still my imperial guards. Fiora wanted to say that King Hardy might not be reliable, but she swallowed her words. This was just Empress Lark's one-sided claim. Bringing it up now, without solid evidence, would only anger Kier, especially since he had always trusted King Hardy. If that's the case, I can rest easy. The rest will depend on fate. I only hope your majesty will support Aldouser as much as possible, Fiora said softly. Kier nodded, seemingly unwilling to continue the topic. Instead, he pointed at the goblets and asked, By the way, did Prince Henry say what these cups are for? Are they just decorative? Aldouser said they are for drinking wine. He claimed that only glass goblets can truly showcase the clarity of drunken Qingzhou. Fiora replied. Kier seemed to like the glass goblets very much, almost reluctant to put them down. That's a good point. They are indeed perfect for drinking wine, but there seem to be too few of them. That wouldn't be appropriate. Qingzhou is facing such a crisis, and I'm taking his things for free, Kier said. Fiora chuckled. Your Majesty's words today are worth countless glass goblets. How could it be considered taking for free? Kier laughed heartily. Fiora had always been clever, and her words were always pleasing. After spending some time in the Jade Water Pavilion, Kier left with the glass goblets. Even so, he still wanted to help Aldous. After all, the barbarian southern invasion wasn't just Aldous's problem. It concerned the safety of the entire Great Gabriel Empire. However, just 3 days later, a memorial made it clear what Aldous needed now. My esteemed ministers, you have all read Prince Henry's memorial. The evidence is clear. The barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Changzhou this autumn. What should we do about this? In the Chengqing Hall, Kier sat on the throne with ministers lined up on both sides of the steps. On the left were civil officials and on the right were military officials. The crown prince and other princes stood at the front. Your Majesty, the barbarians' annual tribute demands have been increasing year by year. We have already ceded territories like Yuzhou to them, yet they remain unsatisfied. Their greed knows no bounds, and their desire to destroy our great Gabriel Empire remains unquenched. This time, we must not yield. Only by fighting can we deter these savages. A minister in a purple robe stepped forward, his voice impassioned. As soon as he finished speaking, another minister stepped forward. General Riddle Jacob, you are mistaken. The barbarians are merely preparing to demand more tribute, as they have done in previous years. A little silver will suffice to appease them. Going to war would only waste resources and harm the people. I urge your majesty to reconsider. Minister Rollins, how much more tribute must we give? Over the years, we have given enough. The barbarians fear strength, not kindness. The more tribute we give, the stronger their armies become. Their horses grow stronger, their supplies more abundant, and their weapons sharper. If this continues, the great Gabriel Empire will fall, and you, Maynard Rollins, will be remembered as a traitor for all eternity. Bernard Riddle glared, his voice filled with anger. Maynard's face turned red with rage. General Riddle, you have no idea how expensive it is to run a household. Have you calculated how much silver a war would cost? How many soldiers would die? Most importantly, can we even win? Even Prince Lark with his formidable forces struggles against the barbarians. Who can stand against them in Changzhou? Exactly. If not for the annual tribute, would the barbarians have withdrawn when Prince Lark's Langzhou was besieged? A bunch of cowards. It's because of you that the barbarians have grown so powerful. You fools. As the two argued, the court descended into chaos, with ministers hurling accusations at each other. Enough, Keir roared. As always, whenever the barbarians were mentioned, the ministers split into two factions, those advocating for war and those advocating for peace. Since his ascension to the throne, the barbarians had grown increasingly powerful. At that time, his reign was still unstable, and the barbarians took advantage of the situation, capturing territories like Yuzhou. Losing the strategic pass of Mountain Sea Pass, he had no choice but to negotiate a truce with the barbarians, ceding cities like Yuzhou in exchange for time to stabilize his rule. At the same time, he rebuilt Changzhou to block further barbarian incursions. He understood that even if he didn't cede these cities, he couldn't hold them. Moreover, he risked losing Changzhou and even the regions north of the Yangtze River. Adding to this, King Hardy had pleaded with him at the time, and Kirin himself feared the barbarians. In the end, he agreed to pay annual tribute under the advice of the peace faction. For a while, this arrangement maintained peace. However, the barbarians' greed knew no bounds. Even after receiving tribute, they continued to harass the borders, repeatedly demanding more. The tribute gradually became a heavy burden on the great Gabriel Empire. By the time his rule was secure, the barbarians, enriched by the tribute, had grown even stronger, while the great Gabriel Empire grew weaker. The voices of the peace faction in the court grew louder. Keir understood the fear in his ministers' hearts. It was the same fear he felt. After all, spending silver was better than losing wealth and status. But now, with the barbarians invading again, he had no way out. He could only fight to stop the war. The ministers fell silent at Keir's shout. Then Keir said, "Prince Henry's memorial makes it clear. This time, the barbarians have colluded with the noble families of Qingzhou to attack Changzhou from within. This shows that the barbarians have been planning this for a long time. Their goal is not tribute, but to capture Changzhou and threaten the heart of the Central Plains. The fertile lands of Jiangnan are the source of the great Gabriel Empire's food and wealth. If we lose them, the empire will be in grave danger. Your Majesty is wise. The fertile lands of Jiangnan must not be lost," a minister shouted. "Your Majesty is wise. The fertile lands of Jiangnan must not be lost," a minister shouted. "Your Majesty is wise," Bernard said, clasping his fists. At this point, the second prince spoke up. "Father, we must be cautious. The barbarians are known for their feints. Perhaps this attack on Changzhou is just a diversion, and their true target lies elsewhere. Even if we must fight, we shouldn't commit all our forces to Qingzhou. Instead, we should let Prince Henry defend Changzhou, while we wait and observe." "Let Prince Henry defend Changzhou? Have you forgotten how he fled back to Nightblumen 3 years ago?" The fourth prince suddenly interjected with a sneer. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers in the hall erupted in mocking laughter. "So, fourth brother, are you volunteering to defend Changzhou?" the Crown Prince asked, glancing sideways at the fourth prince. The fourth prince's face turned pale. I never said that. Qingzhou is Prince Henry's fiefdom after all. Outsiders shouldn't interfere. The glaring sunlight extended into the court, illuminating the fine dust particles floating in the air. The heated arguments between civil and military officials, as well as the princes, filled Kier's heart with irritation. Like everyone else, he knew that the Great Gabriel Empire was no match for the barbarians. When Prince Lark had visited the capital recently, his words had been filled with apprehension about the barbarians. Although Prince Lark's underlying message was a plea for more money and supplies from Kier, it was clear that the once mighty Lark family, known as the Iron Curtain of the North, were showing signs of strain. Meanwhile, Prince Doran and Prince Brandon were barely holding their own against the barbarians' constant raids. Over the years, the treasury's funds and the equipment from the Artillery Bureau had been funneled to these three northern princes. Coupled with the annual tribute payments, the Great Gabriel Empire's treasury was now empty, leaving no resources to support Aldous. This was precisely why the Imperial Guards couldn't be deployed lightly. They were the last line of defense for Nightblumen. Thus, the second prince's words resonated deeply with Kier, while the fourth prince's remarks displeased him. The crown prince's retort to the fourth prince was exactly what Kier himself wanted to say. Enough. Stop arguing. I have made my decision. We cannot increase the tribute this time. The treasury is already in deficit, and we have no money left to give to the barbarians. Moreover, constant concessions will only make the barbarians despise the Great Gabriel Empire even more. This time, we do not seek to defeat the barbarians, but to make them understand that the Great Gabriel Empire cannot be pushed around. Meanwhile, many civil officials looked as if they were mourning a great loss, their faces pale with fear. They dreaded the possibility of the barbarians reaching Nightblumen, where they would lose their wealth and the comforts of their luxurious lives. Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Maynard suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Following him, half of the civil officials also knelt, shouting, Your Majesty, we cannot fight. Once the conflict begins, the Great Gabriel Empire will never know peace again. The nation will be destroyed. Your Majesty, we cannot fight. At this point, even some military officials knelt down. A surge of anger rose in Kier's heart. In the past, only civil officials had been like this. But now even military officials were cowering in fear of the barbarians. He suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. When had the Great Gabriel Empire become filled with cowards and those who sought only to survive? Father, I have a plan that can both stop the barbarians from advancing south and prevent them from blaming the court. The third prince suddenly spoke up. Kier's eyes lit up. Speak quickly. Father, this plan is not suitable to discuss in open court. The third prince hesitated. Kier waved his hand and said to the ministers, Court is dismissed. We will discuss this matter again tomorrow. The ministers rose and left the Chongqing Hall in an orderly manner. Once the ministers had left, only the third prince remained in the hall. Kier then asked, What is your plan? It's quite simple. This time, the barbarians are advancing south merely to demand more tribute, using the threat of attacking Zhangzhou and the heart of the Central Plains as leverage. Zhangzhou is Prince Henry's fiefdom, and further south is King Hardy's territory. To protect their own lands, Prince Henry and King Hardy will naturally fight the barbarians with all their might. If they can hold Zhangzhou, the barbarians will retreat in disgrace. If Prince Henry and King Hardy cannot hold Zhangzhou, we can still negotiate peace with the barbarians before the city falls. After all, if even Prince Henry and King Hardy combined cannot stop the barbarians, the Imperial Guards and the armies of other princes rushing from thousands of miles away will be of little use. By then, the Great Gabriel Empire will be in grave danger. At that point, we can publicly declare that Prince Henry and King Hardy acted without imperial orders and punish them to appease the barbarians, securing peace for the Great Gabriel Empire. The third prince explained slowly. After presenting his plan, the third prince looked somewhat pleased with himself. In his view, this was the most sensible course of action. Scoundrel! How could I have such a venomous son? Kier suddenly erupted, grabbing a memorial and hurling it at the third prince. You are asking me to betray my brothers, my son, and the entire empire. I, Kier, may not be as wise as the founding emperor, but I would never stoop to such despicable acts. The third prince remained calm, as if he had anticipated Kier's reaction. He said, Father, didn't you see it clearly in court today? The peace faction is backed by Prince Lark, Prince Doran, and Prince Brandon. They are the ones who fear the barbarians. If you insist on going to war, the northern princes and the great Gabriel Empire will become estranged. Kyr's expression changed. Over the years, the relationship between the imperial family and the various princes had grown increasingly distant, no longer as close as it had been during the founding emperor's reign. This was especially true for the non-imperial princes. After several generations, their ties to the imperial family had weakened, and they no longer fully obeyed the emperor's commands. This was why, since the founding emperor's time, the emperors of the Great Gabriel Empire had maintained relationships with the princes through marriages. The third prince's words were not impossible. Everyone in the Great Gabriel Empire knew that Kyr and Prince Lark were as close as brothers, but in reality, the more they acted this way, the more their relationship was a facade. Prince Lark was the northern shield of the empire. If he secretly colluded with the barbarians, the barbarian army could march straight to Nightblumen. This was precisely why Kyr was so wary of Prince Lark. Making Empress Lark the Empress and her nephew the Crown Prince were both attempts to placate Prince Lark. After all, among the various princes, Prince Lark's army was the most formidable. Used correctly, he was a valuable asset. Used incorrectly, he was a deadly weapon. The same was true for Prince Doran and Prince Brandon. Over the years, the treasury had given these three princes a great deal of silver to defend against the barbarians. If they were to turn against the empire now, at this thought, Kyr couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. His earlier determination began to cool. Now in his 50s, he no longer had the fiery passion of his youth. As he calmed down, he suddenly felt a sense of dread. He didn't want to lose the throne or the wealth and luxury before him. The third prince observed Kyr's expression and sneered inwardly. He knew his father too well. Kyr loved the throne more than anything else. Father, the barbarians have repeatedly harassed us. This time we cannot let them go unpunished. But if we engage in a full-scale war with the barbarians, the Great Gabriel Empire risks falling apart. After all, the princes each have their own agendas. That's why I propose this plan. It is all for the sake of the Great Gabriel Empire and for you, Father. Besides, at that time, it would only be a pretense of punishment to appease the barbarians, the third prince said again. Kyr felt a wave of exhaustion. He waved his hand. Let me think about it carefully. You may leave now. The third prince bowed and left. Outside the imperial palace, Fintan was waiting for the third prince, Quincy. Seeing him emerge from the palace, Fintan stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, how did it go? I've said everything that needed to be said. Given Father's temperament, he will surely adopt my plan. The third prince gently fanned himself with a paper fan, exuding confidence. Fintan, upon hearing this, revealed a sly smile. Your Highness, this is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. The most important target is King Hardy. When the barbarians invade, neither King Hardy nor Prince Henry will be able to stop them. Once Henry and Hardy fall, the barbarians, driven by their greed, will inevitably continue to seize the remaining lands in the north. The territories north of the Yangtze River will be lost. Therefore, if we can take this opportunity to weaken King Hardy, the fertile land south of the Yangtze will belong to your uncle, King Chu. When the time comes, all we need to do is wait for the right moment. If the barbarians reach the gates of Nightblumen, the emperor will have only two options: perish with the city or flee to Linnan and establish a new capital. At that point, he will have no choice but to rely on your uncle. How could the throne escape you then? And if, by misfortune, the emperor perishes, your Highness can ascend to the throne with your uncle's support. My uncle has already mentioned this in his letter. I never expected his vision to be so far-reaching. I only hope the barbarians don't just raid and retreat this time, the third prince said with a cold smile. Fintan chuckled. They certainly won't. According to my sources, the barbarians have already ceased hostilities with the Ottoman Empire. This time, they won't retreat easily. The fate of the North is sealed. The barbarians are poor at naval warfare, so the natural barrier of the Yangtze River will ensure our safety. Your Highness should not hesitate any longer and must make preparations early. The third prince sighed softly. Very well. Once I ascend the throne in Linnan, I will work diligently to gradually reclaim the lost northern territories. Your Highness is wise. Fintan said with a smile. The next day, during the morning court session, after a night of contemplation, Keir addressed the civil and military officials. The matter of the barbarians' southern invasion requires careful consideration. After all, the great Gabriel Empire and its barbarians are currently at peace, and we should not make rash assumptions. Prince Henry and King Hardy, as feudal lords, are responsible for defending their territories. If the barbarians invade, they must resist with all their might to show the barbarians the strength of the great Gabriel Empire. If the two princes cannot hold them off, we will negotiate peace and increase the tribute to appease the barbarians. Meanwhile, the other princes must also strengthen their defenses. If the barbarians remain unreasonable, we will fight them to the death. Your Majesty is wise, Maynard and other ministers exclaimed with joy. Bernard clenched his fists, ready to speak again, but a fellow military official beside him shook his head subtly. From Keir's expression, it was clear that he had already compromised. The Crown Prince and other princes remained silent, each harboring their own plans. The Crown Prince and other princes remained silent, each harboring their own plans. Prince Lark had instructed the Crown Prince to side with the peace faction, and though he did not speak, many of the peace-seeking ministers were his allies. In Prince Lark's view, Keir was aging, and in a few years the Crown Prince would ascend the throne. Therefore, it was crucial to stabilize the barbarians and preserve the northern territories until he could secure his rule. The fourth prince, backed by Prince Doran, shared the same sentiment. If the barbarians invaded, it would be the northern princes who suffered, while the southern princes could use the opportunity to grow stronger. Thus, the northern princes were not foolish. If the barbarians truly invaded, their priority would be negotiation, with resistance as a secondary measure. However, Prince Henry has explicitly stated in his letter that his fiefdom lacks high-quality iron and coal. I believe we should not make things difficult for him. He should be allowed to purchase coal and iron within the great Gabriel Empire. Keir spoke with a tone of resignation. This was the only way he could help Aldous. The ministers raised no further objections. If the barbarians truly invaded, they could simply watch from the sidelines, letting Prince Henry and King Hardy bear the brunt of the attack. If they failed, peace could be negotiated. This would show the barbarians that the great Gabriel Empire was not an easy target. At that point, increasing the tribute and ceding Prince Henry and King Hardy's territories could secure peace. If the barbarians refused to negotiate, then the imperial guards could be mobilized for a decisive battle. After announcing this decision, Keir seemed utterly exhausted and ordered the eunuch to dismiss the court. 3 days later, Qingzhou. A bunch of cowards. In the Prince Henry's mansion, Aldous angrily threw the imperial edict from Nightbloom into the ground. Morley was horrified and immediately picked it up. Your Highness, if the eunuch sees this, he will surely report your disrespect to His Majesty. What is there to fear? The barbarians are invading, and the great Gabriel Empire is on the brink of disaster. And what are they doing? Each one is only thinking of their own interests. It's utterly absurd, laughable, and a disgrace to the entire world. Aldous fumed. Along with the edict, a secret letter from Fiola had arrived, detailing everything that had happened in the court. At least General Riddle is a true man, Orpheus said. General Riddle may be righteous, but even he cannot stand against the traitors in the court. Aldous retorted. Theodore pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, the edict orders us to defend Kanjo alone, with King Hardy providing support. This plan is likely the poisonous scheme devised by the third prince. Mother mentioned that father was furious in the palace that day, so it must be true. My third brother is probably already dreaming of the North falling and him ascending the throne in Linan. Exactly. This plan is primarily aimed at weakening King Hardy. We are merely collateral damage, Theodore explained. From the perspective of the other ministers and princes, it's clear that Prince Lark, Prince Doran, and Prince Brandon have no intention of getting involved in the defense of Changzhou. As long as their own fiefdoms remain safe, that's all that matters to them. Morley nodded. Theodore is right. It seems the fate of Brandon has now fallen upon us. Aldous nodded as well. Back when the barbarians attacked Mountain Sea Pass, the court in Nightbloom had acted no differently, sacrificing one fiefdom in exchange for 10 years of peace. Unfortunately, Brandon, a wise and noble ruler, chose to take his own life in his mansion rather than surrender. I will not let Brandon's tragedy repeat itself in Qingzhou. At least there's one piece of good news. Father has agreed to let us purchase high-quality iron and coal from other provinces, Aldous said. He had never expected help from others, and the recent court confrontation between Keir and the various princes only confirmed this. Theodore said, "Your Highness, now is the time to demand money, grain, iron, and coal from King Hardy. Otherwise, defending Changzhou will be extremely difficult." "You're absolutely right." Aldous suddenly burst into laughter. Theodore was indeed cunning. At this moment, King Hardy must be furious. He probably never expected that his smooth sailing reign would be betrayed by the other princes. As the first line of defense against the barbarians, King Hardy would undoubtedly hope that Aldous could hold Changzhou. Therefore, asking for some support wouldn't be unreasonable. Morley forced a bitter smile. "Your Highness, the entire court is plotting against you. How can you still laugh? Even if we secure the money and grain, resisting the barbarians will likely cost us dearly.